Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the recovery addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Is that crap?
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
So if I push the wrong button, you see me instead of everybody else, instead of the video you're supposed to watch. I learned that this morning. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict. Good morning, happy Friday Eve. It is Thursday, podcast Thursday today. It's gonna be Florida Sunlight says it's gonna be one of those mornings. Oh, I can't even
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Apparently that's just not even working. Let's see. Does that work? No. There it is. Okay. It's going to be one of those mornings. Yeah, I think so. I did a horrible job of it.
I'd agree that everything you just said is one of the most horrible things I've ever heard.
All right. Good morning. We're here anyway. You saw a little bit of the video? No? Maybe? Probably not. You just saw me, which is good. You got to see what I do when the music is playing. So it's a little behind. Yeah, I meant for that to happen. It was a behind the scenes reveal. Let's see. Oh wow. I see we've got some notable birthdays today, at least one. So let's we'll wait for that to come in the appropriate time. Good morning. Good Thursday morning. It's a great day. How's everybody doing? How specifically, Kim? How are you doing? Are you feeling like you're on your A game today? That you're up for whatever happens? I need the birthday link. Okay, I think we'll share the birthday link in just a second. One of the mods, if you can do that. Let's see. Josh says I'm going to a party this weekend. I need ideas on what to bring. We need more information, Josh. Because one person's partay is another person's, I just think you need maybe a few qualifiers. Give us a scope of what you'd like us to consider. Because I might say, well, I'd say bring a potato salad. But you're like, oh, it's not that type of party. Red Solo Cups is always a solid bet. But Angela says, have you seen my email I sent you yesterday? Hold, please.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Yes. Have I read it yet? No. Oh. Sun going down over Denmark. Beautiful, beautiful photo.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
I would definitely have chosen that photo over our combined little forum we had, which was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun, and it went well. Beth, by the way, sorry. 1 second. Bring cookies. Kim, I don't know where I got Beth from. Beth, I apologize. I threw you under the bus for no reason. I can't even see your name on the screen. There must have been a Beth somewhere. Just in my head, maybe. Kim, we're sending to you internet ownership regardless of how you're doing today. You need to, buck up and take care of things for the rest of us. You were first in chat. Shows your eagerness to be here on the internet. We're going to punish that eagerness with ownership of the internet itself, and you have to maintain everything. It's just, you've done it a lot, so you know what to do. We're in good hands. I feel confident we're okay. See, prelim hearing for birthday party crash is on now. Yes. The roundtable, great. It was fun. I love seeing people whose voices I'm familiar with, or who's, even if it's just through text. I've heard their voice through text, and now I get to see their face and put things together. Because do you guys build like a visual image oh, this person sounds like that. And in my head, I have to see who's talking. So anytime somebody's talking on they call the burner phone or something, I get this little mental image, and I piece together what information they've given me, and I have this mental image. And then you come on screen, and I realize that my mental image machine is broken, and I had no idea what you look like, which is awesome. Beth, it says, thanks for thinking of me. I must have seen your name somewhere, Beth. Good morning, welcome, good to have you here. I don't know why I shouted you out.
Matter jurisdiction.
Anyway, Josh, I hope you have a great party. I had a great party last week, and it ended in a permission on 250 acres of farmland, which is cool. I think we're gonna start our day. Let me tell you what we have. The only fixed thing we have is about midday, and that is going to be the Brian Kohberger status hearing. It's not the venue hearing that they had scheduled. They moved that yesterday. They pushed it out 2 months. Let's see. Lenova, Kathy, Jen, Rianne, and Mechanical Pencil. Kathy being gossip, rumor, and innuendo on Twitter and everywhere else. And that's exciting. So we're going to sing Happy Birthday first. Then we're going to probably jump over to Judge Simpson's court, which is just getting going right now. He's probably going to join us for the birthday song, I'm thinking. In my head, he sings the birthday song to everybody in the morning. So add his voice to that. Am I missing anything? Podcast tonight, 8 o'clock. Yeah. Brian Kober. Oh, we've got Karen Reid Verdict Watch going on as well. And if and when a verdict comes in, we'll do a portal over to Brandy to watch that together with her, and then we'll probably do our own little bookends that we can save on our side, just for people who are watching it down the road on our playlist. So we'll do a delayed verdict watch if that happens, or hung jury watch if that's more likely. All right. Good morning from Norway. Good morning. I wish I was out fishing for trite right now. That would just be awesome. In the fjords above Larvik. That's where I have the good memories of fishing. All right. I guess it's not a fjord if it's a lake. It's the lake above Larvik. Is that still a fjord? They used to do a lot of log lumbering. Lumber work, lumber milling, woodwork. I don't know what it is, but they cut down trees and would float them in there a lot, and I would go out on those and fish for perch. All right. Side note. Let's go ahead and get ready and sing to the birthday people. Just 1 second. I pull it up on my screen while Greeners shares awful stories. Good morning. Flight got home, canceled after 1 a.m. Long night in Atlanta. Hope to get home today. Greeners, that's awful. I'm sorry. Okay, let me find the birthday list again. Just wait. It's going to come to me. I'm just scrolling slowly. There it is. Boom. All right. Sing with me. Blend your voices with mine. Project your voice to the back of the room. Warm up as well so we can be in tune. La 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 la. There we go. We're going to sing to Lenova, Kathy, Jen, Rianne, and Mechanical Pencil. Dancers, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Kathy, Jen, Rihanna, Mechanical Pencil. Happy birthday to you. I think it said Rihanna. I apologize. Rihanna. I meant Rihanna in my head, not Rihanna. Lenova, Kathy, Jen, Rihanna, Mechanical Pencil. Happy birthday. What a great day to have a birthday. It's almost a Friday. You can almost count it as a Friday if you sort of extend it a little bit. Just party now and don't stop till the weekend, and then you get that weekend birthday that you always wanted. Help yourself to free pancakes and dinners. You realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could be with. You've chosen to be here with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hope we can make your day a little bit more specialist. The specialist of all specialer days. That's what we want to go for here. Happy birthday. Have a happy birthday. Okay, all right. AZDCS says, do you have KR court feed going? So if jury questions or whatever come in, we'll switch to that. Yes, but as soon as we know it's going to be a verdict, we'll play the verdict music and portal to Brandy. Is that fair? All right, I'm going to turn down the birthday music because I can't hear myself think with it. It's just too loud. It's called Lagen, and it's defined as a river. It's cold water, and it's got a lot of fish in it. When I was there, the neighbor kid, I can't remember his name. It'll come back to me, his name. He spoke not a lick of English, like zero English. But he took us up there. He built 3 bicycles because my brother and I didn't have bikes. We were there on vacation. So he built from a junkyard. He built 2 other extra bicycles, and we would ride those up there. And he went spearfishing in that water. It was freezing cold, and he was shooting the same fish that we'd catch with a fish hook. It was pretty cool. I thought it was cool. I have no idea what he ever said. I was there for 9 weeks and never understood a word he said. All right. Let's see. AI summary. It's a morning talk show with viewers sharing what they would bring to a party and some personal updates. AI finally nailed it this morning. That is awesome. Tumwater Troy, member for 9 months, says happy almost Friday. Troy, thank you very much. Good to have you here. Hope you have a wonderful weekend planned as well. We have, Gray Sanchez, super chat. Thank you so much. I think there might have been a super sticker in there somewhere, but it got lost in the mix. Thank you, Grace. If you have something, a question or something that went with that, please just tag me in it. I'll make sure I address that. Happy anniversary, Trina Grant. Happy anniversary, Trina. That's the 22nd wedding anniversary today. That's a great day. Yuvi. Hi, everyone. Have a good one from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. I'm pretty sure I butchered your name. I was watching this morning on YouTube. There's some guy hitchhiking to TwitchCon or something. And I think he's in the Netherlands right now. And he was sitting at a gas station debating where the best place would be to hitchhike, as all these cars were going by. And I said, probably anything's better than just sitting there with your thumb not up in the air. But he's hitchhiking, yes. I think his name is Hitch. Hitch on YouTube. He had like 50 people watching him while he drank his... it was interesting. It's like, this is cool. All right. So, yes, we're going to keep... Actually, I'll get it set up right now for Karen Reed. Because we're going to keep an eye on what's happening there. Okay, I think we just have an OnlyFan is what we've got going on. Why can I not see my mouse? Oh, there it is. We'll put that one right there. And there's no audio yet, but if there is, we'll take that. This one's going to go here. Let's jump over to, think we'll get a verdict today? I think it's very likely we'll get an indication of a verdict at the minimum. But I think more likely it's going to be hung jury. I know people say that hung jury is very rare, and it was for a while. It was a long time before we had our first one. But I think it's going to happen. I think that the two sides are so entrenched that there's no middle ground, and nobody can convince the other side to budge. Yeah, hung jury is the norm now. Give the Albert charge, the Allen charge. It's a little bit different. ACDCS Oversight, thank you very much for gifting a membership. Thanks also for keeping an eye on court down there in Arizona for us. That we'd like to see good news for the Kellys in that case, which also ended in a hung jury. I doubt she'll let them hang as early as today. As an 8-week trial, I reckon she'll make them debate for longer. We can look at Lizzie. We can look into the rules because the jury actually has the ball is in their court. I realize the judge has some power in this, but the jury can sort of force her hand, I think. Let's see. MA jury, hung jury rules. Okay, Massachusetts criminal trial of any type, whether murder or driving while under an influence. The verdict must be unanimous, meaning all six or 12 in this case have to agree. If the jurors cannot reach a unanimous verdict, it's called a hung jury, and the Commonwealth is permitted to retry the case. But do they have a Allen charge. Some states don't. When the jurors cannot agree. Let's see. Allen charge is given after deliberation when the jury reports it's deadlocked and unable to decide on the verdict because it's used to dislodge the jurors from entrenched positions. The Allen charge is sometimes referred to as the dynamite charge or the hammer charge, but I need to see if that's actually in Massachusetts. Let's see, I think it's Rule 2460. I'm looking at the when jurors cannot agree. Let's share this really quickly, because Judge Cedric Simpson is not yet live. People are waiting for him, but he's not there yet. So let me bring this over to. We're going to put this. We'll go right here. Okay, a little early for a read along, but here we're going to do it. This is out of. You see that? This is out of the rule book for Massachusetts, rule number 2460 or something like that. Let me go full screen so I can see it. It's still early. Instruction 2.460, when jurors cannot agree. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal way for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained or expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusion of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 6 minds to unanimously result, 12 in this case, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that the case be decided. You should consider that you have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be. Let's see, this is nice jury instructions. Burden of proof. I thought it was going to be a little different than what it was when I started reading it. I'm sorry, guys. I think this is what the judge reads. This is the whole thing. This is their Allen charge. So she says, I would now, this is the part that's crucial. I would now ask you to return to your deliberations with these thoughts in mind. The model instruction above and the alternate instruction below are adapted from the 2 alternate models set out in Commonwealth v. Rodriguez. The first is an amended version of a traditional charge developed from Commonwealth v. Tuohy. The second, a model charge recommended by the American Bar Association. Judges have been urged not to stray from the language in the recommended model instructions, so it probably will be word for word. It's appropriate for the judge to give such a charge when the jury is deadlocked, but because it has a certain sting to it, it should not be given prematurely. And digression from the recommended language is discouraged. As to when such charge is appropriate, see Jury Trial Manual for Criminal Offenses Tried in the District Court. There's no per se rule that giving such a charge more than once is inherently coercive. Ooh, they can do multiple Allen charges. So maybe the judge does have some say in this. The judge should not mention to the jury the possible expense or inconvenience of a second trial. The alternate instruction is here. It's your duty to consult with one another and deliberate with a view of reaching an agreement without violating your individual judgment and conscience. I would ask you to return to your deliberations with these thoughts in mind. So, yes, Allen charge, I think we can say yes, they have that. Interestingly, some states only let you do it once. That's what I was looking for, because sometimes they say if you have done this Allen charge, if you've given the Allen charge, the jury comes back and says we can't agree, then it's done. They get one more shot. There's the groundwork. Yeah, and that case was cited in there. It's actually in the bottom of that document if you search for it, the citation. Thank you, True Crime Kitty. Little Shoe, welcome to the gallery. It looks like Big Shoe Little Feet in your profile picture. Just let's see. All right, so we are going to, as always, we're going to do some court hopping. We're going to do some court watching and keep an eye on everything that happens in the Canton area, at least Dedham. Verdicts always come on Friday. They always come when I have something busy. When I like I've got an appointment I can't miss. I have to go. And that's when they come. So I got the hiccups suddenly. I'm trying to mute them so you don't hear them. They'll go away. So we have two people waiting. One using the looks like the Canton alternate Sallyport police cam to dial in, and the other person in custody. Now is a good time for a nap. Nobody seems to expect a hung jury, but it's day 3, and yesterday they knew starting off that they wouldn't get a verdict. They won't get a verdict. Here's what we know. It would blow my mind if the jury is still just going through the process of looking at everything and then voting. You know they've voted. You know they've said, where does everybody stand? Even if it's a silent, a secret ballot. There are people on both sides. And I think the reason why people don't expect a verdict or don't expect a hung jury in this case is because they're so far on one side or the other. They are 110% not guilty or 110% guilty. And because they feel so confident in their position, they project that same confidence on all the jurors. That's why they're saying no hung jury. But I think, if anything, that makes a hung jury more likely. Massachusetts does seem to have its own rules. They can't even be a state like the rest of us. They have to be a commonwealth. Emily D. Baker's speaking tomorrow noon West Coast time at VidCon. That's when they will give up and say they hang. Oh my goodness, poor Emily. It's awesome that she's speaking at VidCon. She did a thing on YouTube for creators as well, which was really cool. But yeah, that's probably very likely. The least convenient time is when they're going to come back with a verdict.
Oh, there.
Everyone's just connecting in. It's going to have some Zoom court this morning with Judge Simpson, who went ahead and deleted all of his YouTube videos yesterday. Thanks, Judge Simpson. Wow, look at his court. It's packed. It's absolutely standing room only. It makes for terrible audio when the court's this full, but it gets better over time.
I would have called it
We'll turn it off just for a minute while we wait for the judge to show up. Sarah has a question. If they retry the case, are they allowed to change their witnesses and experts? They are allowed to change their theory completely, as long as, well, they still have to keep the charges. But I think you can change anything but the charges. So they could completely change their theory. The problem is all those witnesses are available for the defense to call. And if you've got an expert you've paid that has a different opinion than you, I'm sure defense will call it.
You may be seated.
Alan Charge encourages the jury
Mr. Ganatra, if you could
rethink
please start us off.
Try again.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nimich Ganatra, Senior Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on behalf of the people. Your Honor, at this time, the people move to waive any conflict between this honorable court and the Office of the Public Defender. Prosecutor's Office does not have a conflict, but if there's one, we waive that for all the cases. Prosecutor's Office and the Public Defender's Office before this honorable court.
Thank you. Ms. Gaines.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender. Your Honor, we too do not believe that there is a conflict, but if there are any conflicts.
The court, for its part, also does not believe that there are any conflicts either under the Michigan court rules or the cases decided they're under. To the extent a conflict does exist, given the waivers, the court will consent to hear the matters. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very packed courtroom, and I'm going to make an announcement and give my admonishment to those that are in the courtroom. There are some cases that people certainly are here to see and to witness what happens. However, I want to make it very clear that this court will not tolerate any disruption to these proceedings. If necessary, I will have you removed from the courtroom.
What's happening?
And the deputies will escort you out of the courtroom. So I would ask that everybody that is in the courtroom, those that are outside of the courtroom, understand and govern themselves accordingly. Thank you. Court does call the case, People's State of Michigan versus Montel Bennett.
The Michigan Act for the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Ben Denner with Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Bennett, who is appearing from the Oakland County Jail on the court Zoom feed.
Yes. Mr. Bennett, can you state your name, please, sir?
Montel Devontae Bennett.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing on this?
Your Honor, yesterday I emailed a plea form to the clerk of the court that was signed electronically by APA Ganatra and myself.
Is that what we're doing today?
Yes.
All right. The court does have before it a plea form. Plea form indicates that the defendant would be pleading guilty to an added count to a false pretense as 200 to 1,000 to 1 year offense. Upon his successful plea to that charge, count one would be dismissed. And there is an agreement that the defendant would pay restitution in the amount of $694.35. That's the court's full understanding of the agreement.
That's correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Mr. Bennett, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name again for the record, please.
Montel Devontae Bennett.
Mr. Bennett, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty. You can put your hand down. That you're going to plead guilty to the charge of false pretenses 200 to 1,000. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $2,000 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased at 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $2,000, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
You understand also, sir, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Freshour in the 14A4 District Court. You understand that?
Yes.
Understanding all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty to this charge?
No.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily?
Yes.
Of your own free will?
Yes.
And because you believe that you're indeed guilty of this offense?
Yes.
October 28, 2023, at the location of 813 West Michigan Avenue in the city of Saline, Washtenaw County, state of Michigan, what'd you do that makes you think that you're guilty of this offense?
Cash the fraudulent check.
Okay, where'd you cash it?
In Saline.
Okay, and that was a check that was made out by McDonald's?
Yes.
All right, and you knew that it was fraudulent at the time that you did that?
Yes.
And when you cashed the check, did you receive either in goods or in cash over $200?
Yes.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant?
I'm keeping an eye on the OnlyFans.
Defense is satisfied.
I'll let you know.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14A4 probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
July 2nd, morning at 9 a.m. before the rush hour.
Is that gonna be enough time?
There's a writ, is this a writ case, Your Honor?
Yeah, it is. And
Does anybody know what case it is that has so much,
The
so many spectators in his court? What's on his docket today?
next would be August 27th.
I've never seen this many people sitting in Cedric's court.
All right. Sir, is there any anticipation that you'll be released from Oakland County anytime soon?
No, I'll probably get 10 months here. I did a college agreement for 10 months.
You got 4 months to go?
Yes.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do. They may move your date up, but August what?
27th at 9 a.m.
I'm going to set your date for August 27th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Like I said, they may move your date up on this, okay?
Okay.
All right. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
Court calls the case, People versus Matthew Bailey.
Ben Dunn with Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Bailey, who is joining me at the podium.
Your name, sir? Matthew Bailey. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, Mr. Bailey would like to demand his exam.
Is all discovery complete?
I believe so, Your Honor.
People have their witnesses available on the 9th. So I do believe. Preliminary examination in this matter in person will be set July 9th, 2024, 9 a.m. That is before me. Bond will continue.
Your Honor, may I address bond?
Briefly.
Your Honor, Mr. Bailey was ordered to turn himself into the Washington County Jail. He did so, I believe, approximately 12 to 13 hours later than he was ordered by Magistrate Fink. At this time, we would ask Your Honor to reconsider. I think a GPS tether would provide a guarantee of safety to the community, especially with the hot.
Why didn't he turn himself in on time?
Well, Your Honor, I think he has ties to the community.
Didn't answer
The tether would keep everyone safe, and he's not able to.
I don't know that that answers my question.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Why didn't he turn himself in on time?
He had childcare issues.
For 12 to 13 hours?
That's what he told me, Your Honor. I
Go
mean,
ahead.
he needs to find alternate childcare. It's not just.
Go ahead. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
I don't need a response from people. Motion for bond reduction is denied. Bond will continue as it is. Thank you.
Yeah,
I want to see what case everyone's here for. You don't get this many people in court without a big
Court
case
calls
to
the case of the People versus Darian Crystal.
So on behalf of the people.
David I. Goldstein appearing on behalf of the defendant. I believe he's out in the hallway there.
Needs to get in here.
This is there are more people in this courtroom than I think were in the Chad Daybell courtroom. I mean, this is nuts.
Are they ready? I'm not going to wait on Goldstein.
Here comes the defendant. The lady needs a fan. Apparently it's hot.
Mr. Crystal is now in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Your name?
Yeah, Crystal.
All right, what are we doing?
Sitting at the dam, Your Honor.
Discovery is complete.
As far as I know, yes, Your Honor.
Actually, no, it's not. Who asked me to request an audio recording as well as a supplemental report? The audio recording and supplemental report I requested back on the 12th. I have yet to receive those. I did manage to get you the 911 call, but I have.
Okay, that's what I was thinking of. There's beyond that. Okay, I was thinking about the 911 calls.
You requested the
Yeah.
additional audio and supplemental report, which I have yet to receive. I have followed up, but I have not gotten those
Okay,
back
I
yet.
apologize.
So at this time, discovery is not complete.
I thought the 911 call was the video. I mean, was the audio. So
Like me to adjourn this out then.
Unless he wants to proceed without all of this.
Your Honor, I don't know that the judge will allow me to.
That's true. Couple weeks, you think?
Yeah, hopefully.
I think
Probable
this
cause
is
conference in this case then will be, what's my 2 weeks out, 18th?
this is more than the judge being viral. First of all, this is a
Set
Thursday.
it for July 18th.
Your Honor, I'm going to be out of town on the 18th. Can we do the 11th? She'll either have it at that point or I'll waive it.
All right. July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m.
Okay.
Bond continued. Thank you. Court calls case of the people versus Byron Blair.
Andrew Childers appearing on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with it on behalf of Mr. Blair, who is approaching. Name for the record, sir?
Byron Blair.
Thank you, Your Honor. On this matter, we are respectfully requesting a 2 to 3 week adjournment. I do not believe the people have an objection.
Probable cause conference, July 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we're doing a virtual 5 gold stars for anyone who can figure out.
Court does call the
case
case
is
of the
coming up
people
here that everyone's
versus
up here to
Gregory
watch.
Williams.
Assistant prosecuting attorney working for people.
David I. Goldstein appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Your name? Gregory Williams.
Thank you, Misty Harris. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday.
What are we doing?
Setting for an exam, Your Honor.
Discovery complete on this one?
As far as I know, yes, Your Honor.
People have their witnesses available on the 9th.
We'll do our best.
Preliminary examination
That date's fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
in person will be set July 9th, 2024, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Burke.
Your Honor, I'd like to address the court very briefly on the issue of bond. When bond was set in this matter, Mr. Williams was ordered for a GPS tether. I would indicate to the court that I represented Mr. Williams in a certain court matter that went for over a year. It was ultimately dismissed by the people, and there was never a problem with him on bond. He wasn't on a tether on that one, but there was never any issue with him appearing. There was no complaints about his behavior or anything else like that. Given the nature of the charge in this case, and given the fact that he has never had a problem with complying with the court's bond, we're asking the court to drop the GPS tether requirement.
Is the GPS a location tracking? Or?
That's right. Tracking location?
Yeah.
Yes.
Response from the people.
Your Honor, would you approve that it is a DV case. The standard, as far as I'm aware, in DV cases, but more than that, the defendant and the victim got into an argument over child custody issues and court related to the child custody. The defendant got upset at the victim as well as other passengers in the vehicle, and he attempted to run them off the road and made an abrupt stop, causing the next word and hit the side of another car. Both the victim, who is the domestic violence, or who is he has a romantic partner with, as well as one of her friends, and their children were in the vehicle at the time. I am extremely concerned at the nature of this case, and I would be opposed to modifying. He's already out. I think a GPS tether is appropriate.
Your Honor, if I could address briefly, because I made a mistake. He's on a house arrest. We're asking the court to make it a GPS location. At least he was told by the tether people there was. My notes don't reflect that from his arraignment, but he was told by the tether people
that he's on a. I do have him on a home confinement tether.
S. Stagger, thank you very much for the kind words and the super chat.
At the outset, we would prefer to state custody. I think home confinement is appropriate.
Lenovo, we sang to you already.
Well, they said it
Hope
at
you have
50.
A great birthday.
He posted, when is the exam set? On the 9th. At this point, I understand your position, Mr. Goldstein, but what I'll do is I'm gonna leave what is in place, let the exam happen, let Judge Burke make that decision after. So I'm gonna deny your motion at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's Judge Burke.
Yes, that is before Judge Burke.
Lots of stuff happening today.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench briefly with Ms. Hughes?
I want to figure out what it is.
Yeah, because I don't have anything else to do. Come on.
He's got such a busy day. Let's see. There's final sentencing today for Michael DeBella. Could that be it? Lacey Spano says, hi, everyone. I'm so blessed by each of you. Love you all. Happy 10 months. Thank you all for being so uplifting. Lacey, congratulations on 10 months. You are almost to a year. It's going to be here before you know it. Super excited. Thank you very much. Congratulations on 10 months. This court, I love first thing in the morning because you get to see what sort of mood Judge Simpson's in. The problem is the court is a Zoom court and it has audio follows video and all the mics are sort of active at all times, but they also try to clip out background noise and they do very poorly. When the court's full like this.
Court does call the case People versus Lamar Parker.
It gets tough to listen to.
Andrew Childers appearing on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Allison Fulmer, P 60236, appearing on behalf of Mr. Lamar Parker.
It's in a wheelchair.
It's terminated set for a pretrial or a
PC
probable cause conference. Your Honor, my client has been in the hospital. He just got out. He has severe medical conditions. I was not able to visit with him there, so I need to be able to meet. He just got out yesterday and back at the jail. I just received discovery yesterday, so I would ask for another probable cause conference, Your Honor.
Extension.
Okay, you want the, I have the 2nd, I have the 11th, or
Judge, I will be away from the 1st until the 15th.
probable cause conference, July 18th. Will that work?
Yes.
July 18th, 2024.
Okay.
9 a.m.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
New Bunk Foss.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Good to see you back in green.
Continue.
Bye.
Thank you.
Love that orange courthouse by your name as well.
Court does call the case People versus Wheaton Mather.
Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Martin Moroso on behalf of people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Mr. Mather, coming up to the podium.
I think we need to search social media and see what's going on in this case, in this courtroom. The locals must know.
I don't know. Yes, go ahead.
Your Honor, we're asking the court to please set this for exam.
Discovery is complete.
I do believe so, unless Ms. Barroso corrects me otherwise.
People have their witnesses available tonight. Preliminary examination in person, July 9th, 2024, 9 a.m. That's before Judge Simpson. That'd be me. All right.
Sounds good, Judge.
All right. Thank you. See you then.
Sam Bernstein?
Court calls case People versus DeAndre Brandon.
I don't know the name. Nikki Crayons. Mahalo. Thanks for the gifted membership.
Morning, Your Honor. Laura Blunder on behalf of people.
Nobody's leaving, so they weren't here for Sam Bernstein.
I need the public defender assigned to this case.
Paging public defenders, paging public defenders.
I believe this is Ms. Gaines' case.
We're not talking about it from hearing.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender. I don't see Ms. Gaines. If we briefly pass the matter, I can track her down.
I can't pass it. I got people coming in and out. Go find her.
Miss Gaines. Oh, man. Let's see. Newbunk Foss says the kids thought they needed to eat, so I let my membership run out for bed. It's so annoying. Just kidding. Love the humor. Thank you very much. I hope the kids got a good treat. Thank you. Thank you, Newbunk Foss. Good to have you back. Need a bench warrant for the attorney. The problem is he can only have so many inmates in at once, and the process of shuttling inmates in and out is a system they need to follow.
Okay.
And sticking someone back into the holding tank disrupts that system, and it causes delays.
Seriously.
Judge, I'm sorry. I can't track her down. I'm not sure. She might be in the lobby.
Take him back and
thank you.
Call it tomorrow when we get to it. Court calls the case People versus Alexander Filippini.
Sam Bernstein on behalf of Mr. Philippi. Dinner for the judge.
Alexander Philippi.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm asking for an adjournment of this. There's significant discovery that I still need to go through, and we're waiting on resources for help going through it as well.
Probable cause conference, July 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bound continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the cases of the People versus Regina Brown.
Prosecuting attorney for the People.
Thought we saw her yesterday.
These cases.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, with and on behalf of Ms. Brown.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, this time, we are still in the process of plea negotiations. We're hoping for some sort of specialty court resolution. We would like to address bond and as well as get an adjournment.
How much time are you going to need to try to get all of that done? She's got 8 cases, I think, here.
That is correct, Your Honor. The last communication I had with the prosecutor's office, they were doing some internal discussion as to whether or not they would agree to the referral to the specialty court. So with that,
July 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. as to bond.
I'm watching the fan.
Your Honor, we, Miss Brown is a community mental health. Pardon me. Okay. She is a community mental health customer. She is also, if you look at the dates, most of these are, some of them are quite old. All of these incidents occurred around the same time or in that same time frame as right after her mom's death, as well as her son being diagnosed with stage 4 renal failure, as well as her house being on fire. Prior to that, she had had at least a year of sobriety. She had her own home. She was working, and she went back to her mom's home in order to take care of her. And that was a very big trigger. At this time, she is working very hard and has made some good progress towards getting her life together. She does have her own place. She's been working with Avalon Housing and recently got that. She's recently reconnected with community mental health. She would like to, if the court would consider allowing the opportunity for her to return home with a tether, she would have no objection, and to begin to get into some sort of treatment that way.
My girl Angie, congratulations
Any
on
response from the
14
people?
months.
There's a bond recommendation form filled out by Assistant Prosecutor Rachel McDuffie. And if the court has had a chance to review that or has it at the file, the prosecutor there outlined flight risk and dangerous driving aspects of the defendant's behavior over the last few years. And included in that summary, Your Honor, and I'm not going to go through everything because I know you've had a chance to review it. While on bench warrant status here for the Washington County cases, she entered a guilty plea to operating while under the influence of drugs in 34th District Court, February 17, 2023, and has another bench warrant for failure to comply with the PSI on that misdemeanor case. So there's a lot going on with her, and I just don't think it's a good decision right now to release her to the community, especially if they're contemplating some type of treatment or specialty court. She needs a lot of services in place to support her before we can let her go back.
And she was before me, I think, yesterday on this
I think she was
case. And
complaining that she
so I'm
needs medication.
actually
She's not
very
getting
familiar
in court
with
in jail.
this defendant. And at this time, I'm going to deny the motion for any type of bond reduction. There'll be no release. Get this worked out and make sure that everything's in place for her. All right. The motion for bond reduction tonight, July 18, 2024, 9 a.m.
Tamara, this chat is so much fun. I love the names for the fan. Famila Panderson. I know it's Ceiling Dion.
That's called the case versus the keys.
Edward Drugas for Randy Keys. He is approaching, Your Honor. We are asking for an exam in this matter.
Approach faster. Where's he approaching from? Oh, he was in the back corner.
Your name, sir?
Randy Keys.
Discovery is complete.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
People have their witnesses available on the 9th.
Yes, yes.
Preliminary examination in person, July 9th, 2024, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Burke. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the cases of the people versus Brian Gerard.
We have seen school groups come and
Kenneth
watch.
Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Gerard, who's present. Mr. Gerard, state your name for the record.
Brian Fancy Gerard. All right, that's 5 cases.
5.
What are we doing on these?
The prelim. We're going to circuit court. Otherwise, I can adjourn it.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's a waiver.
On all of these? Is he waiving on all of the cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
Lizzie says, you need to scream into my headphones if there's a verdict, just in case I doze off. Oh, man. Get some rest. You can always watch it on the replay. MC Fanner. We're watching Judge Simpson this morning.
Gerard,
we have
you're waiving your right to have a preliminary examination in these matters?
A BK hearing this afternoon.
You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them?
Yes.
You understand you will not have that hearing and that you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution?
Yes, Your Honor.
On all these matters, people also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on all of the felonies and I believe three misdemeanor charges.
Your Honor, on all matters, I'll acknowledge receipt of the information, waive formal reading. My client stands mute.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, the court will enter a not guilty plea as to all counts. So, pretrial in these matters will be set for
July 8th at 1:30 before Judge Slay Monday.
July 8, 2024, 1:30, Slay Monday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we will get those over to you for signing of the information shortly.
We'll need to build up our podcast fan jokes. The jury in the Karen Reed cases from Norfolk County.
Calls case, People versus Jessica Mullen.
All the county.
I'm full case on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Attorney Kevin Basant, P71061 on behalf of Jessica Mullins, who I would ask if her appearance could be waived for the purposes of today's hearing, Judge. And
I'm not
explain why.
waiving any, why am I waiving her appearance?
Because, Judge, she's in Sacred Heart treatment facility in Richmond, Michigan. At our last hearing, she had tested positive for meth. I informed the court that we were in the process of getting her into Sacred Heart. She did check into Sacred Heart last Thursday. My only issue is that I'm running into a problem with Sacred Heart in terms of them giving me a letter of admittance showing that she's there. But she is enrolled in a 28-day detox program right now at Sacred Heart in Richmond, Michigan. And I would just ask the court for time to provide that proof to the court. But that's why she's not here today, Your Honor, because she is in Sacred Heart 28-day detox program.
Any response on that from the people?
If we could just try to get that confirmation from Sacred Heart. Last time we were here, talked about Sacred Heart. The court asked for confirmation that she was there. We still don't have that. What we do have instead is an updated community corrections violation report.
Right.
For her missed test, she was testing positive for things that she did not have prescriptions for, and a MAPS review indicated there was no prescription that would cause these positive tests. So without confirmation, it's really questionable.
And we don't have a confirmation. Why, counsel?
I've asked for that letter from Sacred Heart. They say that they can give it to me. They had to get her permission first for a release form. I've submitted that release form. I've not received a response back from Sacred Heart, but I'm in the process of doing that, Judge, even if I have to, I guess, issue a subpoena to them to get it. But that's why my client is not here.
I'll adjourn it out to July 11, 2024, 9 a.m. We'll need proof at that time, or she needs to be here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Court calls case, People versus Avian Johnson. And let's try to do
Assistant Public Defender Chelsea Virgilis with an Johnson. Please state your name.
Avian Johnson. All right, what are we doing?
You would ask to set this for a preliminary examination.
All discovery is complete.
Yes, Your Honor.
People have their witnesses available on the 9th.
Can't wait for the finale.
Preliminary examination in person, July 9th, 2024, 9 a.m. before me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond continue. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Wardell Smith.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Judge. Robert J. Kill on behalf of Wardell Smith. Judge, just a couple things.
Like a client?
Yeah.
He just called me. Yeah, he just called me, said he's running a little late, but I would ask the court if we could just please pass this. I'd greatly appreciate it. So would my client.
Yeah.
You being the understanding judge.
What?
You being the understanding judge, I would ask you to please pass this.
He's begging.
That ended yesterday. I'll pass it.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Charles Johnson.
Okay,
those are
The judge
morning, Your
said
Honor.
a lot of
Assistant
people might be
Prosecuting
here
Attorney
to
Sophia
watch
Curry appearing on behalf of
a specific case. I wonder which one it is.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you probably don't want to be up at the podium.
Assistant Public Defender Constable Lazy on behalf of Charles Johnson, who was present to my right. Can you state your full name for the record, please, Mr. Johnson?
Charles Bernard Johnson, second.
Thank you.
Your Honor, today's the time set for a probable cause conference. I have reached out to the agency for an offer. We are still in negotiations, so I would just ask for a brief adjournment in this matter.
No objection.
And I would also like to address bond.
Of course you would. Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 11, 2024, 9 a.m. as to bond.
Your Honor, in this matter, I would just ask that my client be allowed to be released to treatment if he gets a spot in treatment.
Any objection from the people?
Yeah, the only concern or the only thing I would ask is that it would be a treatment center that he's just not able to walk away from. So something inpatient where he just can't sign himself out.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right. Defendant may be released to an inpatient treatment program on a PR. Otherwise, bond will continue. Thank you.
What judge did you say, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Which judge in front of you?
What was the date, Your Honor?
July 11th, 9 a.m.
Yeah, I'll be here. It's me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you just fill out that order. Court does call the cases of the People versus Ian Beck, Timothy Marvin, Edwin Traeger, and is it Gabrielle? Is it Vieira?
Whoa.
Andrew Childers.
Joint cases here.
May it please the court, Doug Malkoff. I represent Ed Traeger. I'm also, with permission of defendant Gabriel Vieira, standing in for John Minnock, and with permission of Timothy Marvin, standing in place of his attorney, Jamil Kuja.
The individuals that are not normally represented by Mr. Malkoff, do either of you have an objection to Mr. Malkoff standing in place?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right.
The pockets.
Good morning, Your Honor. Allison Krieger for Mr. Beck, who is behind me.
Okay. All right. Almost afraid to ask. What are we doing?
Mr. Childers?
It's your show, Mr. Malkoff.
Mr. Childers has met with the defense attorneys, and we have been discussing a swift resolution of this matter. However, swift is not as swift as I had hoped, and it is the agreement of the parties that if we could adjourn the PCC out to your July 18 date, we hopefully will have news to report to you.
That's all correct.
Your Honor, as I relate to Mr. Malkoff, I start a murder trial on July 15th, but Mr. Beck is in capable hands, and with his permission, one of the other lawyers can stand in for me.
What is this case? Does anybody know?
Probable cause conference in these matters will be adjourned July 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Let's see if a lot of people get up and leave with that.
Court does call the case People versus Ronell Johnson.
Morning, Your Honor. Michael Dobie for the People.
Good morning, Your Honor. Erica Julian appearing on behalf of Mr. Johnson.
Look at everyone
Can you state your
leaving.
name for the record, please?
Ronell Johnson.
Hold on a second. That's the whole courtroom clearing.
Okay, so we need that case. We need that information. If somebody can find out what happens, what are they charged with? Drunk and stupid? Or, I mean, what were the...
Thank you, Your Honor. This is time and date obviously set for PCC. Mr. Dobie and I have already been in communication about the case. There's still some additional discovery and investigation that needs to be conducted. We're asking for an adjournment.
How much more time do you need?
I would think a standard couple weeks, and then we can see where we still are from there, Mr. Dobie, or would you like more time?
Yeah, I'd say the 11th or the 18th.
Okay, those were going to be your choices. Which one do you want?
The 18th, Your Honor.
July 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
July 18th is the next date for that probable cause conference, I think.
Court calls case People versus Talia or Tila Stevens.
For the People.
And good morning, Your Honor. Sydney Brushing appearing on behalf of Ms. Stevens this morning. Ms. Stevens, can you turn on your camera and state your name for the record?
Tila Stevens.
Thank you. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a probable cause conference. Mr. Ganatra and I have had an opportunity to discuss this matter. Your Honor, we're seeking a 4-week adjournment. I believe we do have a resolution.
Is that aloe vera behind her, that plant?
4 weeks out. July 25th.
Is that an aloe vera cacti?
It's a good date, Your Honor.
Probable cause, July
It's a
25th,
good date.
2024. 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Aloe vera is one of the most useful plants
Thank you.
for burns. I know you can buy aloe vera at the store,
Court
but there's
calls
nothing
case
like
People
fresh aloe vera.
versus Shanquez.
It's not a cactus. I thought it was a cactus. Is it a succulent? It's a succulent.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Mr. Lawson.
All right. This is you're face this way. You're withdrawing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel that would represent this gentleman was signed in. She has signed off, and then she's coming back. She was called to another courtroom. Let's take him back, and I will grant it once she's here on your motion. Okay.
I'll be here.
All right. Court calls the case People versus Omar. Is it Alahari?
Thank you. Attorney Feaster on behalf of the defendant, who I do not believe is present with us today, Judge.
Bench warrant.
For the record, I don't know why he is not present. I have made calls and sent emails. I will, for the record, request an adjournment. I do not know where he is, Judge.
You requested an adjournment, but you're going to get a bench warrant.
No response. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $10,000. Cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls case People versus, is it Trevelyan Allen? Who's this? Jameson Mitchell?
Jessica Blanchard.
James Mitchell. Your Honor, this is a probable cause conference. There is some outstanding body cam footage I've requested. I believe I will have that shortly or in a couple days. I'd ask for a new adjourned date.
Trevelyan just joined.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now he has to wait.
I'm ready on this one. Court calls case People versus Trevelyan Allen.
Oh, there he is.
Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Morgan LaRose on behalf of People.
I thought that was the guy that just got the bench warrant.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Allen, who should be present via Zoom.
Sir, state your name.
Trevelyan J. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are respectfully requesting a brief adjournment of this matter to further review discovery.
July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ready. Court calls case People versus Cherie Nally.
We have to do some Googling here to find out what happened. They might be in the newspaper or something.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Nally. Your Honor, we have begun negotiations with the prosecutor's office. It's my understanding that they have charged 2 more cases and that there may be a third that will be coming. We are requesting an adjournment. We would also like to address treatment for Ms. Nally. Prior to being arrested, she had been on the wait list for Oakdale Recovery. We're requesting a release to treatment if we're able to confirm that and get her into.
Well, where are we with the other cases, I guess?
2 cases were signed and authorized yesterday. Each case has the same 2 counts with different offense dates, both equal. Count 1 is larceny in a building. Count 2 is larceny to the 1,000. There is a 3rd case that I'm waiting on additional information from law enforcement on, which has potential additional felony counts, including financial transaction device, additional receiving and concealing as well as larceny charges on that one. I have not made a charging decision because I don't have all of the information on that one yet, but I do know for certain there are 2 additional felony cases that are coming that were authorized yesterday. I would anticipate that since she's in custody, they would be sworn out before the next PCC.
What I'll do at this time, then. That's, I don't know if they're gonna be able to get them done by the 11th, but I'm gonna, not as a permanent decision, I'm gonna deny your request at this time. Let's try to get her arraigned on the other 2 to try to put everything together. And I'll put this out to the 11th, July 11th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Bond will continue then on this matter. And Miss, I think, can you check? You said you don't know if they've been sworn out yet.
They were signed yesterday, so I'm not sure if they would have been, if they were sworn out, they would have been sworn out this morning, would be my bet.
Okay, can we somehow or another try to flag something so that all of these get put together if they're coming down? Thank you. Court calls case People versus Candace Anderson.
Prosecuting attorney Morgan Barroso on behalf of the people.
This fell out. I don't know what it fell out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Qasim Boubaisi on behalf of Candace Anderson. To my right, Ms. Anderson, could you go ahead and state your full name for the record?
Candace Anderson.
Thank you.
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a PCC. At this time, we will be respectfully requesting to set for exam.
Folks, hold on a second. The individual in the wheelchair should have that first seat in the back. It's designed for that. So that space is designed for you right there. Got it? Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, we'd be respectfully requesting to set for a preliminary exam at this time.
And discovery is complete.
Yes.
Yes.
People have their witnesses available tonight.
We'll do our best.
Preliminary examination in person, July 9th, 2024, 9 a.m. That's before Judge Burke. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls case People versus Michelle Knoll.
Still nothing from the only fan.
Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Ms. Knoll.
Her name, ma'am?
Michelle Knoll.
All right.
Your Honor, we actually have come to a resolution in this matter. We had been waiting, and our office had been told by the 14A sobriety court that they would not be able to evaluate Ms. Knoll for eligibility until Friday. They were able to get out yesterday to evaluate her and accepted her and had a plan. However, because of the information that we originally received yesterday, there's not a plea form available. And therefore, that's why she is very upset, because we will need to request an agreement. But we do have an agreement and a plan.
All right. So she's crying because she wants to get this done today.
I'm sorry.
And I have,
Is that right?
I have something I'd like to speak on if you would allow me to.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
The lawyer's
Go ahead.
like,
Thank you.
don't.
I just want to thank you for letting me to speak on this matter. I just want to let you know that I did put myself in inpatient treatment after my setback with my bond violation. And I was in contact with community corrections to inform them that I was going to inpatient treatment in Bear River Health in Gaylord. And I completed treatment, and immediately after completing treatment, I turned myself in to Washington County Jail. And I have taken accountability, and I understand the seriousness of my setback, Your Honor. And I'm just requesting to be released under any conditions to handle my obligations and waiting sentencing and to enter sobriety court. I'm sincerely asking for your mercy and compassion, because part of my obligations is to be there for my mother in hospice care. And I have lots of support. It would help me with this, but as you know, hospice care is the end stage of life. But I am, however, looking forward to beginning sobriety court and continuing with my recovery plan in a new phase of my life. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, what we'll do is, if it's just a matter of getting the plea forms, everything else is in place. Today's what, the 27th? So we'll put it out 5 days. I have to have July 2nd. So we'll just put it out 5 days, get the forms in, then we can get it taken care of and try to get her moving on her way. Okay, fair enough?
Thank you.
July 2nd, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you.
Governor, maybe Ms. Gaines and I approach.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Witness closed.
Assault on police. Does that same charge add up for the others as well? I mean, is it, if that's what they're in for? Timothy Marvin, Edward Trigger. You got a case number? Let me see. T24 F felony 5.
Court does call the case. People versus Donald Whitsett. No, not. Oh, okay. Court does call the case. People versus Donald Whitsett now. Now that I'm back on the record because Emily's moving slow.
Edward Drucas for Donald Whitsett in 1341.
Joy, Senior Assistant Public Defender with number.
Paper. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, in my matter, I'm going to be waiving over to the circuit court in 1341. I have gone over his right to a preliminary examination. He's giving up that right today.
All right. Ms. Gaines, on your matter.
Your Honor, we have received the discovery that was previously requested. We're just asking for a week or two adjournment to go through that. A 1 week adjournment in order to go through that with our client.
Well, the holiday's coming up. I got the 2nd or the 11th.
2nd is fine, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Stephen, one of those commands works.
Then on case ending in 0777, that matter, the probable cause conflict will be adjourned to July 2nd, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond in that matter will continue. On the other matter, Mr. Whitsett, you're waiving your right to have a preliminary examination in that case?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that that's a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed, or that the offense alleged was committed and you committed it?
Yes, sir.
And you understand you won't have that hearing, you'll proceed to circuit court?
Yes, sir.
All right. People also waive their right on that matter? All right. Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on a single count.
Your Honor, we acknowledge receipt of the information. Stand mute.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
July 8th at 1:30 before Judge Slay Monday.
July 8th, 2024, 1:30 Slay Monday. Bond in that matter will continue.
Your Honor, just briefly, did I sign that form?
No.
I can sign it if I can approach.
Oops.
While you're at it, go ahead, I'll sign the information.
Yeah, I got, okay, I'm just sending the file over there. You guys sign appropriately. Let me sign the one I gotta sign.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What county is Cedric in?
Okay, got it.
Is he Washtenaw or something?
Court calls case, people versus Sandia Anderson.
Hamish Kanatra on behalf of the people.
Okay. Tag
Assistant
just
Public Defender
send me this
Fields,
Twitter link.
and on behalf of Sandia Anderson. Your Honor, we would ask for an adjournment if possible to July 11th. My client, I think, would like to explore contacting a private attorney.
That would be enough time for you to do that. That's the only adjournment you'll get for that purpose.
Yes, sir.
July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case People versus Leon Odom.
Prosecuting attorney Morgan Barroso on behalf of people.
No idea where I am on that.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender. Mr. Odom, will you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Leon Odom. Thank you.
Your Honor, Mr. Odom refused our representation at his arraignment. However, I was later appointed to represent him on a probation violation pending in circuit court. I did meet with Mr. Odom yesterday, and he did indicate to me that he does wish to be represented by the public defender. So I would ask that our office be appointed to represent him on this matter.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is a public defender case.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask to adjourn the probable cause conference to a date convenient to the court, and I would ask if I would just make a demand for discovery on the record. I believe a written demand will be coming.
Probable cause conference, July 11, 2024, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bonds will continue. Court calls case of the People versus Tyrone Brown.
You're doing. Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Constable Basie on behalf of Tyrone Brown, who's present by Zoom. Mr. Brown, could you go ahead and state your full name for the record?
Tyrone Darius Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today is the date and time set for a probable cause conference. At this time, I'll be requesting an adjournment. The APA and I are in negotiations. She just wants some information from me. I wanted the opportunity to get that information from my client. My client was hospitalized late last night, so we're just asking for a brief adjournment in this matter, Your Honor.
July 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. All right. You're welcome. Be well, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case People versus Keelan Harris.
Jessica Blanche, parent on behalf of people.
Damn. Okay. I thought so. I can't entirely tell.
Yeah.
Because I got like 8 people in there. You got to go to that side. All right. Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deborah Geraldine Bledsoe Ford on behalf of Keelan Harris, who stands to my right.
Your name? Sheila Harris. All right. What are we doing?
We're asking for an adjournment. I just got appointed on this matter. I ordered discovery, don't have it. So I'd like to share the discovery with him, and I expect that we will hold the preliminary exam.
Probable cause conference, July 11th, 2024.
Thank you.
9 a.m. bond continue. Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. He did ask me to address bond. He wanted me to tell you that he, I believe, has had one prior UIL, was on probation for it in Clinton Township, was in compliance with it, that this matter emanated from his baby's mama, and that he feels that it's contrived, and he
his baby's
stands
mama
in not guilty plea, and that he is employed as a chef at a Bebo restaurant, bar and grill in Mount Clemens. His boss is Scott, and this can be confirmed. He was working at the time of his arrest. Is that correct? Anything else?
I'm sure there's a response. Go ahead, Ms. Blanche.
He actually has a 2019 conviction for reckless use of a firearm. He also has an OWI from 23. There's a couple of things I first he is in Westland and home.
Oh, can I just holds for holds or arrests or contacts? I know, holds as in he's evaded court or?
No, like they probably there's warrants out for various tickets.
Traffic?
I don't know. I can look up in a second.
Judge.
All right. Well, traffic.
Judge, he has, we requested a $200,000 bond on this matter. The magistrate at the time gave 100,000, 10%. This case, I was extremely concerned. I was the one that wrote the warrant on this case. He actually took his car with his minor children in it and hit the victim in this case and tried to run into a truck on the highway. When he pulled off the highway, stopped at a gas station, he then tried to pin her up and run her into the pumps in the gas station. The kids were in the car. The kids are all both under 2 years old. extremely concerned. So I asked you not to change bond. We had asked for a higher bond. I think that would have been warranted in this case.
He says that those allegations are contrived and that the video at the gas station can substantiate it, that she was nowhere near him when he accidentally had the car in reverse. She wasn't.
He what?
He is
He
saying,
accidentally put the car in reverse.
no, it was already in reverse.
Oh,
It was already in reverse. He says that the video will substantiate that and she was nowhere nearby.
okay. Anything else?
No,
Motion for bond reduction denied. Bond will continue.
thank you.
Court calls case People versus Daniel Button.
Wow.
Daniel Button.
You might have stepped outside. I can grab.
Pass it. Get him when we get him.
Welcome back, Lynn. Good to have you here.
Court calls case People versus Antoine Pitts.
Jessica Blanche, parent, and have people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein. My client is here and present. Mr. Pitts stepping up to the podium. Sir, can you please take
Antoine Pitts.
Your Honor, we're asking for an exam date.
Discovery is complete.
Do you believe it is, Your Honor? Yes.
And would the people have their witnesses available on the 9th?
We will try and get you.
Preliminary examination in person, July 9th, 2024, 9 a.m. That is before me. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Court
Hey,
calls
Josh,
case People
I haven't got your
versus
email yet.
Simone
Was it email or text?
Dano.
Just the prosecuting attorneys will be the curve of people.
Yes. I'm here.
Sort of.
This is a public defender case.
Yes.
Pass it. Court calls case of the People versus Lisa Ratliff.
What?
She's wondering what happened.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Ms. Ratliff, who stands to my right.
Your name, ma'am?
Lisa Ratliff.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, it's going to be a waiver preliminary examination. He's signing the waiver as we speak.
Ma'am, is that correct?
Yes.
You're waiving your right to a preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand that's a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them?
Yes.
You understand you'll not have that hearing, you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution?
Yes.
People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination, having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on all three counts. Ms. Page.
Thank you, Your Honor. We acknowledge receipt of the information and ask that my client be permitted to stand mute.
Defendant having, I don't know what that means. Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. The court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be set for,
At 1:30 before the completion.
said July 9.
Yes.
July 9, 2024, 1:30. Bond continues.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Case People versus Jabari Harris.
Jessica Blanche, parent, and have people.
Assistant Public Defender Dave Owens on behalf of Mr. Harris, Your Honor, who appears via Zoom. Mr. Harris, can you please state your name for the record?
Jabari Harris. Thank you.
Your Honor, we are asking to set this matter for examination today. It's also my understanding that there's been an allegation of a violation.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to address on appropriate.
You want this set for preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the bond violation at this?
When he was in
Thanks for the links. I got the link to the
custody, he had called
protest.
the victim over 24 times. He had requested a $50,000 bond on this case. The magistrate gave a 10% provision. He was released. I thought he was on a home confinement center in County because he has a pending case up in circuit court where there's proceeding concealing firearm, a CCW. He's on height of probation. the thing that's concerning is not only he's contacting the victim, but the nature of the calls, the first original call after he was arraigned, the first thing out of his mouth is he calls her a bitch and says, I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass. She says, hey, don't say that.
Huh?
And then there's another call where he's telling her to post his bond. And he says, I'm going to slap the fuck out of you. What? So I'm concerned. Not only these calls, he's calling the victim, violating his bond, but then the nature of the calls, what he's actually saying to her. After he's out, it's a gift.
He needs to be here. He'll have,
Understood.
I want him here at 1 o'clock today.
Understood, Your Honor. I just learned that these allegations are.
Sir, you need to report to the court at 1 o'clock today.
Thank you.
What court?
This one.
14A.
Guess where we're going to be.
Where's y'all located at?
14A1. We're right by the
14.
Sheriff's Department.
For your
Okay.
Right by the jail,
convenience.
Mr. Harris.
Right by the jail. Oh,
Okay,
the jail.
report to court.
Yeah, I know where the jail is.
Excuse me.
Court calls the case, People versus Cartrell Robertson.
Did you say excuse me?
That could be that file.
Uh-oh, that's going to be a fun one.
I gave you that file.
So you told us. I got him. Good morning, Judge. And I just want to make the court aware we are on a different case at this point. I'm Sydney Brushing, appearing on behalf of Mr. Roberson this morning. Mr. Roberson, will you please state your name for the record?
Cartrell Roberson, sir.
All right, thank you.
My client is
Your
not
Honor,
the client you
I
just
did
dealt with.
receive a potential misdemeanor reduction plea this morning from the people. At this time, we're requesting that you put this on July 2nd if you have any availability, so that way we can accept that offer. If I was in person, Judge, we would be able to, handle this today, but unfortunately, I am unable to be there.
July 2nd, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Please tell
Thank
me
you
that's
so
a
much,
real
Judge.
background and not a picture. Can somebody Google that and see if she has a real?
Court
if
calls
she actually
case,
has
People
succulents
versus
behind
John
her.
Garrett. Three cases.
Sorry, I am on one of those, Mr. Bellinger.
It's on the other two.
Assistant Public Defender Jay Bellinger on behalf of Mr. Garrett on cases ending in, 5142 and 5143, Your Honor.
Erica Julian appearing on behalf of Mr. Garrett in.
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. had a Zoom appearance that he was approved for. I don't know. I don't see him up there. He has been in Bear River.
Been in Bear River? Is he still there? 'Cause he's not
just-
on my Zoom.
He just went over to transitional housing, Your Honor. I had a conversation with him earlier this week. I am surprised. This is the first time he would not have been in appearance for a court hearing, as far as I can remember. I would just ask for an adjournment on this matter, because I don't know what happened here. I imagine that there may have been some sort of mix-up in terms of where he's at versus what.
To be honest with you, I got to back up Mr. Bellinger in this. I spoke with John earlier.
Oh, because normally I wouldn't. So, yeah, but this time, yeah, it sounds like he's telling the truth, Judge. Go ahead.
No. That's not. I'm telling something similar. I actually spoke with John earlier this week. I requested his Zoom invite last Friday as soon as I accepted this case, and it extended to all three cases. I read to him the Zoom ID and the Zoom password. He has been in regular contact. I don't know why he would not be on Zoom this morning either. So I don't think he's a missing person. I just don't know where he is.
He did give us permission to, Your Honor, to sign his name to the waivers. He was planning on waiving today, so that was his plan to be here to do that. So we did effectuate that on his behalf, obviously.
You guys are whining.
We were so ready.
You are.
Your Honor. We were so ready.
They are so whiny.
You guys are whiny.
I feel like I'm at home.
My kid. Sidebar Jill, I love the name. Thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it looks like you've already got your seat.
I would have
as well,
given
so
it to
thank
you anyway, Bellinger.
Thank you. Thank you.
She jumped in. She wasn't the hero.
We're in the fantasy.
I know, right?
It's generally best if no one stands.
Court calls the case, People versus Robin Rogers.
Michael Freeze appearing on behalf of People.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Constable Basie on behalf of Robin Rogers, who is present to our right. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Robin Dale Rogers.
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for PCC. At this time, we would be requesting an adjournment. Our office is yet to receive discovery on this matter. I have gotten the.
It's just the only thing holding her. July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m. bond.
Your Honor, I would like to address bond.
Go for it.
Your Honor, I just want to note that my client had been in treatment at the Grace Centers of Hope from October 25th, 2023 to April 10th, 2024. So if we could get her bond modified to get her back into that treatment, she does have a spot waiting for her there. So if we could get her released to treatment.
Your Honor, I'll leave it to the discretion of the court. I do note that there is a pretty significant substance abuse history in Ms. Rogers' past. Her anticipated guideline are 11 months. There was a significant amount of loss in this matter, but at the end of the day, I'll leave it to Your Honor's discretion.
Do I have proof that that's where she was and would?
Yes, Your Honor, I have it here.
Okay, so I'm just from there.
Yeah, I'm just supposed to read it from there, he says. You're holding it. Please bring it to me. Oh. Sidebar and Chill, it's awesome. I love the name, by the way. That's just awesome. Welcome. I think we take a field trip. You know what? Oh, it's going to be on the weekend.
So you're asking that she be released to the center or?
Yes.
That's inpatient. Yeah.
Yes.
I will indicate defendant may be released to inpatient treatment on a PR.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm curious about the crowd. If they were in favor, I'm guessing they're probably in support of the defendants.
And that date was July 11th, Your Honor?
But the four defendants that came up together, they appear to be related to that University of Michigan protest.
Thank you.
It was a political protest.
Did you do a bond?
Why is the kid in court?
We don't need this.
Oh, no.
Mr. Kilowatts recall Smith, they're ready.
Kilowatts recall? No.
Okay, then they're ready on this in custody.
Thank you.
Kim,
Court calls case, people versus Eldon Scomp.
I suggest fixing the cheapest part first, and that would be the cable. So if you can replace the cable and see if that was just a
Ready,
bad
Judge.
connection.
Portia Feaster, Assistant Public Defender, attorney on behalf of Mr. Scomp.
And
Mr.
also
Scomp,
look and
please
see
state your name for the record.
if the cable's running alongside an electrical.
I'll say it a little loud so I can hear you.
Oh, sorry, Eldon Scott Stone.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. This is our second PCC. We've spoken to Mr. Scomp. I believe he's requesting this matter be set for preliminary examination. Please.
Discovery is complete.
That's my understanding, Judge. Yes.
People have their witnesses available on the 9th. Preliminary examination in person, July 9th, 2024, 9 a.m. before Judge Burke.
Judge, I believe Mr. Scott wants me to renew the bond motion I made at his last hearing.
Pardon?
I believe Mr. Scott would like to renew the bond request I made at his last hearing.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. I made a motion at his last hearing for a bond. He indicated that he has a manager, someone who supervises his business, who you work for, right? His boss, who has a farm with multiple acres that he can go live on. He is requesting, Your Honor, consider allowing him to go do that. He previously declined to do that, but he wanted me to bring that back up to you. He also noted that he wants to get back to working because he's in fear of losing his actual home. And so he wants to make sure it doesn't go into foreclosure. So he wanted me to renew my request for a bond, Judge.
I don't need a response to people. I recall the people's response the last time motion for bond reduction denied bond was continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
The verdict in Wade Wilson's sentencing was death penalty.
I don't even know. Court calls the case, people versus Joshua Smith. Oh,
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. Miles Drew on behalf of Mr. Joshua Smith, who I believe will be approaching to my right any moment. The court should have an executed substitution of counsel in this matter.
Where's it, Tony?
Mr. Smith is in custody, so I believe the deputy should be bringing him out any moment.
No bench warrant if he doesn't show up. That's just an oopsie on the sheriff's department not having him ready. It's too early for this defense guy. Substitution of counsel, that means he's the new counsel, or if it's executed, he should be new counsel, I think. Kaylee, I just look at this case and look how everybody else is so dug in on their positions. I think if the jury is the same, it's a hung jury.
I have no idea what's going on over here.
I'm 99%. I just was trying to keep track of it.
I'm okay with following a protest.
I don't need everything here.
Mr. Smith, once you get to the podium, could you please state your name for the record?
I'm okay with following
Joshua Smith. Thank you.
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a PCC in this matter. We would be asking for an adjournment of the PCC to complete discovery in this matter. I have gotten some initial discovery, but I believe there is more coming after speaking with Madam Prosecutor.
That's the only thing holding him.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
It's the only thing holding him.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is, Your Honor. And we would like to address the matter of bond when the court is ready.
Cause conference, July 11th,
July 11th.
2024, 9 a.m. Or as your invite indicates.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I address the matter of bond, Judge?
You may.
Your Honor, Mr. Smith has no prior convictions other than possibly a driving while license suspension case. I did run his iChat and it was completely clean. He's been incarcerated for 9 days since June 18th. He has retained counsel and is serious about facing the matters in front of him. He's a 30-year-old man that lives in Ypsilanti and has an apartment he's prepared to go home to. He's a lifelong resident of the Metro Detroit area, growing up in Canton and graduating from Plymouth High School in 2013. He has extremely strong family support in this matter. His mom, dad, and sister all live in Canton, and his extended family out of the state has been calling to check in on Mr. Smith and help in any way they can. His mom is a assistant deputy director of field operations for the Michigan Department of Correction, essentially in charge of supervising parole and probation, or parolees and probationers. His dad is a retired worker from DTE Energy. His parents have borrowed from their retirement in order to retain counsel on his behalf. Speaking to Mr. Smith's work background, he's obviously resigned from his job due to this case, but he has been consistently employed since his senior year of high school, working in various industries like food service, manufacturing, trucking, and hospitality. He is confident that he can become employed should he be released in this matter, and he does believe he has a lead on a case or on a job to become a janitor. I have had a chance to review the police report in this matter, Judge. I would note that there's no mention of any injury to the complaining witness or no mention of any medical treatment. And based on that police report, I've done a preliminary run of his sentencing guidelines, and assuming for the sake of this bond argument only that if he were convicted of assault with intent to do great bodily harm and he were given points under OV3 for bodily injury requiring medical treatment, maximum points for psychological injury to the victim, and maximum points for exploitation of a vulnerable victim, his sentencing range would still be 0 to 17 months, meaning it would be an intermediate sanction since it's an under 18-month sanction. And as this court is well aware, jail is not an intermediate sanction. So that presumptively this would be a probation sentence.
I understand how sentencing works. Go ahead, get to your end of your argument.
Okay, concluding, Your Honor, I would note that there was 14 days between the arrest and the incident in this matter where there were no allegations of wrongdoing. Mr. Smith was proactive in looking out and getting a booked therapy appointment, which he would like to get back to. We'd be asking for a cash bond that Mr. Smith can afford because we do not believe he is a danger to the community or a flight risk. We'd ask for a $2,500 10% cash bond in this matter, Judge.
Response.
Short,
Your Honor,
please.
we originally requested a $75,000 cash of surety in this case, and we were given $75,000 with 10% privilege. This is a case that was completely captured on video. The defendant is a teacher at Ypsilanti, was a teacher at Ypsilanti High School. The victim in this case is a 14-year-old student. Here, the victim and the defendant appear to have gotten into a verbal argument. At one point, the defendant instructed the victim to do push-ups. The victim told
Push-ups.
the defendant that he was unable to do so because he had a wrist injury. And then at that point, the defendant got in the 14-year-old's face and said, "That's some bitch ass shit." The defendant then followed the victim as he started to walk away. And at that point, he strangles him for several seconds with the sleeve of his sweatshirt. It was only when two teachers walked up and intervened that this concluded. The whole thing is on is on video. And aside from the physical acts of the defendant, what is extremely concerning is that in his own words, in his statement to law enforcement, when asked what happened, he said he had a headache and he snapped and he knew it wasn't right. So I'm significantly concerned based off of the nature of the physical acts, which were all caught on video, but also the defendant's own admissions here about what exactly happened.
May I have a brief rebuttal, Your Honor? Even with the
There was
serious,
a 14-year-old, he was a teacher, and there was a strangulation.
those are the allegations, Your Honor.
Yeah,
And
go ahead with your response.
even with the seriousness of these allegations, we fully recognize the seriousness. I think the guideline argument remains that this still is a presumptive probation. And I think to the danger of the community, I think the 14 days between between the incident and arrest where there was no court order in place, where there's no allegations of wrongdoing, speak to the danger of the community that Mr. Smith is. And I believe that that danger can be mitigated with reasonable terms of bonds, such as possibly a tether or a cash bond that he may afford, which we would ask for $2,500, 10%, Your Honor.
There's a 75,000, 10% bond.
I understand, Judge.
They didn't request that I raise it. I actually should raise it, given what I've heard.
Oh.
I will not. However, your motion for bond reduction is denied.
Your Honor, would you consider release if he was to live at his mother's house rather than by himself in Ypsilanti as a condition of bond?
No.
Did I thought I ordered something.
I was just asking if it would sway your decision at all, Your Honor.
No, when I'm done, I'm done.
Fair enough, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. Judge says, did I stutter? Did I'm pretty sure I said bond denied. The judge hath spoken.
Yeah. Court does recall the case, People versus Michelle.
Oh, it's a great day today. Wow.
Commissioner Sinatra for the people.
Okay, let me grab that one as well. I've got
Joy
two
Gaines,
back
Senior
to back.
Assistant Public Defender, within on behalf of the.
All right. I have a plea form in front of me that the defendant's going to plead to an OWI second offense. Guilty to that charge. Upon her successful plea to that charge, counts 1, 2, and 3 would be dismissed, and that the defendant is to enter the 14A sobriety court.
That's correct, Your Honor.
It's no, they twisted my arm to call your case back up. No, it hurt though. And it was Miss Gaines that did it.
Miss Gaines was the one who was not there.
Is that what we're doing? Did she
was
sign
late.
an advice already?
Yes, Your Honor, I have the form here.
What, Your Honor?
She's still crying. Thal wants a rematch. Daryl Brooks with Judge. Daryl Brooks judged by Judge Cedric Simpson.
Right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but to help you God?
Yes.
State your name.
Michelle, no.
All right. Snow, it's this court's understanding that you are going to be pleading guilty to an added count 4 of operating while intoxicated second offense. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $200 to $1,000 fine plus court costs. Court could order community service, any rehabilitative programs the court deems necessary. The court could order your vehicle immobilized. Could also order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand that? You understand also, ma'am, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Freshour in 1484 district.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Understanding all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Guilty?
You understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You signed an advice of rights form today, is that correct?
Yes.
Any question about any of those rights?
Okay, yes. Your Honor.
Do you have any questions
Oh,
about
no.
those rights? All right, on the podium where there's a copy of that. Look at paragraph 5. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
All right. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
And also because you believe that you are indeed guilty of this offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Snow, February 21st, 2023, at the location of US 23 and Carpenter Road, York Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. Were you operating a motor vehicle?
How drunk was she?
Prior to operating that motor vehicle, had you consumed intoxicating liquor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you recall what you had and how much?
I know that I was drinking vodka and I don't recall how much exactly.
All right. Were you stopped by the police or was there an accident?
No, I was stopped.
Why'd they stop you?
Because I think they said I was, my tags were expired or something, maybe swerving. I'm not exactly.
Okay.
Maybe swerving.
Are you disputing the right of the police to stop you on this day?
Not at all, Your Honor.
All right. After they stopped you, were you ultimately arrested?
Yes, sir.
And were you taken to the hospital for a blood draw?
No, Your Honor.
Where were you taken?
Here to Washtenaw County Jail.
Okay. Was there a breath test done?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And do you recall what the results of that breath test were?
I believe it was, I could be wrong, but I believe it was 1.5 something.
Point one.
0.15, 0.16 on the data master.
Thank you.
Okay, 1.5 would be no. That would be.
Do you
dead.
have any reason to dispute those test results, ma'am?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And ma'am, have you previously been convicted of operating while impaired on or about March 3rd, 2016 in the 20th District Court and operating while intoxicated on or about October 4th, 2017 in the 2A District Court?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 4. Counts 1, 2, and 3 are dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation, extreme assessment are ordered at 14A4. Sentencing in this matter will be
July 2nd, 9 a.m. Judge Freshour.
July 2nd, 2024, said 9 a.m.
Yes, sir.
9 a.m. before Judge Freshour.
Your Honor, I did receive, and I forwarded to Mr. Demetra some requests for bond conditions for Miss Knoll.
Who's the guy walking around in the background with Attorney Rita Young? Is that the client?
The personal bond, that she be on sober link with testing twice a day.
You received that from?
Oh, I apologize. From the Mr. Heaton of the sobriety court. And these are their requests for
Are the people objecting to any of that?
Right, it's my understanding that Mr. Heaton met with her and they're accepting her into the program. That's his recommendation.
For the bond.
For the bond, right? And if we know that she's going to follow through on those conditions, she has a lot at stake here because she's represented that her mom's in hospice, right? So it's not about her.
Right.
I don't have an objection to that. It's a short turnaround. If she doesn't follow the conditions, Judge Freshour is going to do a bench warrant.
Oh, yes, she will. All right. Yes. You put those I don't have a problem with the recommendation certainly is you've laid them out, but I'll need an order. You give me an order, then I'll sign off on the order.
And Your Honor, there are additional recommendations that will be in the order, just so you know.
That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Donald. My client.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. At this point, our bond will continue pending signing of the order. So all I have left are.
No, you have 3 out of custody recalls to do when you're ready.
Okay. Are you ready? Court does recall or call the case of the People versus Lawson. Okay, there she is.
Sam Bernstein for Mr. Lawson, Your Honor.
All right, and you're moving to withdraw.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I will permit the withdraw, and Office of Manager Assigned Counsel has assigned Rita Young.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Rita Young, 44626, appearing on behalf of Mr. Lawson.
Your name, sir?
Sean Quez Lawson.
All right. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we would like to set this matter for in-person preliminary examination, please.
Your Honor, I understand that you want to ask for an in-person preliminary examination. I emailed Attorney Young earlier this morning when I found out that she was going to be appointed to in place of Mr. Bernstein. There was a significant amount of discovery that was made available to our office last week that I believe is still currently outstanding. It's a number of different flash
Can
drives.
be made available
So
and outstanding.
I understand that she wants to get this moving forward, but I think it's probably best if we ask for an adjourned.
So there's discovery. You don't have all of the discovery, do you, Ms. Young?
I believe that I do, Your Honor. I've received a discovery relative to the co-defendants, which got to be the same as his discovery. Plus, I've received discovery for him. So if there's something missing, I'm not sure of what that is, but I would need it if the prosecutor believes that they have not provided it to myself or the other co-defendants.
My understanding is that we got the discovery. I think we were going to give it to Mr. Bernstein, but Mr. Bernstein, like, it's a significant amount. He needed to get like a flash drive or something like that to get it all copied on. And he knew that he was going to be withdrawing, so I don't think he did it. So it's still at our office. So it still needs to go to her.
So that's all I wanted to know. What was going to go to Mr. Bernstein did not go to Mr. Bernstein because he knew he was withdrawing. It has not yet gotten to Ms. Young. Ergo, she doesn't have all of the discovery.
That's what I'm.
Okay. So, Ms. Young, you don't have everything.
Very well, Your Honor. Then we'll adjourn it so I can receive that.
All right.
She wanted to go
Is
ahead.
it a significant amount? Because she's going to have to get it, then go
review it,
see him, and go through it. So, is it a significant amount? If it's
11 flash drives.
11 flash drives.
Yeah.
Did he say 11 flash drives?
Yes, he did.
What are the charges?
So,
okay.
July 18th, 2024, 9
Hesitant to
a.m.
ask.
Give it time to get to her, then get to you on that. Okay. I hope that's enough time. That's a lot of data.
Now we know
All
why
right.
the other lawyers.
This
And
time,
Mr.
bond will
Thank you, Your Honor.
continue as denied.
I didn't catch the prosecutor's name, so I could reach out to him, please.
Jonathan Emmons,
Okay. Thanks again.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Want out of custody of all 3 calls.
Court recalls the case of the People versus Wardell Smith.
Ready.
Including these are what they have left.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You went to the restroom.
Serious.
Do you want another out of custody?
No, I want the, who do you guys have?
You've got St. Germain.
Court calls the case, People versus John St.
He went to the restroom. Serious. Bench warrant. Drag him out. Make him wash his hands.
Those are all recalled.
Yes.
Then I'm
Senator Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. St. Germain.
Your name, sir?
John St. Germain.
Thank you. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm be asking to adjourn the probable cause conference. I still need video on the new case. And I would ask to address the issue of bond.
July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m. The probable cause conference. That's about.
Your Honor, a warrant issued for my client when he failed to appear for court in the last couple of weeks. He was at that time homeless, residing in Hamburg, Michigan. He did not have transportation to get down here. That's also why he was not testing at the time. However, he has been able to resolve that issue. If released, he'd be staying at an address in Whitmore Lake with a couple friends of his. My office has spoken with these people. One of the people who resides there is a social worker. She did confirm to our office not only that Mr. St. Germain can stay there, but also that she would be providing support for him for his sobriety. She and her partner would also provide transportation for him so that he can get to testing and get to court. He did try to get down here to turn himself in. He was actually walking to Ann Arbor when he was arrested. He is not a flight risk. He insisted that I inform the court that he meant no disrespect to this court when he failed to appear. He does admit that he has a drug problem, and that is something that he is working on and will be entering into outpatient treatment as soon as he gets out of custody. And again, does have the assistance, would have the assistance of a social worker with whom he could reside.
He didn't appear here and he didn't turn himself in. What was he picked up for?
Oh, can I?
Yes, go ahead.
That's the new case that you have today.
Got it.
The officers from Rosefield Township saw him. A call had been made about a suspicious person checking into windows of cars. Somebody saw him doing this, called them up. They looked at him, saw that something didn't seem right. They confirmed he had a warrant. He resisted arrest. When they arrested him, they also found controlled substance in his possession, specifically methamphetamine. He was discharged from MDOC earlier this year, it's my understanding, for a prior home invasion first attempt conviction. The reason for the discharge was probation violation, technical violation. He has 8 misdemeanor convictions in addition to the aforementioned felony conviction. There's also a 7411 that he received for possession of meth, which I believe is 2021, fairly recent. Guidelines are 5 to 23 on the Class D felony.
Got it. Motion for bond reduction denied. Bond will continue both matters. Thank you.
What was the date for probable cause?
July 11th.
Thank you.
I can show you OnlyFan and be on the screen at the same time, but I can't have your chat on the screen. I can either have OnlyFan or chat.
Court does call the case of the people versus Leo Stringa.
Status hearing is at 1 o'clock or 10 o'clock Idaho time, so I think 1 o'clock Eastern.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Stringa, who is approaching. Say your name for the record, sir.
Leo Stringa, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the PCC, we are respectfully requesting a 2-week adjournment, and I would like to briefly address bond when appropriate.
Briefly, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We just respectfully requesting for on these files for Mr. Stringa be allowed to be released to treatment.
Any objection from the people on that?
Again, Your Honor, the only thing I would ask is that if the treatment center that Mr. Stringer cannot check himself out of.
Defendant, I will set the probable cause conference. You want it 2 weeks out?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m. for probable cause. Bond will continue. Defendant may be released to inpatient treatment on a PR.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You write that in. Is there a fact? Yeah, it's a topic broken up. Okay. Court calls case People versus DeAndre Brandon.
Assistant Public Defender representing Mr. Brandon. I apologize. Please come forward. I apologize to you, Ms. Willingbring, as well as my client. Something came up and I was asked to go to the lockup. With that, we have had an opportunity to discuss this matter.
Were you asked by the sheriff?
Offers of,
what
and my client wishes to set for a preliminary exam. Is that correct?
And you have all the discovery.
That is my understanding. I believe we did adjourn it previously to see the video. We had received that.
And would the people have their witnesses available on the 9th?
Yes.
Preliminary examination in person, July 9th, 2024, 9 a.m. before me. Bond will continue. Thank you.
I really think that
Thank you.
there's a company, and the company's name is Big
Courthouse
Ass Fans.
People versus Daryl Williams.
They're a legitimate company. They make, well, they call them Big Ass Fans, but they make these gigantic ceiling fans that are quiet, and they move a ton of air. It looks like the fan
Your
blades
name,
instead
sir?
of flat, they're like an airplane wing.
Your Honor, I've been in communication with Ms. Willenbring. I do need to get discovery on this matter yet. I would just be asking for a 1-week adjournment to collect that and review it.
That's the only thing holding it.
The Karen retrial was an opportunity for them to come in, retrofit the courtroom with the
I'm
Big Ass
sorry.
Fan,
I was just
and have all the free
I was
advertising
just
in the
trying to
world.
correct that myself. So my apologies. That is not correct information. He's not being only held on this.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll continue.
They're amazing fans. I used to sell metal buildings, and we'd recommend them all the time.
Court
And
calls case
architects
people
love them.
versus
Oh my goodness, they're so cool.
Thelonious Williams.
Your Honor, David I. Goldstein appearing on behalf of the defendant. Your Honor, if it's okay with the court, I'm not going to turn my video on. The audio is very, very dim. And if I turn the video on, you're going to be looking at my ear, and I don't think the court wants to do that.
Right, very good. That's fine.
Yes, whatever.
Your name, sir?
Thelonious Williams.
All right. What are we doing on this?
Your Honor, I believe I have all the discovery. I have the written discovery. I didn't see any notes in there about any video, so we're asking the matter to be set for an exam.
People have their witnesses available on the 9th?
There are 2 media notices in the file. One was already turned over to the defense, and the other one is a new media notice. So defense counsel still needs these videos.
Oh. Mr. Goldstein?
I don't have any videos, and I didn't see any note in the file about any videos, Ms. Hughes.
106 videos went to the public defender's office on June 7th, and then on June 24th, we received additional videos.
Okay, so that's why I don't have them. Okay.
Okay. You want me to put this out to what date were you here? Also, Mr. Goldstein, was it the 11th?
The 11th, Your Honor, yes.
All right. I'll adjourn probable cause to July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m. That you get the discovery.
Yeah, I'll be in touch with Susan. Thank you.
Thank you.
106 videos? Yeah, but is it 11 thumb drives?
There's a reason I'd be doing this one or this one. All of the French.
We have a bless you, Judge. Bless you.
Yeah, let's
Do we have a
get
French translator?
the hand done and then do it. Which one do you want me to do? They do. Okay, very good. Court calls the case of People versus Luke Edwards.
Good morning, Honor. Robert G. Cool on behalf of Mr.
Upgrade
Edwards.
the fan.
Luke, would you state your name for the record? Luke? Can you hear me? Would you state your name for the record?
Jumba. Jumba.
Judge, just just so I met with him yesterday for a significant amount of time. I finally got the competency report from the public defender's office, which also included a letter from the forensic center dated May 8th saying that the criminal responsibility had not been done yet, but they anticipate that. I don't believe that interview's been done. I spoke to my client yesterday about that. He was upset that we were going to court today, but I told him when we go to court today, because I don't have the criminal responsibility, I was going to ask for probably a 30-day adjournment in this matter. You understand what you understand that, Mr. Edwards? I'll explain it to you once we go back there, okay? We're just
That's no good. You can't say, I'll explain after we're
told me
done.
that yesterday, right?
Yes.
July 25th,
Don't
2024, 9 a.m.
I don't like that.
Bond will continue as denied.
We're going to drag you through the court process, and we're going to make
the individuals who were
decisions that
in the
affect you.
courtroom for this particular proceeding. You will leave the court as instructed by the officers. Those that are on the alleged victim's side will remain in the courtroom until such time as you are instructed you may leave.
Whoa. What was this case? Judge having to play referee between the two sides here.
Let's call the case. People versus Abdul Sumana.
Simone is not going to miss her next call.
Good morning, Your Honor. We have Ms. Messina here to interpret.
French.
Yes. French interpreter, may I have the French interpreter sworn?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially using your best skill and judgment to translate from English into French and from French into English in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Oui.
State your name.
Giovanni Messina.
Very good.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Bonjour, juge.
Uwe Daus on behalf of Abdul Sumana, standing to my right.
Sumanak ici, Sumanak.
Abdul, state your name for the judge.
Abdul, pardon, pour le juge.
Abdul Majid Sumana.
Abdul Majid Soumana.
Thank you.
Merci.
We request an adjournment to July 11th.
Pour le 11 juillet.
She doesn't wait. She just
This is to continue discussion with the prosecutor with immigration.
Love it.
Et l'immigration.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m., or as your invite indicates. Bond will continue.
La caution va continuer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam.
Have a good. Thank you.
Parlez-vous français? Oui, je parle français, la langue de la mort.
This is the last of the
And that accent was awful, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I had like 3 years of
These
it in
are all
junior
out.
high.
So we got those guys.
Maybe 2 years. I think I failed both
Thank
years.
you, guys. Appreciate it. Court does call the case, People versus Wardell Smith.
You know, we'll use on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Robert Jaco on behalf of Wardell Smith. Wardell.
Step right up, Wardell.
Judge, just a little bit of a background. When we were here on June 6th, Mr. Smith informed the court he was going to hire a private attorney.
Yes, I recall. How'd that go?
Well, I was told today that didn't happen.
How'd that go?
It was also offered several one-year misdemeanors, a misdemeanor use and a misdemeanor attempted possession of a firearm in a vehicle. I believe that offer would be extended today. The problem Mr. Smith has with that is if there's probation, he's rejecting that. Is that true? You won't take those offers if you have to do probation?
You won't accept probation?
That all being said, Your Honor, he's rejecting those. I've never spoke with him after
I'm only
that day.
accepting it
I'm
if all the
asking
charges
for
are dropped.
a brief PCC matter. And then I met.
July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m. And we should be ready to do something with it. Continue. Thank you.
PJ, it's, you know what? I could do this differently.
Court calls case People versus Daniel Button. Recall.
I'll bring the fan and chat. I can do that. It just takes a minute to build it.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Button, is approaching.
Buttons? Not my gumdrop buttons.
Button, will you state your name for the record, please?
Daniel Button. Hands out of pocket, I remember.
And we've reached a resolution on this matter by which my client would be pleading guilty to added count 2 of attempt possession of a loaded firearm in a vehicle. Count 1 would be dismissed. There's no further sentence agreement. I believe the court should have a copy of the plea form.
Slating to the 1 year.
Yes, Your Honor.
The 5 year would be dismissed. There is also an indication of no delayed or deferred. That's the court's full understanding of the agreement.
That's correct.
May I have them sworn?
Right. Solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
State your name.
Daniel Button.
Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to be pleading guilty to the charge of attempted possession of a loaded firearm in a motor vehicle. That's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $1,250 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Do I say that it wasn't in a vehicle? No, yes.
Yes. Do you understand that?
Just say yes.
Also, it requires the mandatory forfeiture of the firearm or device. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You also understand, sir, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Freshour in the 14A3 District Court.
Yes.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, sir.
You signed an advice of rights form today?
Yes,
Any question regarding those rights?
No, sir.
Please look at paragraph 5. You'll see a copy on the podium. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights and as well as all the rights on that form.
This is the same. Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plea?
No, sir.
Did anyone tell
Anybody
you to whisper?
threaten you or coerce you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes, sir.
of your own free will
Yes, sir.
because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes, sir.
November 12th, 2023, at the location of 160 South Zebra Road in Scioto Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. Were you in a motor vehicle?
He was not, Your Honor. May I have a word here?
I was not.
At that time, at that date and time, did you have a firearm on your person?
Yes.
And that was a pistol?
Yes.
And did you have that concealed on your person?
Yes.
And you did not at that time have a valid CPL?
No, sir.
Judge, I'd ask the court to find a factual basis based on a factual basis being laid out for the more serious offense.
So it was not in the motor
Based
vehicle?
on that, have I otherwise complied with the court rule?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 will be dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14A3 probation. Sentencing will be
August 20th at 1 p.m. for Judge Freshour.
August 20th, 2024, 1 p.m.
Yeah.
1 p.m. before Judge Freshour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Fresh Hell.
Continue.
What a name. Fresh Hell. Sentencing must
Court
be
calls the case.
bare.
People versus Simone Cedino.
Simone, you're back. You're back. Quick, answer. Say, I'm here, Judge. I'm here. No. Okay, yes. There we go.
Public Defender Chelsea Virgils with and on behalf of Simone Cedino. Ms. Cedino, please state your name.
Simone Cedino.
Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we're asking for an adjournment in this case. There is some video discovery our office has yet to receive and review.
That is correct, Your Honor. There, I believe, one surveillance video that is at our office.
We'll turn it over.
July 18, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will it be on Zoom again?
You have to talk to your attorney about that.
Our office will request a Zoom appearance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now Simone can go. She was here all morning. Got skipped. We have not had any questions in the Karen Reed deliberation today that I'm aware of.
Try to get these out of the way. Got these.
Oh, Amanda.
Yeah, because that's going to be.
The gentleman in the wheelchair is accused of murdering his wife.
Okay, so these are ready to go.
Wow.
No, those don't have.
So you got family on both sides of that.
No, they don't. These were waivers.
I think the judge is about done with this block. Might get a little bit of a break.
Got it. And there's that one. I do need this one. Two, three, four. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Courtroom looks dramatically different than it did the first thing this morning.
Yes, we can. Do I have anything? Stand in recess, but I won't get up because I got to finish these. That's it. All right, I'll stand in recess, but I'm going to be.
You're going to be sitting even though you're standing in recess. Is that what I heard, Judge? Okay, so we are getting set. We expect probably in about an hour and a half the hearing for Brian Kohberger to begin. We are going to cover that here live. We are also, I think the judge is frozen. That or he's really concentrating. We'll give him a bit of privacy while he thinks that over. We also have a spicy one in Judge Cedric Simpson's courtroom at. Turn that off. Oh, let's see. Okay. Anyway, we have something at 1 o'clock in Judge Cedric Simpson's courtroom that was spicy. It's I can replay the highlights if you missed it. Just from there were 2 court cases, and it's only about 15 minutes, but I think we've got a break so we can do that. Let's see. Oh, it's less than 10 minutes, just barely. Scroll to the beginning. Can't wait till I have my keyboard. There were 2 cases that were sort of funny in the watch with Judge Simpson this morning. 1 second. Where's my workspace? Dual screen. Why do I have that? Don't need this one. Why is my screen not working? View. There we go. There's my clean feed. All right. It was turned off for some reason. All right, we're going to go back and rewatch the highlights for that in case you missed it because they were a lot of fun. We had a lot of people join after they happened, but there are 2 highlights and they're both spicy. Both of them, I think, involve the prosecutor spilling the tea on an upcoming case. So we're gonna play that really quickly for you. That's going to be on channel 8. Audio on. Reset. Let's see if we can get this to work properly. Too many mouses. Too many mice.
Public Defender Jay Jones on behalf of Mr. Harris, Your Honor, who appears via Zoom. Mr. Harris, can you please state your name for the record?
Jabari Harris. Thank you.
Your Honor, we are asking to set this matter for examination today. It's also my understanding that there's been an allegation of a violation.
Yes, Your Honor, that's not appropriate.
You want this set for preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the bond violation at this?
When he was in custody, he had called the victim over 24 times.
Called her 24
He had
times.
requested a $50,000 bond on this case. The magistrate gave a 10% provision. He was released. I thought he was on a home confinement center, Hunky, because he has a pending case up in circuit court where there's concealing firearm, a CCW. He's on height of probation. The thing that's concerning is not only he's contacting the victim, but the nature of the calls, the first original call after he was arraigned, the first thing out of his mouth is he calls her a bitch and says, I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass. She says, hey, don't say that.
Huh?
And then there's another call where he's telling her to post his bond. And he says, I'm going to slap the fuck out of you. What? So I'm concerned. Not only these calls, he's calling the victim, violating his bond, but then the nature of the calls, what he's actually saying to her. After he's out, it's a gift.
He needs to be here. He'll have,
Understood.
I want him here at 1 o'clock today.
Understood, Your Honor. I just learned that these allegations are the.
Sir, you need to report to the court at 1 o'clock today.
Thank you.
Jabari Harris. So that's the one we're going to have at 1 o'clock today. What court? Where?
14A.
Where's
Where's
that?
y'all located at?
14A1.
By the jail.
We're right by the
14.
sheriff's department.
Okay.
Right by the jail, Mr. Harris.
Okay, report to court.
Yep.
Excuse
Court calls the case, People versus Cartrell Robertson.
Okay. So this, then we have the beginning here. Watch what this attorney says.
I give you that.
Set your toes.
First thing she says.
I got him. Good morning, Judge. And I just want to make the court aware we are on a different case at this point. I'm
she's like-
Sydney Bryson appearing on behalf of Mr. Robertson this morning. Mr. Robertson, will you please state your name for the record?
That's not me. That's not me. That guy has somebody else. Okay. Next spicy court this morning. The second one.
Get it.
This lawyer he's quite verbose. He talks
Did a
fast.
wonderful job. I have no idea what's
Look
going
what he's
on
trying
over
to
here.
cover, though. This is a tough situation.
I was trying to keep track of it. So I said, I don't need everything here.
Mr. Smith, once you get to the podium, could you please state your name for the record?
Joshua Smith.
Thank you.
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a PCC in this matter. We would be asking for an adjournment of the PCC to complete discovery in this matter. I have gotten some initial discovery, but I believe there is more coming after speaking with Madam
Is this the
Prosecutor.
only thing holding him?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Is the only thing holding him?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. And we would like to address the matter of bond when the court is ready.
Cause conference July 11th.
July 11th.
Judge is ready to move ahead.
9 a.m.
Now,
or as your invite indicates.
Now regarding bond.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I address the matter of bond, Judge?
You may.
Your Honor, Mr. Smith has no prior convictions other than possibly a driving while license suspension case. I did run his iChat and it was completely clean. He's been incarcerated for 9 days since June 18th. He has retained counsel and is serious about facing the matters in front of him. He's a 30-year-old man that lives in Ypsilanti and has an apartment he's prepared to go home to. He's a lifelong resident of the Metro Detroit area, growing up in Canton and graduating from Plymouth High School in 2013. He has extremely strong family support in this matter. His mom, dad, and sister all live in Canton, and his extended family out of the state has been calling to check in on Mr. Smith and help in any way they can. His mom is a assistant deputy director of field operations for the Michigan Department of Correction, essentially in charge of supervising parole and probation, or parolees and probationers. His dad is a retired worker from DTE Energy.
So
His
his mom
parents
would be his
have
parole
borrowed from
officer.
their retirement in order to retain counsel on his behalf. Speaking to Mr. Smith's work background, he's obviously resigned from his job due to this case, but he has been consistently employed since his senior year of high school, working in various industries like food service, manufacturing, trucking, and hospitality. He is confident that he can become employed should he be released in this matter, and he does believe he has a lead on a case or on a job to become a janitor. I have had a chance to review the police report in this matter.
Judge. And I would note that there's no mention of any injury to the complaining witness or no mention of any medical treatment. And based on that police report, I've done a preliminary run of his sentencing guidelines, and assuming for the sake of this bond argument only, that if he were convicted of assault with intent to do great bodily harm and he were given points under OV3 for bodily injury requiring medical treatment, maximum points for psychological injury to the victim, and maximum points for exploitation of a vulnerable victim, his sentencing range would still be 0 to 17 months, meaning it would be an intermediate sanction since it's an under 18-month sanction. And as this court is well aware, jail is not an intermediate sanction. So that presumptively this would be a probation sentence.
I understand how sentencing works. Go ahead, get to your end of your argument.
We're just going over the highlights.
Concluding, Your Honor, I would note that there was 14 days between the arrest and the incident in this matter where there were no allegations of wrongdoing. Mr. Smith was proactive in looking out and getting a booked therapy appointment, which he would like to get back to. We'd be asking for a cash bond that Mr. Smith can afford because we do not believe he is a danger to the community or a flight risk. We'd ask for a $2,500 10% cash bond in this matter, Judge.
Response.
Here we go.
We originally requested a $75,000 cash as surety in this case, and we were given $75,000 with 10% privilege. This is a case that was completely captured on video. The defendant is a teacher at was a teacher at Ypsilanti High School. The victim in this case was a 14-year-old student. Here, the victim and the defendant appear to have gotten into a verbal argument. At one point, the defendant instructed the victim to do push-ups. The victim told the defendant that he was unable to do so because he had a wrist injury. And then at that point, the defendant got in the 14-year-old space and said, "That's some bitch ass shit." The defendant then followed the victim as he started to walk away. And at that point, he strangles him for several seconds with the sleeve of his sweatshirt. It was only when two teachers walked up and intervened that this concluded. The whole thing is on is on video. And aside from the physical acts of the defendant, what is extremely concerning is that in his own words, in his statement to law enforcement, when asked what happened, he said he had a headache and he snapped and he knew it wasn't right. So I'm significantly concerned based off of the nature of the physical acts, which were all caught on video, but also the defendant's own admissions here about what exactly happened.
May I have a brief rebuttal, Your Honor? Even with the series,
there was a 14-year-old, he was a teacher, and there was a strangulation.
Those are the allegations, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead with your response.
And even with the seriousness of these allegations, we fully recognize the seriousness. I think the guideline argument remains that this still is a presumptive probation. And I think to the danger of the community, I think the 14 days between between the incident and arrest where there was no court order in place, where there's no allegations of wrongdoing, speak to the danger of the community that Mr. Smith is. And I believe that that danger can be mitigated with reasonable terms of bonds, such as possibly a tether or a cash bond that he may afford, which we would ask for $2,500, 10%, Your Honor.
There's a $75,000, 10% bond.
I understand, Judge.
They didn't request that I raise it. I actually should raise it, given what I've heard. I will not. However, your motion for bond reduction is denied.
Your Honor, would you consider release if he was to live at his mother's house rather than by himself in Ypsilanti as a condition of bond?
Did I thought I ordered something.
I was just asking if it would sway your decision at all, Your Honor.
No, when I'm done, I'm done.
Fair enough, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're going to turn that off for just a second. Now that you've heard that in your head, and Thunderclap, thank you for the link, we're going to show you exactly what occurred, that this whole, how this went down. Give me just 1 second, let me get it on full screen. Wow. So here we go. This is from a news story of the situation. So let me back up just a tiny bit, and it's condensed a little bit. So here we go. Okay, I'm on 7 with audio. There we go. Buckle up. You guys ready? This is the court case that we just heard about.
Seeing this video taken from an Ypsilanti middle school hallway, you'll see a man sitting in the chair on the left. He's a coach for the school who follows a 14-year-old boy down the hallway and starts choking him with a shirt. The student's parents say this happened after the boy was ordered to do push-ups for goofing around in the hallway. I was horrified.
Okay, so yeah, that's the video they're talking about. It's terrible. I only laugh because his attorney was trying to get him out on a lower bond. He's already got just a $7,500 bond. He's a teacher with a student, 14-year-old student. There was more to it than that. Obviously, the off camera, you had the whole forcing him to do push-ups, altercation. Yeah, that's not going to go over well, I think, when that gets played in court. So you can't do that. You can't do that. It's just, it was a $75,000 bond with a 10% option. So he pays out $7,500 and can get out. But he wants it to be dropped down to $500, and that's not going to happen. Anyway, so here's what we have coming up today. So thank you. I'll take the replay off the screen here for those that, there's the replay. It's gone. All right. So what we have coming up is we still have, obviously, we've got Karen Reed. We're waiting for anything. It looks like they're probably going to go to lunch between 1 and 2 like they did yesterday. So we've got roughly an hour and a half before lunch where there's a possibility for either questions or a verdict to come in. That's coming up. Then at 1 o'clock also, let's see, we expect Judge, his name is Judge John Judge out of Latah County in Idaho. He's the judge that's overseeing the Brian Kohberger case. That's going to be, he's right here. I'm watching right now for anything on his channel. This is his YouTube channel. That's where it's going to be played. We're going to take that and restream it for all of you live for the hearing. This is not the change of venue hearing that was promised yesterday. They made an update and just moved that out 2 months. So 2 months further out on the change of venue. And this will just be a status hearing, which means instead of being the full day hearing, which they had sort of expected, or several hour hearing, it probably will be much shorter. Let's see, Laura, that's the next thing we need to talk about. Sarah Boone, going to update you very quickly on that to see if they have scheduled a date for the judge to hear the motion to withdraw from Attorney Cashman. Her attorney in the case has asked to withdraw, and I'm not seeing anything filed. We still just have the court hearing trial management on 9/24. So nothing yet in Sarah Boone's hearing. The last we heard was that letter, the 58-page letter. I read that for you all. If you want to see it, you can check back on my live streams. It was just a few days ago. We read the entire letter, and it was incredible. It was good. I'm smarter because of it, but only because she copied the law dictionary into the last 30 pages. No jury questions today in Karen Reed. We'll keep the fan going for you as we watch this. I will tell you, if we are not, as I made a promise all the way through, we're not going to follow the live verdict on this channel. We will do after the verdict, shortly thereafter, a few minutes after, we'll do a recap for the end of the playlist for those that are watching this on a replay. But we're going to portal over to Brandy Churchwell's channel and watch the verdict on her channel when that comes in. We'll play the verdict music here, and then that'll enter us into the portal. Okay, what happens if they keep the attorney for her? Oh, we've got a call coming in, though. Let's see who this is.
Call from Amanda.
Amanda, how are you doing? Thanks for calling.
Hey. Oh, good. Hey, quick question for you.
Yeah.
So on that case that I posted about Luke Edwards, that it said open murder. What is the difference? Open murder, closed murder?
That's got to be a Michigan type thing. Hang on. Open murder? That was the guy in the wheelchair?
Yes, okay. The 73-year-old and the 66-year-old wife. It didn't have any details, the article that I read. Of course, I'm kind of in between working, looking stuff and watching, so don't tell.
It's okay. Your boss probably is watching too. Open murder is when the prosecutor has not decided between the first degree or second degree murder, but will allow the jury to choose the most appropriate option instead. So
okay.
Open option. Jury gets to choose. Which
interesting.
Is interesting.
Okay.
That means that, there could be facts that could lead to the whole premeditated side or not.
Is that Is that a Michigan thing, or is that, because I've never heard of it here in Texas?
It looks like it's a thing in Michigan. I don't know if it's anywhere else. It might be in multiple states, but definitely in Michigan. I don't like it.
Very interesting.
I don't like the open murder. I don't like lesser includeds.
Yeah.
But it's just another way to get somebody. But great question.
That's what it appears. Okay, well, thank you. I'm sorry to take it away from what you were doing.
No. This is good. We're just catching up because everyone's sort of on lunch break right now. So we're just catching everybody up on all the other things we're following.
All righty. Well, thank you, and you have a great rest of your day.
You too, Amanda. Thanks for calling. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Kaylee May had a question. What happens if they keep an attorney for her? Talking back to Sarah Boone, judge orders attorney to do it anyway. It could happen. In this case, the attorney has said there's some ethical problems, and ethical problems could indicate that could be fodder for an appeal down the road. So if that exists, the judge in most cases can't order everything to be revealed that's gone wrong in the relationship. And if it's just they don't like each other, he can order it to go forward, and it might. We've seen with the previous attorney, Judge Wooten, before it went to Judge Kranick, I think it was. Judge Wooten denied an initial motion to withdraw from a previous attorney, and then later granted it. But it could happen. The judge might make it go forward. This is I think the best she's ever done with an attorney. But why are we still staring at an only fan? This fan is live view in the Canton courtroom. So we're watching the fan spin just to know that things are going on. If nothing else is happening in this Karen Reed case, they're trying to cool the courtroom. But that's all. We'll go here instead. I'll put the fan in the corner. Does that work? Let's do box source 2 will be 4. There we go. Now the fan's down in the corner. Does that work for you? All right. Let's see. What else was there? So that's Brian Kohberger coming up. We'll watch for that with Judge John Judge. Something to know about Brian Kohberger. Obviously, that's the Idaho 4 murders. It was big in the news. It's gotten a little quiet. It's going to get bigger again as it gets closer to the case, where the judge would like the Brian Kohberger case to sort of have a trial date somewhere around March of next year. That's sort of the target. But with them changing the venue not even considering the change of venue until 2 months, we might have already pushed past that. There's a lot they need to do, a lot of motions and hearings that have to take place before he can go to trial, and we might already be a little too tight for that. So that's something to keep an eye on. Maybe we'll hear a little bit about that later today in the hearing as well. Okay, thank you for the tiny OnlyFan. It's Brandy's OnlyFan. It's Vanessa in all her glory. Might do a fan dance. Ooh, not that kind of. Let's see. I come back 2 hours later and there's still a steady rotation of fan jokes. They are never going to stop. They might continue after the verdict. Okay. Anything else? We had one more. Corey Richins. That's one that I'm keeping a close eye on. Corey Richins, the big news in Corey Richins' case, other than the fact that we have a 3-day hearing coming up in August, which I will be in Utah for. I'll be there in Park City to attend that hearing. That's going to be awesome. 3 days, that's going to be huge. She has lost her attorney. Her attorney quit or got fired. At least in this case, the attorney is still representing her in the other case, which is a civil matter, custody matter, I think. I think that the attorney got fired because there's not enough money to pay her, and that's why she quit. But as her attorney went out the door, the attorney basically lit everything on fire and burned the barn and the bridge down, and moved a motion to recuse the judge and fired the prosecutors and everything. It's crazy. It was a stalling tactic that worked. I think it delayed things, so we're going to see who her next attorneys are or how she gets represented moving forward. But we'll have 3 days in August, basically a month from today. We're going to be going to Corey Rich, and she's the one that's accused of killing her husband using a heavy dose of fentanyl in a Moscow Mule. mixed drink with a lot of fentanyl, and that's going to be fun. See, Braxton says, what day? I'll take it off in advance and go as well. Always wanted to be in person for this stuff. August 26th, 27th, 28th, I think. I'll have to double check. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the live view with me when I go there, and we'll plug that in and have the live feed pushing out to our YouTube channel. And yeah, that's what we're going to. I'm going to be in court, which will mean I can't be on screen. But we'll figure out how we want to do it. I might push it to top mark video and be near the courtroom or outside of court, and I want to both be in court and outside of court at the same time. That's what I want. So we'll see what we can figure out. Courtney Clenny is that case. That's going to be Courtney Clenny is the OnlyFans murder trial. I mean, the real OnlyFans, and that one sort of has grown to include her parents now. She's accused of throwing a knife and stabbing her boyfriend in the shoulder, and he bled out. He died. And then the parents are accused of like something tampered with evidence, having to do with computers. My Louisa dog liking the purple shirt. Yes, this is my pirate shirt. It says the ECU Pirates. Got to represent the local team. I think I've been to a couple. I've been to a football game and a basketball game, and maybe a couple of each. But I just need to clone myself, says Debbie. Here's the option. Quantum superposition in court, in and out at the same time. If we could figure out how to do that, that would be great. Okay, let me see if Judge Simpson has come back from his break, which he has, or he's about to anyway. No, is this an old one? He's not live. Okay, that was this morning, so he just hasn't deleted it yet. We're going to catch Judge Simpson at 1 o'clock for that spicy guy that has to show up in court for that one. That might be interesting as well. Misty says, I haven't been updated on the case in a while. I think the lawyers got dragged in with their own charges. I don't know if I need to update myself. Which case was that, Misty? Judge Boyd is live along with Judge McBurney. Both two good ones. I just don't know how many different directions I can split my attention and still do what I've promised to do today. Oh my goodness, Teresa, I saw this morning, the sinkhole in Alton, Illinois. The whole center of the field, like a light fixture, bleachers and everything, the field just collapsed into this big hole. They say that it was caused by an old mine underground that just, whew, that would have been scary, especially if things were happening on top of that. Wallflower, good to see you bounce through here. Lots going on in courts, so plenty of places to watch and things to keep you entertained. Let's see, we can head over to D&E after pizza. I hear they have a Chloe pizza. It's doggone good. Oh, sidebar. That's funny. Rest in peace, single podcast story. I'm sorry, Weather Watch. Sorry. We can share the video on the podcast and pretend it's brand new. Oh, we've got a legal vices raid incoming. Awesome. We got a little warning. This is like when there's a tsunami and the water goes away first. You're like, huh, something's happening. Well, it's legal vices incoming raid. That's why. Is there anything else I should not talk about right now during the break, Thomas? Or should I just check the script for tonight and review that? What we're talking about, by the way, Weather Watch is my podcast partner for the Not Relevant podcast, which I think we're up to. I don't know how many episodes we're up to, but it's a lot. We're on season 2, episode like 20. Help me here, Thomas. 26, 25. I don't remember. The script is yes, 26 from first try. Anyway, tonight, 8 p.m. on this channel, we have a podcast. It's done live, just like we do live all day, but you can, sort of chime in and participate. It's a lot of fun. It's always a little crazy. You can count on a couple things being brought up. We're probably going to talk about something to do with the lottery. We're probably going to talk about food a little bit more than we should. And there may be some terrible jokes, some absolutely terrible jokes that are shared. By script, I use the term script quite loosely, John. Sometimes we have like 2 or 3 things scribbled on a notepad, and that's about it. Now the Legal Vices raid shows up. Welcome to all those coming over from Legal Vices. Appreciate you popping in. It's more cursive than script for sure. Yeah, notes. Even notes is a bit generous. And what's funny is we sort of both enter things that we want to use, and we don't share much with the other person about it. So it's all brand new every time for each of us.
Call from
Thal.
Thal is on the air. Thal, how are you doing? Keep
Pretty good.
Keep it clean. It's live. So.
Dang it. Oh, always with the keep it clean. Well, hey, if Calypso and Vixen isn't in the chat, I don't have to behave. Yeah. That woman scares me. This is true. She'll shut me down without hesitation. I love her, but no, I was gonna say, first off, bad jokes is my turf, so step off, big boy. All right. Secondly,
Gauntlet has been thrown down. Our bad jokes are worse than your bad jokes, and by worse, I mean we're talking dad jokes. We're not talking not appropriate for YouTube jokes.
Yeah, but what do you think I don't want you guys, showing up and stealing my crown? Okay.
I'm more worried you're going to steal our jokes.
Oh, see, now that would be true. I'm not above that. I am not above that at all. I will steal from other people. This is true.
That's awesome.
No, but on the award, I think honestly we should leave it to chat. We should have a Judge of the Year award, a Prosecutor of the Year award, and a Defense Attorney of the Year award. And Matthew has, really been nice enough to not tell me that we can definitely put his name on it. And give it to judges and other lawyers. He's happy with that. He didn't say that, but I know that's in his heart.
I actually had this idea as well. Before you told me this, the true crime worst of the worst type thing. And I was going to include things like the least reasonable doubt defendant, wildest judge antics, the liar award. I mean, we have all sorts of things we could give out. Maybe we should do our own. What is it? I don't watch the Emmys or the other one, the Oscars. Is there something? Is there already something? First of all, I don't want to steal if somebody else is doing that. Is there already one of these award scenarios for true crime?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'll check real quick. True Crime Awards. Oh, whoa. There is already a True Crime Awards.
Who does it?
And let me guess. It's for TV. Because you got to understand, you got 2 kinds of true crime. Yeah. Peter
already does some. We can't steal what he does, but we might do a different version. Just Brandy's hot calendar.
Well, the thing is, it seems to be entertainers. Yeah, it's for entertainers. It's not for real people.
Okay, so I don't want to do. YouTubers don't need any more attention. I say that as a YouTuber, right? It's great. I'm not here to pat myself on the back, right? That's what we see out of Hollywood on the awards is like, hey, we're voting on it for each other. No, I think really the stars of the show should be the lawyers, the judges, the defendants, and maybe even the witnesses. I want a award show just for that.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Is we pick one out of each because the problem is I don't want to make it too broad. Otherwise, we're gonna get lost in the funk because when everybody gets an award, no one, when everybody gets an award,
an award
is
participation
useless.
Trophies. You've got to earn this one. This is not an also ran situation. It's going to be just the best of the best.
We could have 2 tiers though, if you want to do it that way, kind of thing, where we have the best lawyer of the year. You know what I mean? The best defense, the best offense, best judge, and then we go in and we go, okay, in this trial, you said like Lally would get the, what is it called? As likely as not, or, and as likely as not award, or whatever he kept saying.
What if any award?
Yeah, the what if any award.
Yeah, but it's got to be bigger than this. It's got to be broad. I mean, everything right now, our minds are focused on Karen Reed, but we have to include all the way back, possibly, all the way back to the beginning of the year. It's got to be a full year in review, right? So,
well, I think if you take an entire day of content, you could just hammer it out. If it's a slow day, just review just a little bit and be like, hey, this is somebody coming up for an award, or what do you guys think? And have the tally going up.
I don't want to cheapen it by giving out awards on a daily basis, though. This is something that
no. I'm saying there's only 3 awards, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we've got like a full. Let's say we've got 2 judges in competition, and we've got 3 lawyers in competition for the defense, and then we got two district attorneys. You know what I mean, in the loop, right? What we do is we say, okay, this is what this guy did. We do like a little mini recap.
Oh, we'd have
what
little
the
clips.
Judge did.
We'd have
right. We do a little recap before everybody votes to kind of jog everybody's memory, and then they vote.
Okay, so here's what we need. We need some volunteers to serve on the committee. We have to have a nominating committee. I can't be the only person. This is me asking my mods if they want to take on a huge task. We need a way to get nominations. Nominations would have to be submitted in the form of, a date, time, court setting, witness name, something like that. We would need, and what you are nominating them for. But we also have to sort of group them into categories and have a limited number. We can't give away like 5 million awards. We're not looking for a way to give everyone an award, but Google form. Amber just volunteered. Amber just volunteered.
Yeah, I was going to say we put Calypso and Vixen in charge of it all because she's great at whipping people into shape. She's done wonderful work on me.
You enjoyed it. So.
That's not the point. The point is.
Yep.
So yeah, no, I think it's a great idea. I think we should, and we don't have to decide right now. We can hammer. You can hammer it out. Whenever. But I think it's a cool little idea. I think the chat would really, really enjoy it. I think it'd be fun for everybody.
I think so, because I get a ton of messages on the burner phone of people asking, basically saying, remember that case? What was that? I'm trying to find this. What was the time that the judge played you in court? What was and they're always searching for a highlight, and it's hard to find, just in all of the videos that have happened in the last year, a specific bit if you're trying to share it with somebody else. So this would be a way that we could sort of put a lot of those highlights together in a quick little fun presentation, an award session. We might have some guest presenters. I'm thinking we could go all out, but I think
we have Matt doing the presenting. Because when we mail these people the awards, it's his name that's going to be on the tin, so won't cause him any problems at all.
I want the awards to be nice. I'm not against actually sending physical awards to somebody to let them know that we appreciate their contribution in the world of true crime. But at the same time, I'm not going to be sending an award to a family member of a murder victim for how funny we thought something. So it has to be both respectful,
right.
and
yeah, it's got to be, and I think that's why we need to keep it to judges and lawyers only, specifically.
Yeah.
You start involving police, you start involving experts, you start involving family members, and you have no idea how those people are going to take it.
And anybody that got convicted is not getting a physical award. I'm not sending anything to jail. They're not going to get it anyway. It won't get there.
No, this is a recovery addict. This is how I'm thinking of it. My mind puts it in a place of this is recovery addict fun for chat kind of thing. So it has to be family friendly. It has to go along with the channel's theme. So it has to be family friendly. It has to be professional. It has to be, you know what I mean? It has to be all those things. And all those things that you just said, going the wrong way with it, all those are outside that context completely.
Yeah.
You know, they don't get, that's not in the umbrella. So if,
this is probably something we should have talked over with the mods first before I just opened my mouth and blurted it out. But it's something I've been thinking about.
Oh, no.
You brought it up.
I'm gonna launch it here, cause absolute chaos for the mods, and then run away because I'm not a mod, and it's wonderful.
You were briefly, but then you have a little too much personality. we couldn't have you doing what you did with the blue wrench by your name.
I kept telling you guys to take it away from me. It wasn't fun. I was like, I can't say what I want, guys. Take this away. And then you guys finally did it, and I was like, thank you, Lord.
Now I can do everything I wanted to.
Yes. I can misbehave in clips and thumps me. That works out perfect. Everybody wins.
Yeah. Well, Thal, thank you very much. We'll leave it at that for now. We've got some time to think that through, but
Yep. And again, if we do it once a year, it can be done at the end of the year, which is what I'd probably think we should probably do it somewhere near Christmas or around before Christmas, maybe November, so something like that.
That's a good time period, mostly because a lot of judges are hesitant to call a jury into, to trial during the holiday season, and it gets really quiet. It's a good time to look back that way. Even through the first week of January, it's slow in true crime.
Yeah. Oh, I will say one thing, one slight modification to the idea that you might want to consider, because again, all of this is just in consideration. You know what I mean? All right, we're just brainstorming here, so it's just an idea of everybody. We got to see if logistics we can even hammer this thing out. That's a whole nother story. But the thing is, we might also want to do a bailiff award once in a while when it warrants it. So I wouldn't put bailiffs outside of the context of getting an award necessarily. It's just I don't know why we'd ever give one. You know what I mean? But I could see at some point.
I'm gonna draw a line here. I'm gonna draw a line.
Okay.
I love Brandy. I am not giving out a hot bailiff award. Okay, I'm not giving out the Mr. October. I'm not giving out. I'm drawing a line that if there's a bailiff that performed his job admirably, it went above or beyond, or maybe added something to the courtroom in a way other than just eye candy, that I would consider. But I've got this limit. So.
Well, and Brandy, I will do it for you. Okay, you know why? Because I'm not associated with the show in any way, really. So I can independently act like a freak all I want.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that it's wrong for somebody to do that. We're not going to go that direction. If you want the trial daddies calendar,
right,
those are available. They're out there. They already have that. We're not trying to recreate that portion. We've seen bailiffs that make really funny facial expressions. We've seen bailiffs that, with the guy that jumped over that took a blow from the guy that was trying to attack the judge. We've seen some great bailiffs that
oh yeah, that one guy that rushed that blonde hair judge and started trying to pummel her or something. Yeah. That was crazy.
Yeah. So I would lean towards that sort of nomination over just that guy should be on the cover of GQ.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, thank you, Thal, for starting this mayhem. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Can always count on you.
It's what I do. I instigate.
George from the Hannah Trail for Bailiff of the Year. Remind me.
Oh, you created a monster. All right, I'm going to leave you to deal with it. Bye.
Yeah, bye. Breezy, I know the Hannah Trail. That's Hannah Gutierrez, the Rust Trail. What did George do? What did George do in the Hannah trial? Oh, the gun. Was he the one that grabbed the gun and said, "Don't point that to the judge"? Is that the one you're talking about? That was good. That would qualify. That would definitely be a nomination. Facebook suggested Mrs. Ari as a new friend for me. There's a very young picture of you. You had quite the hair. Should I share it? Paul Mac? No. No. I don't. You're just rubbing in that I don't now, that it's thin now. Save the witness and the judge. Yes, that was really funny to watch. That would be a good one. Any movement on the Treehouse case? That one is way out now. It's pushed quite a bit. We were talking about that yesterday, and Peter, we have Franklin Tucker. There's a hearing tomorrow, at 1:30 p.m., which we hope is televised. I'm not sure yet, but there's a hearing. But the actual court date itself is not till 9/6 of this year. So that's going to be a couple months away that way. So, and he's in custody now. Fall. They were waiting for you to type, and you got timed out immediately. That was Amber that got you, probably for something you said on the phone. George did everything in that courtroom. All right, where are we at? We're still on verdict watch with Karen Reed. Judge John Judge has not put up a placeholder yet for trial for the hearing for Brian Kohberger today. That's right over here. It's nothing there yet. We also have Judge Cedric Simpson. We're supposed to be following him in less than an hour. We have a spicy hearing that should start. I think he's going to have a break till probably about 12:20, probably another 10 or 15 minutes. He usually starts about 15 minutes after the hour. So if you see Judge Cedric Simpson pop back on live, let me know. Jury's just there for the free lunch. Kohberger, yes, today, but not what we thought it was, Lisa. What's going to happen today is a status hearing, which sometimes can be 10 minutes and sometimes can be 2 hours. We thought it was going to be the big hearing, which was the change of venue. And I've put on record already, I really believe that the venue is going to be changed to Boise. It's going to be in Ada County instead of in Latah County, or Latah. I say that wrong and I get hassled over every time. But the county that this crime was committed in is just too small to handle this case. Not only that, the jury pool is polluted. And I think the defense is going to prove that hands down. They've already done it in one pre-hearing. So I think when the actual hearing comes up, it's going to be proven that it's just too polluted. So it is going to move. I think Boise is the natural result. That I can't see it going across the state. That would just be too cumbersome for everybody involved. But that decision is not going to be made for another 2 months. Well, at least that hearing is not going to be made. The judge, John Judge, almost never rules on something while the hearing is going on. He always takes it under advisement and will release something later. So yes, on Kohberger today, and he should be in court. We'll bring that to you live on this channel when it happens. Someone peed in the jury pool. Apparently, I think it was the defense. They did that. You remember they had that the auto dialer call that went out asking people what they knew about the case, and the judge was not very happy about that. He ended up allowing them to continue to do that, but he didn't like how it went down. Frustrating waiting today. Hope they don't give out all the info at the same time. Yeah, what we're going to have is Judge Cedric Simpson's court with the spicy hearing is going to be in person. We're going to have that first. At the same time, I'm sure Karen Reed jury is going to come back with some sort of question or something, and then Judge John Judge, Idaho, is also at 1 o'clock as well. Jules, good to have you here. Welcome. Case is so weird, the Kohberger case. Misty, this is one that if you haven't gotten into it yet, I suggest you do, because it's going to be massive. The Karen Reed case had a lot of pretrial publicity, and so has Kohberger. It's worth reading up and following up, even though there's not a lot of. There are some people on the he's innocent side, which is just bizarre, because it's just bizarre. But there is a crowd over there that's free Brian Kohberger. I think they're just there for attention right now. It's not as I would say it's more cut and dry, or appears to be more cut and dry based on the evidence we've heard or what's been leaked out and the affidavits and things like that. If the evidence that's presented in court can match what they've said so far in the filings, I think it's a pretty cut and dry case. But either way, we know it. He's not going to plea this out. He is going all the way through to the trial on this one. And I would say it's worth researching a little bit, because there are some big question marks in the case that we want answers to, and possibly may get them. Okay, additional investigation, more discovery, more videos, other witnesses might turn up. We might find out exactly what happened and where he went and when. But I think what happened in the house, which is the most important part, is going to be proven based on DNA. Let's see. Have there been any updates lately on the Maya stuff? There have not. I put the the Maya counter up a while ago. It was like over 7 million, I think. I'm not running it right now, but yeah, the money's still racking up and they haven't paid. The police handling has me concerned with Brian Kohberger. Mostly that was like the public, the PIO handling of the case was concerning. The way they handled it was just, it was nuts. They're like, oh, there's nothing to worry about. Oh wait, there is something to worry about. No, there isn't anything to worry about. And it was like they were rushing to release statements before they prepared one or even talked to everybody. Writing a book before trial is gnarly. Yes, there is a book. There is a book that came out about it. Who was it that talked about it? I saw it in chat a little earlier. Do you see the book was written on Kohberger? His dad said they believed from the beginning he did it. Didn't his dad like drive across the country with him? Jules, update on, this is for the Maya trial. Hearing on the sanctions is on August 1st. Is that right? I'll be there. That sounds awesome. It is a little risky to release a book first. I would be very confident on your sources if you're doing that. When the Night Comes Falling, a Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders hardcover by Howard Blum. Let's see. Books don't tend to go down well. I just don't think he has. I don't think he has much because we've got a gag order in place. How do you write a book when there's a gag order in place? A lot of the people you want to talk to can't talk about it. Afterwards, you get free reign. You might get jurors, you might get witnesses, family members, victims, but with a gag order in place, I'm worried it would be all speculation. See, I've got to share this. I know this is a crappy way to share this, but I think Angela sent me this one. Let's go camera one, shall we? Oops, camera one. And it helps if I let it focus on it too. Why am I still on manual focus? There we go. Canton PD Forensics. It's a red Solo cup. I see a straw in there. Looks cool. Is that a Ford Escape? Somebody sitting in a Ford Escape taking that picture? Little red Solo cup. That's funny. Sorry I had to share it that way. It's just everything is tied up doing something else, and it makes it difficult to change it over. All right. You have to put your hand behind your phone like a beauty guru. Angela, thank you for the picture. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Checking in Judge Simpson again. He's not live yet. I'm mostly just refreshing things, constantly checking for updates. Any other questions, updates on any cases? I hesitate to jump to another trial in case we get sucked into some other courtroom and miss one of the other things that's going on. Braxton Heaps, the internet, my work just went out. You are an IT guy, Braxton. Unfortunately, I think Kim R. cannot help you, even though she's taking care of the internet for the rest of us. You've got to handle your own work's IT issues. Good luck with that. Are we planning on moving the podcast to a different day next week because of July 4th? I haven't even talked to Thomas about that. That'll be entirely up to him. Usually there are fireworks July 4th. It's been very dry here in North Carolina. So I could possibly go set up a... Did I do a live stream July 4th last time? I might be able to do a live stream from... Who has fireworks? Little Washington on the river. They have fireworks launched on the river or on the bridge over the river. We might be able to do that. So we might be able to do a fireworks show. Anything on Young Thug's lawyer? No, it's been sort of quiet in that court. Everything's sort of just moving on as if nothing happened before. I haven't seen anything big happening yet. Streamers don't get days off. You guys get a day off is what I'm saying. This is your holiday. I'm not requiring you to come in on July 4th. Oh yes, we did Colonial Williamsburg. That was a fun little live stream. We drove all the way to Colonial Williamsburg from where I am in Greenville, North Carolina, and got there, and immediately my kid wasn't feeling well. So we turned around and drove back home after watching the cannon fire once. That was it. Yeah, family in Little Washington. I don't know why we call it Little Washington. Isn't the name just Washington? Have you been on Simpson today? We have. We followed two of them. We're about to go join him again for his 1 o'clock because the first hearing, he ordered the guy to show up at 1 o'clock for in person. I want to see that go down. And then we're going to jump over to Judge John Judge. Well, I might have to tape Judge Simpson, take Judge John Judge live with Brian Kohberger because he's rarely late. I think Judge John Judge is a little more on time. Judge Simpson, we don't know when it's going to happen. Did we do a verdict poll? We did in the Karen Reed trial. I think it was 83, 87% not guilty, something like that. It was pretty high. I'm recording as well. I've got a hyperdeck that I can record. It's actually Little Washington. I see what you did there. What happened, Spicy Lenova? It was both of them. The prosecutor spilled the tea on what the defendant had done, and it involved some cursey words. It was a little bit. Okay, he's back. Let's jump back over to Judge Simpson. Let's see, I'm on. Let's see, we have. So camera 2 needs to be 2. There we go. Oh, just went private. So he's coming back. They just started it, so he'll be just a minute.
All rise. The 14A District Court for County of Washington, State of Michigan is now back in session. Today's session.
May be seated. Oh, that's you? I thought it was Emily being slow. Court calls the case of People versus Howen.
Your Honor, may I approach with Mr. Denworth? I had intended to introduce him as our newest attorney earlier today.
So apparently, since you have, yes, come on up.
And he has been.
Not even our newest anymore.
That is.
The judge is like, you can go ahead and interrupt court. We called a court case, but instead you can introduce your newest guy. See, I want to know who they were all there to watch. There were two people that there were crowds for. the 4 students that participated in the protest at the University of Michigan, and the 73-year-old guy in the wheelchair that's accused of killing his wife. Those were the 2 big ones from this morning. But neither one of those are the spicy ones that we have here.
We're one on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, Joe Simon on behalf of Mr. Nguyen. State your name.
Nguyen. This is a waiver?
Yes, Your Honor. There's an offer that the people are going to hold open to the circuit court pretrial conference. It's been reduced to writing and submitted to me. I don't think we need to detail it for the record.
All right, very good. Sir, you're going to waive your right to have a preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand that's a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, Your Honor.
People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on all 4 counts. Mr. Simon.
Your Honor, waive formal reading of the information and stand mute.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
August 12th at 1:30 before Judge Slade Monday.
August 12th, 2024, 1:30, Slay Monday. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sign the information.
No. Yeah, okay. I really wanted to say that.
I'll be right there.
Michelle Kalbfleisch Blessing. I think that's her name.
Court calls case of the people versus Ronald Henderson.
Good afternoon. For the record, Erica Julian appearing on behalf of Ronald Henderson, who's approaching.
We're waiting for
Arnold,
Jabari
can you step to
Harris.
the podium and state your
Jabari
name?
Harris is our guy.
Ronald Henderson. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. We are still in the middle of discovery. They're getting us additional videos and body worn camera. We'd ask for an adjournment.
How much time are you going to need?
I believe that they're already in possession of it. Just need to send it to me. So 2 weeks.
July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls case people versus, is it Miguel Harper? Miguel Harper.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marcia Crater on behalf of Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper, can you please state your name?
Yeah, Harper. Thank you.
Your Honor, we'd be respectfully asking a 2-week adjournment as I have not yet received discovery nor been able to go over the case with my client as I was appointed yesterday.
Probable cause July 18, 2024, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have an excellent afternoon.
Bond continue. Thank you. Court calls case people versus Jeremiah Fassel.
And good morning or good afternoon, Your Honor. Sydney Rushing appearing on behalf of Mr. Fossen. Mr. Fossen, can you please unmute your mic, start your video, and state your name for the record?
Yeah. Hello?
Mr. Fossen?
Is she on a green screen or is that her background? Like
He's been dropping in and out. I'll pass it. Maybe you can try to contact him so that.
Will do,
And
Your
I
Honor.
need-
And he was in the
Green
courtroom
screen.
this morning, but okay, I'll get him on here.
Court calls case of the people versus Nicole
She's an AI
Grove.
character.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Gold. Sorry about that, Your Honor. Ms. Gold, will you state your name for the record, please?
Nicole Gold.
All right, what are we doing?
I'd be asking for an adjournment to the probable cause conference. I'm hoping that we will reach a resolution on this matter. I would also ask to address the bond violation.
Bond violation.
All right. Let's address the bond violation first and decide what date we're going to give you.
Thank Thank you, Your Honor. She was discharged from residential treatment. She reported to me that the basis for that discharge was that she was actually sneaking food into her room against the rules, and they unfortunately removed her from the facility for that violation. Upon that, she did engage in outpatient treatment. She's provided me with a letter from a Nicholas A. Bean, who purportedly is her counselor and social worker at Recovery Pathways LLC. That's the location in Corona, Michigan, which is close to where she lives. I've instructed her to sign a release of information for both my office and community corrections there. She does report that she is testing regularly at Recovery Pathways. So I've also advised her to speak to community corrections and make the arrangements so the testing results get sent over. She also reports that she is tested by CPS beyond the testing for Recovery Pathway. So I've instructed her to try and do the same with CPS if possible.
All right. I see that. So how often are you being tested?
Weekly.
Weekly? Randomly?
Yeah.
Weekly? All right. I'll wait till I see the test results before doing anything on the bond violation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa, for gifting a membership. There was a chat that was deleted for an F-bomb, and then any response about that deletion has been deleted. That's all. There's just an F-bomb in chat.
2024.
No F-bombing.
9 a.m. bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Cheston Harris.
Mr. Assistant Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Mr. Mr. Harris, please state your name for the record.
Cheston Harris.
Thank you, Judge. I've spoken to the people and to Mr. Harris on their file. We are requesting to waive this matter.
We want
to
Jabari
circuit court for
Harris.
further resolution.
Sir, is that correct? You're going to waive your right to a preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
You understand that that's a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it?
Yes, sir.
You understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution?
Yes, sir.
People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over on the single count.
Thank you, Judge. We waive formal reading and stand mute.
Defendant ever waive formal reading, standing mute. The court will enter a not guilty plea. Pre-trial will be set for
August 7th at 1:30 before Judge Conlon.
August 7th, 2024, 1:30, Judge Conlon.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you. Bound continue.
Thank you, Judge.
They need to sign that information. Court calls case People versus Jennifer Hiller.
Public Defender Jay Bellinger on behalf of Ms. Hiller, who appears via Zoom. Ms. Hiller, can you state your name for the record, please? Oh, she hasn't. We just talked to her. It was my understanding that she was logging in as of a few moments ago. Just so the court's aware.
I see a doggo. I see a puppy with a cone of shame there in the background. Did you see that?
Not here.
May I ask we may pass for a few minutes, Your Honor? We just talked to her. Otherwise wouldn't I?
That's it. Jaquan Holland.
We need
Prosecuting Attorney Morgan Burroughs on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate on behalf of, but not with Mr. Holland, unless he came on Zoom.
But not with.
Unfortunately, I was not successful in reaching Mr. Holland prior to this court date. Therefore, I do not have an explanation for his failure to appear. For the record, I would respectfully request an adjournment.
Bench warrant will issue bond
Is
10,000.
that Chloe? Chloe, is that
Cash
you?
surety.
Bark once
That
if that's
warrant
you,
will issue
Chloe.
immediately.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bilal Howard.
Ready again, Judge. Worship Feaster, Assistant Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Mr. Bilal Howard. Mr. Howard, please state your name for the record.
Bilal Howard.
Thank you, Judge. I spoke to the people on this matter and to Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard is in the process of mitigation. He met with our office. The agent who was doing his case has since left our office. It's been transferred to a new social worker in our office. If we could get 3 weeks or so, I'm hoping we'll get that to the people and try and get this resolved.
I don't believe it.
It's the truth.
No, I don't.
I swear.
I believe your client. I don't believe you. Fine.
All right, Judge.
Probable cause conference adjourned July 25th, 2024, 9 a.m.
Thank you very much, Judge.
You're welcome. Fine.
That was a fun, that was a long man.
For cause case, People versus Michelle Cobbleflesh Blessing.
Here she is, Michelle Cobbleflesh.
Lieutenant Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Cobbleflesh Blessing, who appears by Zoom. Ms. Cobbleflesh Blessing, would you state your name for the record, please?
Michelle Cobbleflesh Blessing.
Cobbleflesh Blessing.
What are we doing?
You're not be asking for an adjournment. We are
name
waiting to
change?
see if she will be accepted into Alcona County Treatment Court. She has completed the substance abuse evaluation. She reports that we should have an answer by July 10th.
Yes, that's what, when I spoke with Mr. Brink, that's what he told.
We're good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jeremiah Faison
Thank you, ma'am.
is here on a recall.
Court calls case People versus Jillian Carey.
Andrew Childers appearing on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender appearing on behalf of Ms. Carey. Ms. Carey, please state your name for the record.
Jillian Carey.
Thank you, Judge. I have spoken to the people and to Ms. Carey, and to who will be her attorney, Mr. Belota, Michael Belota. He is apparently going to be coming in on this file.
Making stuff.
I got the email, Judge.
First of all, I've got a social worker leaving. Then gives us the name of an attorney. I ain't know her.
I don't know this guy.
And I pretty much know everybody.
Well, somebody saying they're an attorney emailed me and said that he is in federal court today and couldn't be here, but asked me to adjourn it. He said 4 weeks is ideal. But if not 2 weeks, he'll make it work.
I don't know you like that.
So I am requesting on his behalf and my client's behalf.
Ma'am, you've hired an attorney. Is that
Yes.
okay? He hasn't sent a substitution in.
No, Judge.
But just sent you an email
Yes,
saying
Judge.
I'm stepping in?
Yes, Judge.
Stop showing your phone.
It's the truth.
He's telling the truth.
Okay, I believe her.
Okay, thank you. Last time I did me, I'm like, I got the proof this time.
July 25th, 2024, 9 a.m. She hadn't vouched for you. Fine, continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Mel, I'm curious.
Court calls the case People versus
Which one were you over?
Justin
Which one were you
Kineshow.
for? The ceiling fan?
Andrew Childers appearing on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chelsea Vergils with and on behalf of Justin.
Justin Kinshoven.
Your Honor, we are asking for an adjournment in this case to continue plea negotiations. I'll let Mr. Childers decide how long he thinks we need on this.
I don't decide that. The court decides that.
So, how much time did you guys need? I'll tell you how much. 18th or 25th, either one. Probable cause conference July 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. All right, fine, continue. Thank you. Court calls the case People versus Jessica Komanek.
I don't see our guy, Jabral Harris, in court.
Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Komenek, who is not present.
He's supposed to be here at 1, so. Yeah, you're right, Donald. He's got some time.
Komenek's not here.
Congratulations, Sabal.
Defendant failed to appear. We'll leave out the community corrections bench warrant, which I issued, which is a bench warrant with no bond for her violations. Now we'd be done, but now I gotta go back. Court calls the case, People versus Jennifer Hiller.
Assistant Public Defender Jay Bellinger on behalf of Ms. Hiller, who now appears on the screen, with my understanding. Ms. Hiller, will you please state your name for the record?
Jennifer Hiller.
Thank you.
Does she look
Your
like
Honor, I
Deb
have spoken with Mr. Ganatra with regard
from
to
Napoleon
the
Dynamite?
potential for additional discovery on this matter, so I'd be asking for 3 weeks so that I can see about getting that.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 18, 2024, 9 a.m. Or as your invite indicates, bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look at that ceiling. That's an old style ceiling.
Court calls the case, recalls the case, People versus Jeremiah Fashion.
And good afternoon, Judge. Sydney Rushing appearing on behalf of Mr. Fossen. Mr. Fossen, can you please state your name for the record?
Jeremiah Faison.
Jason.
Faison. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I was just recently appointed on this, so I need to get the discovery and go over it with my client. So at this time, we're requesting an adjourned PCC date.
Conference July 18, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too.
Judge, you're not being very smiley today.
What?
I said you're not being very smiley today. There we go. There we go. Much better. I'd love to see it, Judge. Have a great day.
Yeah, I smile like that. That's scary. All right. Court stands in recess.
All right, that was a quick block. The next block is when we're going to have our guy. It's this guy. It's this guy right here, right? It's the guy right next. Well, him. Jamal Harris is his name. Is who's supposed to be showing up in court. So we're going to watch for him. He's got to be there in person. That's going to be fun. Okay, quick recap. Nothing going on in Karen Reed. Still, we've had no movement in court all day. Also in, let's see here, on Judge John Judge, we're expecting. I think it's a 1 o'clock start. Maybe I've got my times wrong there again. And we've got nothing there on his screen either. Sorry for doing this, but hey Siri, what time is it in Idaho?
It's 10:38 in Boise, Idaho.
It was supposed to be a 10 o'clock start. I wonder, let me go check the docket again and see if they changed anything. See, Kohberger. Get a new case summary. They changed it yesterday or the day before. Let's see if they've done another change. They have a hot mic. And they killed it. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, so Brian Kohberger, the canceled. Yeah, no change. Yesterday they canceled the motion for change of venue, and they made it a change scheduling conference. This does show 10 a.m., so they're off by half an hour. Motion for change happens at 9 a.m. on the 29th, 8/29. So we got 2 months out. Oh, it's only 9:40. We still should have a placeholder. John Judge is awful at this, but there should be a placeholder still. Let's see, camera one's going to be 2's going to be 4. There we go. I need to get the fan back. I think you can control small nations and large ones as well, because I've got all these buttons over here as well that I can do just about anything with. I can do all my audio. I can run all my macros, change my still images, backgrounds. This is a fun one with all the different colors. That's a neat one. I can change my multi-view, so I can change how it looks on that screen from here as well. So if you run a channel with a ATEM switcher, you need this. You need a Stream Deck. It's a lot of fun. Which button is for defrost? Actually, all these are for defrost. They just generate heat. I have not shut the switcher off. The only time the switcher has been turned off in the last probably 2 or 3 months was when the power briefly went out. It runs 24/7, and it does generate a little bit of warmth. That's right. They have that split time zone in Idaho, right on the border. Okay. Well, we'll go to it anyway when it goes live. It should be just moments from being posted. I hope it doesn't just put it up live and then immediately just start. If you do the browse, the verdict will come in. I only have one brow. I've got the one. The other one fell down in the books somewhere. I feel like I can hear the electricity in your computers. There's so many. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, this is actually a screen for a computer that's down there. But 4 computers, iPad over here. Yeah, but I need more. I need more, and I need to polish my setup, because here it's just, this is a mess. I need a setup where I've got like all the screens right next to each other, so I have like mission control up here, and then all the buttons on the table. Place in the middle for a unibrow. No, please don't. Nikki says, I don't even own a television set. These technically are both TVs. This is a TV I use as a monitor when I go and do live video for venues. That's a TV as well, but I don't have an antenna and I don't have cable internet. So I have nothing to really watch on it. I guess I guess watch the things over the internet, but we don't watch TV. Sounds like you need a streaming station full of computers. Pretty much, Braxton. Yes, it's funny you should mention that. The fan jokes are nonstop. Grizzly True Crime, absolutely amazing. She did go with the same camera I recommended. I think 2 people recommended the same camera to her, and it's the one I use. And I love it. Oh my goodness. This is an amazing camera for what it does. The camera you're seeing right here is crap. That's a GoPro. But this camera is able to, look, I can focus on my microphone and have me be a little blurry, or I can focus on me and have the microphone be blurry. The depth of field here, I'm only on f2.8 too, so the depth of field is absolutely phenomenal. You can just really manipulate the picture, and it just sucks in light, even if it's dark. It's amazing. Glad she went with it, and she says she loves it. Still haven't figured out OBS. OBS is tough. It's tough. BK should start at 10 Pacific. Isn't that 1 o'clock here? See now, Thal, I don't use either. I say either of those are cheating. I use hardware encoders. So I could shut down all my computers right now. I could pull the plug and my stream would still stay live because I have a hardware encoder on my desk. This is my happy place. I am happy. I was just refreshing. I told you guys. I'll show you the picture here in just a second. Where's my mouse? I ordered the DaVinci Resolve Replay Editor. Let me bring this over from Sweetwater, who's there. I love this company. Okay, let me bring this up on screen. This is the next thing I'm getting. It's been on back order for I don't know, 2 months. But this machine ties in with my video switcher and my replay, so I can use it as instant replay, and I can sync things up. I can take everything works beautifully with this thing. It's got a little scroll wheel. I could do slow motion, reverse, everything, all from that with just a button or press or two. And it's amazing. Let's see. I think it still says it's on back order. Pre-order now is what it says. So I pre-ordered it a long time ago. I'm number 1 on the list to get that, by the way, from Sweetwater. They've confirmed that. The first one that comes in will come to me. Everything's happening at 1. Yes, all at the same time. Let's check the BK hearing, though, see if anything's refreshed here. Nothing out of the court. We will have it as soon as it goes live, and you won't find anyone that's as up to the second as we are on this, because we have almost no delay on our feed today. Let me just double check and make sure that's true. Stream settings, yeah, ultra low latency, which means less than a second of delay, because we can do that with high-speed internet. Sarah Boone's next appearance is a pre-trial appearance, but there will be another one scheduled. We just don't know when yet. We're just waiting for the judge to announce that. Your lens is amazing at blurring your fake background. One day when I have a studio that's not a house built in 1915. Yes. Oh, my goodness. Yes, that's it. Sigma 16 1.4. 16 millimeter f1.4 lens. That is the secret. And yes, it is a Sony A6600. Give me. Not judging, honey, but methinks you may have channeled your video game addiction into your streaming systems, but at least it's making money. I think it's a little more productive. It's a little more productive than my gaming addiction. But bring back the OnlyFan. Judge is going to go live like the second this all starts. I do love tech. If you've watched Napoleon Dynamite, there's Napoleon's brother, sings a little song where he's like, "I love technology." That spoke to my heart. I cry sometimes when I hear that song. What games do I like? I played my game of choice was World of Warcraft. That's the one I play. But I played all sorts of things, everything from Command and Conquer. I never got into I played Fortnite a tiny bit back before Apple got in a big fight with them, and you could play it on an Apple device. But most of the first-person shooters I wasn't into. Because they make me a little, the camera sway makes me like car sick from watching them. But I played a lot of strategy games and a little bit of role play. Teresa, welcome to the gallery. 13 months. It's been over a year. That's just awesome. Congratulations, Teresa. That's really cool. Wonder if we're ever in a raid together. I can't remember what world my character was on even. It was I don't even remember. I was a gem crafter, a jewel crafter. And when jewel crafting came out, I was the top jewel crafter on my server, and I cornered the market. And by cornered the market means I was making so much money, in-game money, not real money, that I was buying every single recipe that became available, and it was almost impossible for anyone to buy the recipes because I would pay so much for them that no one would sell them for cheaper. And so I would buy all the recipes so nobody else could have them. I cornered the market on jewel crafting, and I made ridiculous amounts of money doing that. I should have sold my account. Instead, I just turned it off. Leroy Jenkins. Yes, I remember that. Command & Conquer is my game. You heard about the insane perfumer. He made no sense. You guys are terrible. Those are just absolutely awful. Okay. I'm sure someone knows what Ari is talking about. Whoa, Pug's Mama, 4 p.m. Eastern today? Borderlands 1? That's old. I mean, I can go back to Mech Warrior and King's Quest and Prince of Persia. I mean, I was playing games since I was a kid. I'm playing WoW right now, says Minecraft by Donna. My mom played WoW. She loved doing the fishing. She didn't like anything else in the game, but she liked going fishing. She also played Harvest Moon for a while on the N64, which was funny to watch. I still have all those install discs. Oh, a Sigma 28mm 1.4 for astrophotography. Really good. Really good lens. And 28mm is probably better than 16 if you're shooting the stars as well. Unless you just want to catch all of them in one shot. I did play Wolfenstein 3D. I played Castle Wolfenstein. A little bit of Duke Nukem in that same era. Heyday, Harvest Moon. These games are still around. I played, I think the first one I can really claim that I played was Oregon Trail. I can't think of anything before then, but. Asheron's Call. I played Asheron's Call before. I remember the character name of the guy that got me hooked on Asheron's Call. I played that before I got in World of Warcraft. His name was Gray the Bull. Gray the Bull, and he got me hooked on that game. I started playing that, and the problem with Asheron's Call was the hackers were so bad. You had to like put things up and to move things from one character to another, you had to go drop them somewhere physically in the world and then go and pick them up again. And people would hack to scan for where items were dropped, and before you could log in, they'd steal your stuff. It didn't matter where you were. It was bad. 1 p.m. Eastern. We're going for 1 p.m. Eastern. We're watching for that now. The thumbnail is not yet up for Judge. That's the next case we're watching with Brian Kohberger. Today, there's a hearing. Not the spicy hearing about venue that we wanted, but it's a hearing nonetheless. And at the same time, we have a interesting one from Judge Cedric Simpson that I'll be recording. Never played Sonic. Played Frogger on Atari. I did that as well. Atari was the first console I used. Oregon Trail was amazing in school. That's because there was nothing else to do. Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? Hated that game, although it was a little bit simple once you figured it out. Only game I ever played was Pac-Man. I played that on arcade before I played it on a computer. Sarah trial is scheduled to start. Let me look at the date for you. Okay. I've got it up here. Just 1 second. Orange County. 10/7 is the trial date right now, but there's a chance that's going to push because her lawyer wants to resign, wants to withdraw, and if that happens, it might be a little bit of a delay to get the new one up to speed. But currently 10/7 with a hearing a couple of weeks before, 2 weeks before on that one. But no hearing. The motion to withdraw has not triggered a hearing yet in court. Mario and Luigi forever in my heart. Up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right, ABBA, start. Wasn't that the on Nintendo, the code to get more lives or something? I played, there was like Raiders of the Indiana Jones. There was the Indiana Jones game on Atari, I think, as well. I remember the snakes. Contra. Zelda. Cubert. Oh, is Cubert the one that had like the pyramid sort of thing? What about Joust? Do you guys remember Joust? Joust is probably my favorite game ever. In Joust, you're a knight riding on an ostrich, and you have like a jousting pole, and you're trying to stab other people, and you can run really fast, and the screen wraps, so you can run around the screen, and you have to flap to fly. That was the best game ever. Loved the physics of that one. GoldenEye 007. That's a little newer. You're showing you're younger here, but I did play GoldenEye as well, N64 version. Pinball streams. If you've got a pinball machine, by all means, please do that. Angry Birds, still a good one. We're just minutes away from the Brian Kohberger hearing, when I believe the hearing's supposed to start. Hey Siri, what time is it in Moscow, Idaho?
In Moscow, Idaho, it's 9:57.
Yeah. Any moment now. First computer I ever had was a Timex Sinclair. We had an Apple IIe knockoff. It was a Franklin computer that ran the Apple OS. Flappy Bird. Resident Evil. I tried to play that game once I was at my in-laws' house, and my brother-in-law, it's still brother-in-law when it's my sister-in-law's husband, right? Yeah, my brother-in-law brought, I think it was Resident Evil. It was one of those games, and we played it with headphones in the dark. I just about peed my pants. It scared the living daylights out of me. It was one of those games where you're like going down the hall and doorknobs are jiggling around you and stuff. And it's like, oh. I didn't sleep well that night. We did a poll on Karen Reed. I think we're about 83% on the not guilty side, only low. I think most of the rest was, it was lower than that. It was about 80% not guilty, 9% hung jury, and that was it. This is quickly turning into a not relevant podcast as we're waiting for court to begin. Both in Idaho and with Judge Simpson. Tetris. I played Tetris on the Mac when it was a Macintosh. Yes, I never beat it. I never got the high score. I always played on computers where people were much better than me, so I could never even make it into the high score. Tetris is a classic. It's still around. It's hung around for a long time. You can still find that on many, many platforms. Myst, Pitfall. There was one I honestly want to play again that I saw a streamer play, and it's a game where you're up in a space station, and you warp down to Earth, or you take a ship down to Earth, and then you go out and you explore and you fight things, and then you have to run back, and the ship will take off, and you have to stay alive even in the ship, because people can shoot you while you're in the ship waiting to go back up, and then you go back up. I don't know what it is. If somebody could please tell me the name of that, I might relapse. Kerbal, is that the space station one where you build the ships? Somebody out there knows what game I'm talking about, and it's like a jungle. It's a crazy world, and it's multiplayer, massive multiplayer online game. So the other people are also hunting things at the same time and doing quests. Where are my starting value people at? Thal's calling in to tell me what game it is.
From
Thal, do you know the game? Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Which one?
The game where you're up in like a space station. You can run around and prep, and then you take a ship down to a planet, and you go out and you explore on the planet. Is that a real one? Is that it?
Yes. It's a horror game. It's not what you're talking about.
It's not Dead Space then. It's not a horror game. It's you versus the environment versus everybody else as well. And you try to collect things, and then you go back up and you turn them into, you advance your character and get better gear and everything else, and you go back down again.
There's two games that kind of are like that. Well, there's one game that's what is it called? I have it in my library. Hold on, I'm looking. I think it's called Space Engineers.
Space Engineers. I'm not sure if you're building like a spaceship, because there's you're like on a full space platform, and you can run around in stores and everything else up top. I think
there's Space Engineers that is like that. There's another game that was an indie game that's like that, and I cannot remember the name of it. But I have a really good game picked out for you that you could stream, and it's family friendly, and it's not scary at all.
Why don't I believe
you? And it's really pretty. It's really pretty, and you'll love it. It's called Subnautica. It's all about love and nature and the interactions therein.
I don't believe you. Lethal Company has been suggested a couple times. Oh,
Lethal Company's really good. It's really fun. You're basically playing. It's kind of like
it's a scavenging game.
Yeah, and you have weird monsters chase you or try to murderize you, and you have one guy sitting in a booth who can transport you out. You know what I mean?
It's like that.
And
is there a mothership that goes back up at the end of each little mini instance down on Earth?
I haven't played Lethal Company yet because the graphics are less than desirable. So I've put it on my to-do list of games to look at, but I just haven't played it yet.
Astroneer. Lethal Company looks right if there's a lot of shooting and the vision, the restricted vision.
No. There's no shooting in Lethal Company. Lethal Company, as far as I know, is you have no weapons. You're just a straight scavenger. Although I think Paul might have it. It's either the Astroneer or Deep Rock Galactic. That does sound kind of like what it might be.
I think the graphics were better than Astroneer's showing. The graphics were fairly realistic. There was a lot of equipment and stuff. Anyway.
Well, anyway, this brings me back to a thing I was thinking about like a year ago when I first started watching you. I was literally thinking about stream sniping you, and then in a little box up top, just have me playing a video game. So that way you do all the work, and I just get to sit there. It'd be great. But no, things like Subnautica. I think if you ever streamed playing Subnautica, I think you'd get a lot of hits off it, because Subnautica is all about you crash land on a planet, and it's a water world. Okay. So it's kind of a survival-ish game.
Hang on, it's
a lot of fun.
It just broke me.
Oh, sorry.
Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Box 2 has to be full size again. I was trying to put box 4 on screen.
There you go.
I'm trying to show both that we're watching Judge John Judge and I want all my cameras on the screen at the same time. That's all I wanted. So anyway, so keep talking.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway, so Subnautica is basically you crash land on the planet, and it really is a beautiful game. That part I didn't lie about. You crash on an alien planet. It's a water world. You're diving and doing all this stuff, and it's a beautiful, beautiful game.
Got to go. John Judge just came up.
Oh,
we're live.
Yeah, got it. Bye.
So, all right. See you. Bye.
Present in the courtroom is Mr. Kohberger, represented by Ms. Taylor, and Ms. Massett and Mr. Logston are participating over Zoom remotely. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings, Latah County Prosecutor's Office, and Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty are participating over Zoom remotely. So we're here for a scheduling order, and I think we're about 13 months from the arraignment, and I think at this point, this is my opinion, that we're getting to a point of diminishing returns, and I sent to council last Friday on a proposed scheduling order for a lot of things, deadlines, including setting the trial. And so I also have set this hearing so that we can discuss this and see kind of where everybody is. So let me start with the state. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've reviewed the court's proposed scheduling order with the attorney team, and we are agreeable to it. It makes sense that we do the trial in the summertime when high school is out across the street and when the university is out and the conflicting activities. And the schedule that Your Honor proposes is acceptable to the state. I would note just a minor detail that June 19th is also a legal holiday. The court specified July 4th as a legal holiday that we wouldn't be able to hold trial, but sure, 19th as well. Other than that, we have no objection to the court's proposal.
All right, thank you. I mean, as I went through all of this, I mean, there's going to be a lot of motions, a lot of hearings, a lot of work. There already has been a significant amount of work, as we all know. And when I tried to balance this out, I do think it's pretty fair, balanced, and I hope realistic. So, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, first, I know the court has listed this as taking place in Latah County. We haven't been heard on our change of venue yet. That's to come
totally
in
understand
August.
that.
So I don't want anybody thinking I'm agreeing to Latah County is all. The June of 2025, that's the time frame that we have been working towards. I am hopeful that we can come in there. We're working towards that date. I think it's reasonable to set that date. As the court's aware, mitigation is something that takes a significant amount of time. We've had that underway since the day we took this case. We continue to work that very hard. I spoke with our mitigation expert last night about this date. And there's a lot of work yet to be done, but we're still working towards that. So I think it's reasonable to set that. I just want the court to know that that's not finished at this point. That's very much ongoing, and new things are coming out that we need to follow up. But with that said, I think it's reasonable to go ahead and pick the June of 2025 as a trial date at this time.
And by the way, I think you understand that, all counsel understand that, but this is a 3-month trial. So I was calculating 2 weeks to set the jury, then 8 weeks of trial, and then 2 weeks for mitigation and sentencing. And I mean, that's a guess, but I think it's enough time for all of those things to take care of. And obviously, the last 2 weeks would only be if Mr. Kohberger was convicted. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do want to bring up a couple of issues I have with some of the deadlines. I looked this over. Our team has talked about it. I've gone over this with Mr. Kohberger. I do have a couple of concerns about the deadlines, and I'll just bring those up to the court for the court's consideration. As far as motions challenging the death penalty, and that's in right under motion practice letter A that the court has on its draft, we can have a lot of those filed by September 5th. I would note for the court that that's ahead of the state's final discovery date, and that's ahead of the state's deadline to produce its aggravation case that it will use. We can meet this September 5th deadline, but we're going to ask the court to give us a little leeway when there's something new that comes our way. If there's an amendment to a motion or a new motion that becomes relevant based on something new, with like a 2-week window after receiving something new to file that. But the bulk of it we can get in by the deadline that the court has asked here, and that's just not a problem.
Sure, I understand that. I mean, I looked at that. I wanted to have that early because, you know, it's a bigger question.
Yeah.
And I was aware of the Ross case. I think you had 16 motions in that case. So, I wanted to sort of address those issues early.
Your Honor, we can definitely do that. We can address a lot of things early. We just don't want to be precluded from bringing an amended motion or a new motion if something new is filed that would have been relevant to something we've already filed.
I'm not going to prevent you from doing that.
Perfect, thank you.
And by the way, a lot of these deadlines, I mean, you can certainly do them earlier if you'd like to. I would encourage everybody to do that. Thank you.
Your Honor, then moving on, the motions in limine under letter C, the court has suggested February 13th as the date for that. I think in large part we can do some by then, but the exhibits that we'll exchange and witness lists that we'll exchange aren't due until after that. And again, I think there might be additional motions that would be relevant after those things have been exchanged. So if the court wanted to move the whole deadline so we had all of those motions in limine at once, I think that would be reasonable. But if the court wants to keep this deadline, as long as we have the ability to bring more motions in limine based on new filings, we'll be okay with that as well.
Sure. And I was also thinking about, you know, I guess experts, for example, I mean, they may have longer hearings that, you know, we're going to have to work through all of these things. I mean, this is just a structure.
Thank you. The court had listed March 14th as a trial brief date, and that is ahead of some of the other deadlines, recognizing that the trial is the innocence phase and the sentencing phase, if it happens, is the mitigation and aggravation. I would just say this is a fine deadline, but we won't be touching anything to do with our mitigation by then, if that's what the court anticipated.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
I think we, well, yeah, when we had March 3rd for mitigation, I figured by then you would pretty much have that in hand.
We should, we hope to. That brings me to the last point I wanted to talk about. The court has proposed setting a mutual exchange of aggravation and mitigation materials, and I'd ask the court to reconsider that. We will aim for our March 3rd deadline. That's our plan right now. If something changes that, then we'll come back and let the court know and talk to counsel. But would ask that the state's aggravation package be provided to us earlier than the same day as our mitigation. Should we get to that point, the state has the burden of establishing the statutory aggravators. There are some things I think I might be able to guess about how the state's going to try to present information, but I don't think I should have to guess. I think I should have that information well ahead of providing the mitigation that will be presented in response to any aggravating information that's presented by the state. So I'd ask the court to set the date for the state to produce its information much earlier than ours. The state filed its notice a year ago yesterday, and I have a lot of questions about what the state would intend to use to try to establish many of the statutory aggravators they've listed. I know I've heard the court talk about super due process in a capital case, and I think it's appropriate for us to be on notice and be provided discovery, to be provided a full range of what the state intends to use to establish those if we ever get to that point. And I think we need those ahead of our deadline for mitigation. So I'd ask the court to move that deadline up quite a bit earlier. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Thompson, do you have any issues about having the aggravation in advance for a period of time?
No, sir. As long as we will have the option, the ability to supplement that once we see whatever the defense plans to offer in the way of mitigation.
Well, I'm appreciating that, with these deadlines, that we're going to have supplement all the way along. I just don't want to be scrambling around a month before the trial. We're all going to be very, very busy. And the more we can resolve certain motions, supplements, whatever we need to do, I'm trying to do this sooner than later.
Yes, sir. And that's our preference as well.
And Ms. Taylor as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
But just to make sure, though, you have to do your job, and the state has to do its job, and I have to do my job. But I think this is a great step, okay, to set these deadlines and hearings so that we can move through this. It's going to take a while, but anything else we need to address today, Mr. Thompson?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's very short, and I'm grateful that everybody is working together. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned.
That was very quick. So,
all right.
The only thing that really got out of this, first of all, they explained everything very similar to what we did this morning. That with what's going on already, we've missed sort of that March time frame. That's when they originally were looking for a date for court, and it's not going to happen. March is too early. We've now got a new date for trial, and they've said that the trial date for Brian Kohberger is going to be on, let's see, in June. It's going to be in June on, we don't know the date, but a June date. We do know it's going to take about 10 to 12 weeks, 2 weeks to see the jury, 8 weeks for the trial, and then 2 weeks afterwards for the sentencing and all that, the delays and the investigations. But June of 2025 is your date. We still don't know the venue. And all the courts moving forward with the scheduling, we're not ready to state where it's going to happen, because that hearing's not happened yet. That hearing's going to happen in 2 months. So yes, we're now officially basically 1 year out for Brian Kohberger, but in about 2 months we should find out where this is going to be, and then people can start reserving their Airbnbs and their hotels, because there are going to be a lot of people interested in being there for this trial. This is a big one. It will be probably the trial of the summer, is what I'm guessing, for next year. Let's see. I don't know why I have a lawnmower on my screen here. Where did this come from? Oh, this is where it went to after Judge was done. All right. Going back to to where we are. Judge Cedric Simpson is back in court. We have not had yet the gentleman who's supposed to be there. He's not there yet. We haven't seen that yet. So, but before we do that, let me go cover what happened in Kohberger. All the delays, all the hearings, everything that has to happen means it can't happen anytime before June of next year for Brian Kohberger. So June is the soonest date. We're going to find out in 2 months if it gets moved or when it gets moved to Boise. That's my call. It's already going to happen. When it does, the cameras will be a little different, but they'll also be a little bit the same. And the reason I say that is because the judge has taken control of the camera systems for the duration of the case. He is controlling it. Their feed will be the source that everyone has. No one will have, there will be no other cameras in the courtroom. And so it will be a Zoom feed trial. We're hoping that when they move to Boise, that the setup is a little better than they have in Latah County, because this is, we want a better view than what we have right now. One wide view of the entire courtroom, including the prosecution and defense, and then a close-up of the witness chair, which we did not see in this hearing, and then a close-up of the judge. We'd like a little bit better than that, and I think they can do it. Hopefully Boise has a better setup, and we are going to be using their setup for the case, so hopefully that happens. Meanwhile, so there's a good chance I wanted to be at BK's. I want to be at BK's trial, and I want to. Fingers crossed. I've got ideas for what I want as far as what we offer that will be above and beyond what everyone else has up there. I don't want to spill all the beans and have somebody steal my ideas, but it involves negotiating contracts with a lot of people. So that's what we're doing there. We're still going to be working on that. We're going to jump to Judge Cedric Simpson, who's in session right now.
They're trying to sit in jail, but they won't release any of the, like last time I was in front of Judge Perry, they went releasing any information for like a whole year and then doing the same thing again. And I'm afraid that I'm going to, I'm going back to jail. I just, because they won't even release it. They won't give them all the prosecutor offers the information. They won't give them the full video footage.
So you think something exists that they may not be giving over to the prosecutor even?
Oh yeah, sir. I know a lot of it exists, and they won't give it to the prosecuting office, and therefore I've been going through this for like 3 times now. Like they've taken me to jail. This is my 3rd time being in front of a judge and the 3rd judge, and it's an ongoing process. And like they're not going to release anything.
Okay.
It just don't stop.
I think that's what your counsel was indicating, that what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to use the powers of the court that attorneys will have to try to subpoena some of that information so that they can get it. Okay, now that they're aware.
Is there any way if I can also get like some protection against them, like some type of protection myself against them?
Well, here's what I would do. I'm going to deny your request. I'm not going to deal with it. So what you would need to do is you would need to talk to your attorneys, deal with them, and let them sort of guide you as to what might be your best course. Okay? Sound good? All right. Thank you.
We believe the jury and the court up in the Commonwealth is at lunch right now. I'm just scanning the
and I don't like that, Judge. I gotta go.
I don't see our guy in court yet. Jabari Harris.
If nothing else. Court just called the case. People versus Juan Osorno.
Jessica Blanchard,
I just don't see him here.
Assistant Public Defender Chelsea Vergils with and on behalf of Juan Osorno. Please state your name.
Juan Osorno.
Oh, all right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we would ask you for an adjournment on this case to continue plea negotiations. And may I address bond?
Why, you want me to lock him up? No, go ahead.
No, thank you, Your Honor. So today, I understand there is a no-go-to order in place in a GPS tether on my client. I'm just asking you to consider removing the GPS tether. There has been no bond violations. The tether is really hurting his ankle. I won't go into the gruesome details, but causing him a lot of physical pain. And my client has very little criminal history, so just a misdemeanor. I don't believe anyone was injured in the allegations here. So I understand the no-go-to order is still in place at this time, but we're just asking you to consider removing the tether.
Can we not make a tether that doesn't?
I'm just concerned that the defense
Cause
counsel
physical damage?
approached me today about changing the bond conditions so that he could go back to that area because he'd like to rent an apartment there. And said the victim had moved out, that they were no longer at the apartment, and I don't have any knowledge of that. So not knowing where the victim is and trying to change where, you know, the tether and taking off, I'm concerned about that without talking to the victim, to be honest. This is a case where there's 2 counts of felonious assault. We had requested a $10,000 bond. They were given it to me to get a $10,000 bond. Obviously posted it, but I'm concerned as to the victim's whereabouts, that they obviously know that she's not in the area anymore, and if you need to remove the tether, we don't have a good address for her right now.
May I have a brief rebuttal?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't think that there's been any allegations of my client trying to contact any complaining witnesses in this case. And again, I do understand, and he understands there would still be a no-go-to order in this case, which I think he can continue peacefully abiding by. It's just regarding the tether, Your Honor.
Well, I guess if so, what you want is just a tether removed.
Yes, and we have no objection to a go-to order or a no-go-to order for wherever the complaining witnesses are residing at this time. In the future, we may ask to change the order, but not today.
I'm not going to change that until they have an opportunity to have the alleged victim at least voice what concerns they may have regarding the removal of the tether. So I'm going to deny your motion for a change in bond condition. I'll set the probable cause for July 18th. Will that be enough time for you, Counsel? 2024 at 9. So his bond will continue. If you're having problems with the tether, GPS tether, go over to community corrections if there's some problem with the fitting or whatever on it, okay? Yes, sir.
So when I first got it on, the tech said I had a weird shaped leg, and she kept it super loose because she couldn't make it any tighter. The tech who installed it said I had a weird shaped leg, and so it's just banging around. I'm like, bloody.
So
and it's
like, okay, go over there and have them take a look at that. And if there's an issue, they will contact the court if there's a significant issue. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you want to say something else? Or?
The first magistrate I spoke to, Fink, she said I didn't even, it wasn't on her. She told me I didn't need to have it, but somehow I had to have it to leave jail. Originally, when I spoke to her via the Zoom conference, said I didn't. There's no reason why we can't believe you can't abide by court orders. Those are her direct verbatim words.
If this guy is able to convince the judge to
She's the one
tether,
that signed the tether order.
But she told me over the Zoom that I didn't need it.
I wasn't there. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
He now gets 2 tethers.
Court calls case People versus Ryan Patterson.
Andrew Childress appearing on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender, appearing. This will be a waiver, Your Honor.
She signed the forms. That'd be a no. Sorry.
Forms? What forms?
I just need them signed afterwards. I can throw it on the record.
We've not had Jabari
Sir,
Harris
you
yet.
wish to waive your
We
right to have a
expect-
preliminary
we expect
examination?
him soon.
You guys got to switch.
Yes.
State your name for the record.
Ryan Patterson.
All right. And you wish to waive your right to have a preliminary examination in both of these cases?
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them.
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, sir.
All right. People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on the single count in each case. Your turn, counsel.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I just bound the defendant over. You got it. Are you waiving formal reading of the information on the case, on these cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Your client's going to stand mute to the charges.
Yes, he was.
All right.
He's feeding him his
Defendant having
lines.
waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. Both cases. Pretrial will be set for
August 1st at 1:30 before Judge Slate Thursday.
August 1st, 2024, 1:30 Slay Thursday.
A tether is an electronic cuff that is put on either a wrist or an ankle, generally, and it has a GPS tracker.
Bond will
It has a
continue.
battery
Thank you.
installed, and it reports its position back. And if you go outside the area you're allowed to be in, it's going to report and tell you. It also has an alert that it should send an alarm if it's removed from your leg, because it takes a special key to remove it. And if you break that, it stops reporting or does a report that it's been broken, and it's a way to monitor somebody to make sure whether watch this. It's my wife. She always knows where I'm
Case
at.
of the people versus Lindsay Rosanowski.
Hey, Lindsay Farmer.
Assistant Public Defender Chelsea Smith, on behalf of Lindsay Farmer, formerly Rosnowski.
They have the same glasses.
Okay. May I state your name?
Lindsay Farmer.
All right.
We're just asking for an adjournment today to continue plea negotiations.
Probable cause conference, July 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates, bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, man.
That's why I had, that's your.
Got it. I got you. Thank you. It was nice of you. Emily could have explained that, but I don't know why she would. She was being obstinate.
We do have a podcast night at 8
Nice of you
p.m.
to
Please
admit it.
join us
Court calls
here
the
on this
case,
channel.
people
It's gonna be a lot
versus
of fun.
Shauna Stump.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Qasim Bilbasi on behalf of Shauna Stum, who is present to my right. You can state your full name for the record.
Shauna Stum.
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for PCC. At this time, my client is wanting to waive the right to a preliminary exam and seek an offer of 7411 at the circuit court level.
Well, except we have a problem. You have the violation report.
I do not.
Mr. Allen. He was ordered over to community corrections and has failed to report.
Bailiff in position.
Okay, so this is what happened. So I was PR bonded on last Tuesday meeting or afternoon, I guess. Well, nothing ever got sent over to the courts or to the jail. So I didn't have any paperwork to leave with or anything. So I had to call up here after I got let out, finally, after whoever was at the jail working at the time had figured out what was going on with the case and my bond and everything. I had to call up here on Thursday to find out what I needed to do. And all they told me was I had court today. That was it. And they told me at 9 and not 1. So
Your Honor, if the court is willing, I could have my client report to community corrections immediately. I could walk her down there myself.
We can take care of that too.
I do apologize. It was not intentional in any way, shape, or form.
He was to report to community corrections beginning June 20th for intermediate supervision. They tried to contact you by phone on the 21st when you didn't show up. Unable to make contact, your voicemail was full.
Yeah, I own a business, so probably was full. I'm very bad about deleting my voicemail.
I
so.
also had a conversation with her about that,
Yeah,
Your
he
Honor. I
did.
ran into a similar issue with her, so we're.
So if you do get tested, you're gonna come back negative for everything?
No, I'll come. I should.
Yeah, I didn't
For
think so.
Suboxone.
What?
For Suboxone. Yeah, I should. Well, no.
Do you have a prescription?
What?
No.
Yes, sir.
her baseline level would still show that she's
That I have,
positive.
yeah, for you,
But we're confident that it would be going down.
going down, correct.
Are you in a program?
I am not currently in a program, no, sir.
So where are you getting the Subox?
Well, I'm not any longer, but I was.
Okay, so let's play the game. So when did you come out of the program?
I'm sorry.
When did you come out of the program?
6 months ago. I still have a valid script from a year ago. Oh my God. I can't handle this right now. I'm gonna have an.
Really? Me either.
I know, I'm so sorry.
So here's what's gonna happen.
Bailiff.
I'll call her back out maybe, but I'm gonna let you talk to your attorney.
Okay.
So that what happens is that your attorney, I'm sure, will explain to you that the one thing, how you have to deal with me is you need to tell me the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And you're lying to me and skirting around a lot of the questions that I'm asking. You are. And you know you are.
I am, yeah, because I'm terrified.
Yeah, me too. So, Mr. Allen, you can take her, put her back into custody at this point. We'll call her case back up at some point. Mr. Obese, you can take some time to talk with her. And
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just telling the truth goes so
Court
far
calls the case, People versus Jason Thomas.
with this judge. Just be truthful.
Assistant prosecuting attorney.
You again, Your Honor, Assistant Public Defender Constable Basie on behalf of Jason Thomas, who's present to my right. Mr. Thomas, can you go ahead and state your full name for the record?
Jason Allen Thomas Jr.
Yes, Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a PCC. At this time, my client is wanting to waive his right to a preliminary exam and seek an offer it.
has he signed the waiver?
Yes. Mr. Allen. May I approach?
Yes, that's how you do that when there's no bailiff. Yes.
You just throw it from there.
Sir, is that correct? You're going to waive your right to a preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand that that's a proceeding where people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
Yes, sir.
And you understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, sir.
All right. People also waive their right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we would just ask for a date about 3 to 4 weeks out because I'm going to be sending him to our wonderful AIM division to get some mitigating information.
Why did he start talking? What? You know, everybody else who came up here, nobody did that. I'll go back over here now and let's see if we can get this through.
Why did he
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on the single count. Mr. Belvisi, as to the arraignment.
We would waive any formal readings and stand mute to the charges at this
Defendant having waived formal readings, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pre-trial will be set for
August 1st at 1:30 before Slate Thursday.
August 1st, 2024, 1:30. That's Judge Slay Thursday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that far enough out?
That is wonderful.
Is it?
I appreciate
Great,
it.
because I only have one date. And if you needed a new date, you were going to have to go down there and get another one. But I think you know that, but you just were trying my patience. Bond continues.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
He's in a good mood now, but Jabari, sorry, I've got it wrong. Jabari Harris needs to be here in court. I don't see him.
People versus Amory Thrower. Oh, finally, she's going to get up and she gets to play today. No, really. Thank you, Ms. Rosa. Because all day she's been sitting back there. The only reason Bellinger's even still afloat is because she's been helping behind the scenes. And now, oh, well. Okay, maybe that was a bit harsh, but.
The client's like, what
Good
is going
afternoon,
on?
Your Honor. Maisie Berger requesting permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of Attorney Jay Bellinger, representing Amory Thrower.
Are you reading that?
I almost have it memorized.
Hold it. Ma'am, this has nothing to do with you. I got to deal with it. Why don't you have that memorized?
I'm not good with numbers.
You're what?
Not good with numbers. The 8.120, I get it messed up every time.
Oh, okay, but the rest of it you got.
Yes.
So you just had to have the 8.120.
Absolutely.
Okay, you got to just sort of lock that in.
Okay.
Before that happens.
8.120.
There you go. So the reason I think you had to read that
Yes.
is because Bellinger doesn't let you do enough cases. He gets up there and shows them himself. If he lets you do like, how many do you have today? You had like 8, 9, 10.
Boss all the time though.
What? No, well, you don't send her up there on the ones that are kind of messed up.
I try.
I know.
I just want you to have a good impression of me, not the cases that are hard.
What?
I want you to have a good impression of me.
I have a good impression of
Oh,
you.
good. Oh,
It's
good.
him. No. No. Okay, that was my second cheap shot. I'm sorry.
I'm a punching bag for
Oh, now everybody feels bad.
Thank you, Jay. Oh.
Seriously? That's the only person who's ever said that.
You're correct.
Well, I know. That's why everybody in the room was shocked. Permission to practice is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am, this has nothing to do with you. You're good, okay?
This actually helps your case a ton.
We would like to set for exams today, pending a tentative resolution.
I don't know what that meant. You want to set it for exam?
Yes, we would like to set for exams today. Exam today.
Oh, okay. Is discovery complete?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Would the people have their witnesses available on the 9th?
We'll do our best.
We'll do our best.
Preliminary examination
They can
in
never
person
promise.
will be set July 9, 2024, 9 a.m. before Judge Burke. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. She finally, I know you missed it. Bellinger finally let her get up and say something. I know. No.
Okay, where is Jabari?
Where goes the case? People versus David Wallow. She gets to go again? Cool. Make it through there?
Vroom, vroom, beep, beep. Mobility scooter coming through.
For Your Honor, on behalf of my client, David Wallow.
Okay. So your name?
David Wallow.
Okay, very good. All right, what are we doing?
Hello, Your Honor. Today we are seeking a 3-week adjournment to continue plea negotiations.
Any objection from the people? Probable cause conference, July 25th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continue. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Beep, beep, beep.
Oh, he's.
That thing turns on a dime. Judge was impressed.
All right, I'm gonna leave it alone. I know how to be. This is.
We're waiting for the Jabbar.
Court does call the case. People versus Jabari Harris.
Yes, this is the one we're waiting for.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Jay Bellinger on behalf of Mr. Harris, whom I don't see here. I believe he's playing Pac-Man, Your Honor, and that he's ghosted us.
Okay. I don't even know what to do with that.
I mean, I understand what you're telling me. I did order him to be here at 1:00 today, given the bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear for this hearing. And given the allegations in the bond violation, bond will be set at this point at no bond.
Thank you, Anna.
Judges, the plenary exam is still set.
Pardon?
The plenary exam is not still set, correct?
I have not said it. I've not said anything.
Thank you. Thank you.
You guys called it. You guys called it. He no-showed.
I thought he was. This one, he was on our docket yesterday. He's a Colorado VOC. They did not sign in.
Oh.
I have the date. You want to put that on?
Oh, that's right. Okay, that one. Okay. Because they can't do Thursday. Court calls the case of the People State of Michigan versus Elijah Kyler.
Assistant prosecuting attorney Morgan Rhodes on behalf of the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Jay Bellinger on behalf of Mr. Elijah Kyler. Sorry.
It doesn't know who it's
Okay, on this one,
I informed him.
you did about yesterday and that they can't hear these cases on Thursdays. So we have to set it for Wednesday. And so I will set this, I'll adjourn this probable cause out to August 7th, 2024 at 9 a.m.
And I believe it's a competency.
Is it?
Yes.
That was my understanding as well.
But the issue is that there was a
That's right.
misappointment back in 2022.
And
So I know that he's in custody in Colorado. I don't know if the CFP can do evaluation remotely, but I think we would probably need a new order.
Okay, I will sign a new order. I
can.
I don't have a problem doing that.
my understanding is that they are capable of doing that. I have experience with that with them. So I will drop another order and submit that to the court this afternoon.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Set. Yeah. Did you get a chance to talk to your client yet? Oh. No. It's like baking bread. It's not quite done.
It's not quite done.
So we'll call it up. We'll call it up in the next one. What? Do I want to stand in recess? What? It's like baking bread? Well, oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Court is standing in recess.
All rise. There we go. So turns out Mr. Jabral Harris was a no-show. He's the one that had all the bad words that he said read out in court. He's like, what? Huh? Yeah. So now all we have left, because we've had Judge Simpson, we followed him all day. We've had our Brian Kohberger hearing. All we have left now is his verdict watch for KR. And I wanted to bring something up here really quickly, if I can. Oh, did I close that? Where did I put it? Just one second. It is gone. History recently closed. There it is. Bring this over. This is off social media. Give me just a second to get this pulled up on screen. I wanted to share this. We're talking about how long this case is taking. I got to give credit to Maza Media and Mods as well, specifically Thomas for this, but take a quick peek here. Just those that are nervous about KR, these are some cases, some previous cases that you might have heard about. Megan, thanks for this. Let me grab that while I can. There we go. Copy. All right. The times on the screen. The cases: Casey Anthony, 11 hours, not guilty. Kyle Rittenhouse, 27 hours deliberation time, not guilty. O.J. Simpson, 4 hours, not guilty. Johnny Depp, 12 hours, not guilty. George Zimmerman, 16 hours, not guilty. Robert Blake, 35 hours, not guilty. Michael Jackson, 32 hours, not guilty. Compare that to Jodi Arias at 15 hours, guilty. Alex Murdaugh, 4 hours, guilty. Rob Durst, 7 hours, guilty. Derek Chauvin, 10 hours, guilty. Daryl Brooks, 3 hours, guilty. And Brandon Daisy, 4 hours, guilty. And Adnan Syed, 4 hours, guilty. So yes, we are, I think right now we're only about, I think we're getting close to 12 hours on deliberation. Is that right? Are we about 12 hours in? I don't have a timer in front of me. Harris is out on a $50,000 bond with 10% deposit. Not anymore. Bond revoked. 0 bonds. So we're at 14 hours, almost 14 hours. So we could still have a verdict for sure. AI explanation of our stream right now. Viewers are discussing a lawyer who is making light of their client, Jabari, intentionally missing court. He Pac-Man'd us. Or he made like Pac-Man and ghosted us. Mustang guy going for a Monday afternoon verdict. That puts us here all day Thursday with nothing. Well, I mean, not with nothing. We've got, let's see, Thursday there's a treehouse murder hearing. It's probably going to be a short one, 1:30 p.m. If that's still right. If no verdict tomorrow, I'll start to worry. 5,000 forfeited. Cha-ching. Anyway, that was the, I thought that would be interesting to see that. Just to put everything in perspective. Cherie S., thank you very much for the super sticker. 1-up. Love that. This really should be a clip. I saved all 3 of them. I've got all 3 of them saved from the highlights today. I think I might release all 3 of them just in a little standalone video, possibly on X and on YouTube here in a bit. Just got to post them. How long was Letitia Stout? How long were those cases? Anything close to 9 weeks? Jodi Arias seemed like it went forever. How long was that one? Let's see. Casey Anthony, Kyle Rittenhouse. O.J. Simpson went much longer. I don't know. I'd have to look at the dates. I don't remember. Did you show Weatherwatch the pics I sent you? No. Did you send them via email or via the burner phone? Danny Austin gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Danny. That's super generous. Good people got them. Good people got them. DSN also gifted a membership, and a good person got that. CLK Staffy got that one. Thank you both for your generosity, and congratulations to those who received gifts on this Friday Eve. Hooray for Danny Austin, says Sammy. All right, all we have is Verdict Watch now. I don't think we have anybody else to pop in on. Let's see. Looking to see if anybody else is live. We've got Judge McBurney Debate day at ATL. Oh, he's not live anymore. I'm not watching Michigan be a Marshall Chittister. She's the one that drove her car into something, right? Birthday party crash. You guys want to do another panel? We've already talked about everything, so unless we have another topic to talk about, I wasn't going to do another panel. We can, but and by panel, what we do is we stop this live stream, and we start another one immediately afterwards. And instead of using my hardware to run everything, we run off StreamYard, which allows me to put a link in the description of the video, and anyone can click that link and can come in and appear on StreamYard. Their voice and their camera, it just works. It's like magic, and it allows us to follow along conversations and share things that maybe I missed in chat. Can we watch a trial you filmed on Top Mark Media? Daybell was the last one we filmed on that, and I wasn't going to watch that whole one. See, I don't even know what our next case is for Top Mark Media. I'll have to look and see. Can we go to the shops with Adam again? He went shopping yesterday. You're not going to make him go again. Am I open to new case suggestions or only ones that are going to court? I was just reading up on the Sandra Birchmore trial. We want it to go to court so we can all watch it together. I'm open to suggestions. What we're looking for, and I'm even open to suggestions for trials that don't have a big national following. There may be an opportunity where we actually are the cameraman in the courtroom and provide the feed for everybody. So that's an option as well. I liked watching the StreamYard yesterday. That was fun. We got to meet some cool people. Check out Judge Boyd today. If I check this out, is there anything inappropriate in there, or we don't want like essay cases and things like that? Just one second. Okay, 202. Let's see what happened with Judge Boyd here today. (202:36) is the timestamp, and I'm on 201, 202. So we're right. This is the one you wanted. CLK, I'm trusting you on this one. Better be good.
Who's here on Ramon Sanchez? Ramon Sanchez. Come down. Good morning. How's it going?
Good.
All right, today is plea deadline date.
Your Honor, the last time the case was on, I didn't have a plea. They hadn't given it to me. You said you reset it for a plea deadline, that they were going to provide me with the plea offer during that time. They didn't do it. They did give me a plea offer today, a few minutes ago. I would like to have a short period.
Sure.
2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it's worth.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. Can you reset this the week of July 15th for a plea deadline date? It's Ramon Sanchez. All right, we'll come back on July 18th. If you want to come back sooner, just let your attorney know.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, State.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Everyone, the court is taking its recess at noon.
Look for someone taking photos.
Yes.
Oh, right there. Holding the camera up.
John Martinez. Excuse me, the lady. Excuse me. You come forward. Yes, come. No, 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 no. Come forward. First of all, why are you in this court in shorts?
I'm sorry, I was just, I don't know, I've never really been in court.
All right. Second of all, turn your phone over to the deputy. Do not close it. Deputy Laura, if you'll delete whatever photo she took, please.
If the judge asked me that question, it's because it's Friday. It's No Pants Friday, almost. Wow, how many pictures did she take?
This is just.
All right. Who are you taking photos of?
Oh, I was just letting my daughter know my son was okay and that he.
No, my question is, who are you taking photos of? All right. So Deputy Laura, if you put her in cuffs, since you want to be next to her son, and put her in the box.
I apologize, ma'am. I did.
Oh, I appreciate your apology.
I didn't know.
All right.
Put your phone in picture of that.
And who is Rick in the box?
He's with Charles Monk.
All right. Well, I'm sure Charles Blunt will come back and take care of you, but for now, you're going to be in the box.
Judge Boyd wasn't.
Who's here on
messing
John
around.
Anthony Martinez?
Whoa, CLK, good call on this
All right,
one.
come forward.
Wow.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hi.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. People don't pay attention to that sign because it's blocked for some reason.
So I spoke with the state, Your Honor. We received an offer today. We would like to set the case for a plea in 30 days if possible.
All right. So do you have all the discovery?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Norma, on this case, it is John Anthony Martinez. Set it for a plea deadline date in 30 days.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, we'll be back on July 25th. On that date, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. Do you understand?
It's a bad date for her.
All right, thank you for dressing appropriately for court. All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused. All right, as soon as I have the file, I'll take it up.
I think the defense attorney has a conflict on that date, but she didn't say anything. She kept looking at the phone, looking at the judge, and just didn't see. Wow. All right, we're gonna cut back to here. That was spicy. Do you guys want the replay on that one? Just the bit where, now that we know what we're looking for. Let's see. Okay, let's go to 8 here. There we go. Here we're on replay here. So let's let this go in here.
Gave me a plea offer today, a few minutes ago.
Watch in the background.
I would like to have a short period.
We're looking for the lady in shorts.
2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever.
With the
All right,
phone.
Ms. Ferguson, can you reset this the week of July 15th for a plea deadline date? It's Ramon Sanchez.
This is on replay. We've got the
We'll come
replay
back
icon
on
in the
July
top left-hand
18th.
corner. We did
If you
just
want
see
to come
this.
back sooner, just let your attorney know.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, State.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Everyone, the court is taking its recess at noon.
Okay, I can see the lawyer's in the way, but she's already messing with her phone, standing up there. She's holding it up.
Yes.
She's still standing there and back. Now there's the phone that goes up. Getting a good angle.
John Martinez.
Judge
Excuse
saw
me,
it.
the lady.
Judge saw the flash.
Excuse me, you come forward. Yes, come. No, 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 no. Come forward.
She had the light on.
First of all, why are you in this court in shorts?
I'm sorry, I was just, I don't know, I've never really been in court.
All right.
Okay.
Second of all, turn your phone over to the deputy. Do not close it. Deputy Laura, if you'll delete whatever photo she took, please.
Okay, we're gonna cut right there. That was the spicy bit. Yeah, she gets cuffed. She gets taken away. So wow. Taking pictures in court, unless you're media, I guess is frowned upon. I missed an anniversary chat. Let me scroll back up to see if I can find it here. Just one second. Digital String Theory, member for 6 months. You've got to yell courthouse by your name. Thank you. Thank you. Says, love this channel. I wonder how it would work to play games like something on Jackbox. I don't know. I shouldn't play games, but you guys, yes, No Man's Sky. I think that's the game. I think that's the one I was talking about. I had a lot of people come in with that name. I pulled it up. I think that's the one I'm interested in. But Misty Harris says, one day you can teach us about tech for a few. Misty, I love tech. I love what I do. I love this. I went to school for it. I worked in the media for a while with the news. I've done video production, everything from literally crash up derbies to community television and court and professional sports. I've done all sorts of filming and love it. So if you have questions, if this is something you're interested in and you're like, hey, I can't fix everybody's camcorder. I can't do that. But if you're looking to run a live stream and have a question about how something works, I'm happy to do that. I take calls all the time from people who have questions about that, and I'm happy to provide any answers I can to help you out. But if you have questions about something specific here, let me know. I need to plug this back in because this is a second recorder. It doesn't look like one, but it has a little media slot here. But it has a internet port. See that right there? That jack. So I can take an Ethernet plug or a RJ45, I think it is, unplug it in, and I can hit record here. And instead of recording onto the memory card, it will record to my NAS storage underneath the desk, and then I can immediately, as it's recording, pull it up on my replay machine and do mix and match on the replay. So, but it's the same thing as this device right here. This is a hyperdeck. This is a hyperdeck shuttle. It's the exact same device, just a little bit different shape, different inputs and outputs. But the actual replay keyboard will have this wheel and all the keys for everything else. It's going to be even better. All right. What happened to Kohberger? Nothing major other than that they've scheduled a tentative date for trial, and that's going to be basically 1 year out. We need a verdict today, says Rosebud. It would be nice. It would be nice. So we don't want her again. We want... there we go. I want the fan back. Somebody asked about, Jesse says, have you heard about the Hugoton murders in Kansas? Is this the two moms? The two moms and the 4 defendants? Is that the one you're talking about? Let me do a quick Google search. I see a gag order was issued in the trial a month ago. Yeah, that's the one. There's a gag order there. There are 4 suspects. They've made their first appearance a while back. That was in April, I think, the end of April. But that'll be interesting to follow. If it goes to court, if all 4 defendants are there together. That would be quite interesting. Josh always comes in with a good tip. Says go to Thurston County. We haven't been in Thurston County in a while, and we love them. Let's see. Thurston County District Court 2. And let's see. PFTC 4545.
Do you get text reminders of court dates?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
You may go.
Thank you.
Call your lawyer and Lacey.
I will. Thank you very much.
Ms. Moore?
We could jump ahead a couple and call Jordan Johnson, number 9 at 9 a.m., Your Honor.
Is Jordan Johnson on the Zoom call?
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
It's on for pre-FTC.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson completed, it appears from the court file that he completed and provided proof of the victim's impact panel since the last hearing. And it looks like the court is missing ADIS. Mr. Johnson indicated to me that he did complete ADIS and was told proof would be sent, but evidently the court didn't receive it. Now that he's aware the court doesn't have that proof, I've advised him he can go back and get it and provide it directly to the court himself. So we just asked the court to reset the pre-FTC to give Mr. Jordan time to provide proof, or if the court does find a violation, set the sanctions hearing out a couple months for the same end.
Where did you do it?
I did just look it up. It's at Pinnacle Peak over by the mall in Olympia, by Buffalo Wild Wings over there off Black Lake. I went there like originally when I first was told to do it. That's where my lawyer sent me, was to go there.
Yeah.
And
I
then
see the
did whole-
evaluation. Yeah, I see it from Pinnacle Peak. But
Yeah.
then they had a follow-up with an 8-hour class. You say you
Yeah,
did do the class?
I was not aware of that. I was not told I needed to do it in that class. I was just told by my lawyer to do the eval and then go off of what that guy says. He said that I was non-alcoholic. I was fine. I didn't need treatment or class. So my lawyer and the judge from the last time told me I didn't need to do that.
Okay, I'm looking when I'm going to go back to you. You said you get the evaluation and do what it says. I'm just reading right here from it. It said, it is recommended that Mr. Johnson participate in alcohol drug information school. And Mr. Johnson has been informed of these recommendations and given 3 referrals of agencies in the community that provide these services.
Nope.
So based on the evaluation,
referred.
you were told, what's that?
I was never
coming?
referred, was never told that I needed to do that. The guy literally said that I was good. I didn't need to do a class. I have an email from the attorney stating that I don't have to do that. I just needed to do the evaluation and then the victim impact. And that's what I did. And I got it all done.
The judge's
emails
paperwork is not
directly from
matching
the
up with the
attorney
story.
stating I don't need to do that.
Which attorney?
Patty. I don't have the emails popped up right now, but I believe that's what her name was, Patty something.
All right. Well, listen to me. I'm telling you, you got to do it.
Okay. But now I have confirmation.
I'm sorry?
I said now I have actual confirmation from the judge stating it.
Yep.
So yes, I will get it done.
Your Honor, just briefly.
Yeah.
Back in October of 2023, these are notes that I left. Still needs to do ADIS and Victims Impact Panel. Defendant said confident he can get it done in 4 to 6 weeks. We will set a proof by date. So the court set a proof by date at that point. That proof wasn't filed for the ADIS or Victims Impact Panel. Made the oral motion to revoke. The Victims Impact Panel has since been turned in, and I congratulate the defendant on doing that. But he has had notice of getting the ADIS done for quite some time, given to him both by the provider and this court. So I'm asking for the court to find a violation today and to set a sanctions hearing. And if the ADIS is not provided at that hearing, to impose an appropriate sanction.
Did you hear all that there, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Your Honor, we'd ask that no sanctions today, just set it out to pre-FTC again.
Well, it's at pre-FTC. No. I'm going to find that he's in violation. It's late. We'll set it for a sanction hearing. Yeah. Wouldn't mind seeing that email either, but that's not going to be part of my, because I'm curious as to whether it actually says what you say it says there, Mr.
Yeah, it
Johnson.
says that, and it has false information
Oh, hang
about
on,
the fax numbers.
okay,
Mr.
just stop
Johnson,
me for a second.
Mr. Johnson, I'm going to advise
Yeah.
you very strongly to stop digging yourself
Yeah.
a hole and
Yeah.
to listen to the judge.
I mean, you said they never said anything. It says right here in the evaluation. And so whether what they said, I mean, it's obvious then you either didn't read it. And so we're going to reset it for I'm also fairly confident that no judge ever told you didn't need to do it either, particularly in light of the judge who was presiding at your most recent hearing. But we don't need to get into that any more than we already have. And so we'll set a sanction hearing for about 6 weeks. Is there any doubt about what you need to do?
No, I will go back to the same place I went to and do it all over again.
Perfect. No, you don't have to do it all over again. You have to do it the first time. The evaluation's done. Evaluation says you have to do a one-day class.
Yeah.
And so that's what you need to do.
That's all I was told. So
Yes.
I will do the 8-hour class that
Thank
you're
you.
stating. All right.
I'll give you a court date. August 22nd at 9:30.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been getting text reminders?
No, I don't use a phone, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm jealous. I wish I didn't have to. Do you live on Inglewood Court in Yelm?
No, yeah, that works. That's my mother's house.
All right.
Yeah, that works.
That's it for today. We'll see you
Awesome.
back
Thank
here
you.
in 6 weeks. You can thank me by getting that class done. No, he's gone. Okay. Ms. Moore or Mr. Gasling?
Your Honor, if I could call number
Okay. He gone.
number 15 on the 9 a.m. Ms. Phipps.
He's gone.
What was the last name?
Phipps.
Okay. Wow. Just a little spicy. Yeah, he hung up. He was like, I've got what I need from you and I don't like it and I'm out of here. Box 4. All right. Little disrespect. At least he was dressed appropriately for court. I saw a couple questions and I missed them. I apologize. Let me see if I can go back and find them here. Why don't they remove Heather Johnson or put someone else up? Some of these courts allow observers to watch in Zoom, but they also enforce the rule that your camera has to be on. And I think Thurston, Washington is one of those courts. And so you get people that are just sitting there on their couch all day long. And sometimes it will say observer next to it. It's just funny. Oh, Detect Vids. Do you use Elgato Stream Decks? I do. I have the Stream Deck XL right here, which has, I think it's like 32 buttons. Love it. I love it. I only love it though because I paid. I think his name is Adam Tao. Has an application called Mix Effect that works for that uses it's a program that runs on my laptop, and the Super Deck or the Stream Deck, talks to the Mix Effect application, so I can run everything over here using my Stream Deck, and so it just makes it really handy, and I absolutely love it. If you're good at programming tech stuff, they are really good because you can do almost anything you could do on a keyboard with a mouse. You can build a key that will make it quicker and faster and better using Stream Deck, and it has a lot of tools built in that you can just download for things you normally use, say like OBS or Stream Deck, StreamYard or something like that. Buttons are running buttons, but the best thing is you can actually program some of these buttons because it's not just the button and what it does. You can have a button to send out a tweet when you go live, and you push a button and it will send out a tweet and it will link to it. You can have a button that is a clock and that keeps you updated and has a counter, or some buttons light up when somebody's, say, I follow this guy on YouTube. I want this little alarm button to light up when he has a new video that I haven't watched. All sorts of stuff. Just really, really amazing stuff you can do with a Stream Deck. They're really cool. And they have like a foot pedal version of buttons where you can, if you're a streamer and your hands are busy, you don't want to have to take your hands and eyes off the stream, you can use foot pedals to activate different commands. They've got some great stuff. Elgato does a really good job. Are they going to work past 4? I think just yesterday was the delay, or they had the situation where the juror had to catch a bus at 4, and so they let the judge know they'd be out a little bit early, and that's why I don't think there's any conflict today regarding that. Josh, thanks for that tip. That was a fun little bit from court. That was really cool. Let's see, is Judge Simpson live again? Judge Simpson is live again. Just one second. Let's jump over there really quickly. I feel really small in the corner, but I don't like covering people up that are the star of the show. Does the long deliberation give us a clue as to the verdict? Joanna, we talked a little bit about some of those cases that have had long deliberations and been found not guilty. So I really don't think there's one way or another you can decide. It's hard to tell. That we've seen long deliberations that were not guilty and long deliberations that were guilty. But I think the longer it goes, generally the better for not guilty. But it's not hard and fast. It is 2:20 right now. Mr. Jackson Jr. there is, he's got some bling. Look at that. He's iced up both wrists, looking good, but he's a little bored with the pace of the proceedings here. Waiting for Judge Simpson to start. The best way to tell is when the verdict is in. That's the only way to tell. LV Jackson, I think, is probably someone who's been ordered to appear in Judge Simpson's 2 o'clock block, which should start any minute now. He always starts a little bit late. Had a busy morning. It's been a lot quieter this afternoon. Jury doesn't have the benefit of watching it daily and listening to commentary. They listen to Lally for 9 weeks. They need to revisit some of the facts, exactly what the attorneys want. Karen Reed does not have any children herself. John also did not have any children himself, but he adopted or sort of took over his niece and nephew. Tragic situation. Mary Lopez puts another vote in for the eyebrow. I'll have to see if I can find the other one. Nikki Crayons, what's your shop about? Tell us a little bit. And just like that, I found both eyebrows, but they have no stickiness. I have to weave them into my existing eyebrows to get them to stay. I mean, that's all we can do. Abby, my P.O. box would be full of eyebrows. Hopefully there's a verdict before they arrive, Abby. That would take too long. Right. It is funny that the Justice for JJ hashtag has been adopted by one of the sides when both of them feel that they want justice for JJ. It's just, who the finger points at when it's all over. Jim Bob says, I play with microcontrollers. One of them, the uses I have for them is macros. You'd be surprised how many anti-cheat games software is defeated by a $1 controller. Are you saying you cheat at your games? Bug Dugger says, good news, Doc was able to remove more of the narcotic tissue, and I'm able to walk better. All is looking good. Thank you for the prayers and the good thoughts, Bug Dugger. That is wonderful. That is wonderful news. That is great to hear. And in celebration, LV Jackson's going to give us a tour of the house here. Oh, maybe not. Bug Dugger, congratulations. That is really cool. It's always good to get some good news. Gorilla Glue. Yeah. Instant, what's that? Super Glue works as well. I would still say get a verdict wig. Sussex Sandra, you're right. John and Karen did argue over the kids and what to do with them. Karen took them out for like Dunkin' Donuts for breakfast, and John didn't think that was a good breakfast for the kids, and they did argue over that, and apparently some other things as well. Josh says, since my birthday is next Wednesday, July 3rd, we need to do fireworks sound bites for the whole 9 yards. I don't have any fireworks sound bites. I have to make sure the sound bite is public domain. I can't just, and I don't have any audio I've recorded myself. Get an English judge wig. I've learned that wigs are, not all wigs are the same. Wigs are made to fit your head. And I've had wigs that were made to fit smaller heads than mine. Duct tape, double-sided tape, or a bit of gum. I've got gaff tape. Somewhere I have a roll of gaff tape, and that would do the trick. Need to find it. Not sure where court went. We've got nothing up right now. Go back here. Oh man. I do this every time. I just wanted to put Judge Simpson down there. Instead, I shrunk everything down. There we go. We'll know when Judge Simpson comes back. Judy says, I just picked up Dunkin' in Massachusetts. Been vacationing there. I felt so immersed in the coffee and the donut plus accent. I have to admit, I'm not a coffee drinker. And I struggle eating Dunkin' Donuts because they all taste like coffee. I'm a huge fan of Krispy Kremes, and my wife hates Krispy Kremes. She likes Dunkin' Donuts. So we have to alternate back and forth with where we get our donuts. Going to Duck, North Carolina for vacation, found out there are famous donuts there. We'll be having one every day. Just one. Mel, if you have a Jeep, just know that Duck Donuts also sells little ducks, and those little ducks look really good inside on the hood of or on the dash of a Jeep. They sell all varieties of ducks. They have ducks with different professions, like teacher ducks and everything, but they're crazy. Lots of different colors and everything. They're a lot of fun. I love them. My kids love them. They look like this, and they're smaller than this one. They're smaller than this one. This is from Ryan Apple Snapple. This is Detect-A-Duck. Or Sherduck. All right. Let's see. Let's swap boxes 3 and 4.
Takes time.
Oh, Jackson's back. Found a more comfortable position.
All right. 14A District Court for County of Washington, State of Michigan is now back in session. The Honorable
You may be seated. Oh, wait, no, Vincent was out here. I would have stayed back.
Vincent's one of the defense attorneys.
Court calls case, People versus
They're good
Christian
friends.
Philippe.
Andrew Children on behalf of the people.
Hello. That's you, Mike. No, you weren't. You just. Where were you just now? Oh, hang on. Here comes his assistant. That I called Philippe. Can he find the file? You got it, Mike? Oh, okay. No, I saw the client. I just.
Michael Vincent on behalf of Christian Fiddle.
Okay. And what, your name?
Christian Fiddle.
All right, what are we doing?
Asking for an adjournment so we can view the body cams involved in this case.
Okay.
Probably a couple weeks.
You're gonna be able to do it in a couple weeks. Never mind. I know how this works. Is he available on the 11th?
Well, he wants to, when is your vacation? Say it again. 17th, 20. He would like to be able to go to Gatlinburg, Tennessee from July 13th to July 21st.
Oh.
13th through the 21st?
8 days.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
8 days in Tennessee.
Well, hold on. I've got to look at the right month. All right, then let's. And that kind of July 25th. Does that work? All right. Probable cause will be adjourned to July 25th, 2024. 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, defendant may travel to Tennessee. Right, Tennessee.
The judge will allow you to go on vacation, apparently, if you're depending on the case.
July 13th through the 21st.
The charges must not be extremely serious.
Bond continue. Okay. Thank you. Next case, People versus Ty Thompson.
Your Honor, Michael Vincent on behalf of Ty Thompson. State your name for the judge.
Ty Thompson.
Thank you. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we're going to again have a request for an adjournment so the prosecutor can view the videos that we have.
The videos that you have?
Yes, that we.
Okay.
But they need to.
Defense
I feel
videos.
they need to look at them to resolve this case.
Pardon?
I think that would help resolve the case.
We have defense videos that the prosecution needs to look at. Usually the prosecution has videos that the defense needs to look at.
Any objection if I just put it over to the 25th along with the other one?
Oh, yeah.
All right. July 25th, 2024, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond continue.
Mr. Jackson's ready, sir. If you can move him up to the top of the pile.
Okay, thank you.
Court calls case People versus Joseph Lozier.
What shirt is he wearing?
Andrew Children on behalf of the people.
Oh, he's,
Michael Vincent on
he's
behalf
lighting
of
one.
Joseph
He's
Lozier.
lighting one. Is that a cigarette or a?
Oh.
lose the bling, apparently.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. State your name, Judge.
Yeah, Joseph Lozier.
Thank you. Lozier. Okay.
They kicked him off.
All right. What are we doing on this?
There's a plea to a misdemeanor, reckless use of firearm, I believe, no contest or civil liability.
Reckless use
Part
of
of
a
the plea
firearm
that Mr.
pleads no
Lozier
contest
signed,
to avoid potential
firearm
civil
used
liability.
in this incident turned over to the police for destruction. Doesn't prevent him from owning other firearms, just this firearm is going.
Since he was reckless with that one, he loses that firearm.
Because he signed an advice
keeps the
right
other
for
ones.
Your trial rights, okay? Call witnesses, question all stuff. Your witness present.
You didn't go over this with him before? Lisa, it's always fun. You never know what you're going to get when we're court hopping.
Today's 27th, I believe.
Yes, it is.
6/27.
It does seem a little strange. There's the firearm that was used in this crime that he's admitting to is going to be turned over to the police for destruction, but he's allowed to keep other ones. The rationale is just, it's a little weird. It's a penalty. It's a punishment. It's a slap on the wrist, but it doesn't address the issue that he was the one who was reckless
solemnly
with the
swear and
firearm.
affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name.
Joseph Lozier.
All right. And just so that counsel can acknowledge, the plea agreement in this case indicates that the defendant will be pleading no contest to the charge of reckless use of a firearm to 90-day misdemeanor, and that upon his successful plea to that charge, counts 1 and 2 would be dismissed. There's also the agreement that the defendant will forfeit the firearm used in this case.
That's all correct, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Benson?
It is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead no contest to the charge of reckless use of a firearm. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days of jail, $500 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Excuse me, what was the last part?
$500 fine plus court cost.
I don't know what court costs will be, but.
I don't either. All right, but that's the maximum penalty. You understand that, sir?
I guess I do.
All right. I also have to, well, first of all, do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, he
Explained it? Okay. Two things about a no contest plea I need to make sure that you understand. The first thing you need to understand about a no contest plea is it means that you're not further desirous or.
Hold on for a second. Could I come up closer to you? I've got hearing aids in, but they do not.
Okay, hold on. We've got equipment that may help you out. Okay? Not a problem. Not a problem.
Oh, good,
Hey,
because
there we go.
his lawyer is super quiet.
They're called aids for a reason.
Yes. Okay, does that help you? All right, great.
Thank you.
Not a problem. All right. So you had indicated to me that Mr. Vincent had explained to you about a no contest plea, correct?
Right.
All right. Two things about a no contest plea I have to make sure that you understand it. First of all, it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
No, I done a stupid thing. That's.
All right, but you don't desire to fight that charge anymore.
No.
All right.
Don't say you're guilty.
Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
So I done what now?
As though you had pled guilty. They'll sentence you as though you had pled guilty to the charge.
Well, I thought it was that you.
Don't talk.
Either admitting or denying what happened. The judge will read the police report and then use it as a finding of fact that you're guilty of reckless use of a firearm. But you don't admit to anything, okay?
Okay.
But he's going to treat it at sentencing as if you did admit.
Okay.
You understand that?
Yep.
Okay. And the basis for the no contest plea, Mr. Vincent?
Civil.
Liability.
It's to
Okay.
avoid potential civil
I also
liability
have
if
to
it gets
advise
sued.
you, sir, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge. And you would be sentenced before Judge Freshour in the 14A4 District Court. You understand that?
Right.
Okay. Understanding that, you still wish to plead no contest?
Yeah.
Okay. So to that charge, how do you plead?
Guess I'm gonna plead guilty.
No contest.
No contest.
No
Excuse me.
contest.
All right. Now, you understand that by
Every
pleading no
time.
contest, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Right.
Okay. You signed an advice of rights form. Do you have any question regarding any of those rights? On the form you signed?
We're all through that. You have a right to a jury trial and all that. You understand those rights that you're giving up.
Right.
All right. You understand that you're giving up all of the rights that are contained on that form.
Right here. Yep.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
All right. You understand that you're giving up your right to appeal of right. Here's what that means. It means that if you're convicted in this case, you don't have an automatic right to appeal any sentence that's imposed. If you had to appeal a sentence, you'd have to ask permission to do it. You understand that? Yes?
Yep.
Okay. Are you on probation or parole?
No.
No. Okay. You got that one. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no contest?
No.
Anybody threatened you or coerced you in any way?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yeah.
Okay. Court has been provided Michigan Department of State Police for their case number 2388-24. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
None, Your Honor.
Okay.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's no contest plea. Do that again. I bet you agree. Court will accept the defendant's no contest plea to count 3. Counts 1 and 2 are dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14A4 probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
August 27th at 9 a.m. before Judge Freshour.
August 27th, 2024, 9 a.m. before Judge Freshour.
And he contacts the Saline Court Probation Department.
That is correct. Bond will continue.
We don't know.
Thank you.
All
We
right.
just know that
Thank
the
you.
court took
Thank you,
lunch.
sir.
We have a hearing aid here.
Yep.
So he pays $500.
And Your Honor, thank you for the use of these.
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem, sir.
He loses the gun, pays $500, and goes about life. As
Court
normal.
calls the case. Is that it for you, Mr. Benson? I think so. Court calls the case, People versus Brian Fineman, or Finerman. Finneran. Said that all wrong.
Good afternoon. This is Attorney General Emmanuel Courtroom on behalf of the people.
Marshall Feaster, Assistant Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Mr. Brian Finneran. I was told by my colleague, Mr. Gaddy, that a Zoom request was submitted.
It was. Mr. Finneran looks like he signed in. But, oh, there he is. Sir, can you state your name?
Brian Finneran.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. We had originally intended to do a waiver today. However, we were not able to get that waiver signed and sent back by Mr. Finneran due to him not being in court today and not having a computer to do it. So if we could adjourn this for a couple of weeks or 1 week, I can get it to him either in the mail or somehow to get it done.
Hey, probable cause conference. I'll adjourn this to July 11th, 2024.
Thank you very much.
All right. Bond continued. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Richard Nordell.
Good afternoon, this is Attorney General Emmanuel Courtroom on behalf of the people.
That is a fine looking beard.
and Assistant Public Defender J. Bond on behalf of Mr. Nordell, who appears via Zoom. Mr. Nordell, can you please state your name for the record?
Richard Nordell.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would just be asking for a 2-week adjournment here in the matter for continued for continued consideration of the plea offer.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 11th, 2024.
Thank you.
9 a.m. or as your invite indicates, bond continues.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you.
Court calls the case. People
why the Attorney
versus
General's not
Michael
on
Weiger.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Please, Honorable Court, David Burgess on behalf of Michael Viget. That's okay, Judge.
I know, I remember and I didn't. Okay, anyway.
I go phonetic normally too, you know. I believe the people have a request, you know.
Your Honor, I am requesting an additional adjournment. I have previously requested one for the scheduling of an interview at Child Advocacy Center. One was scheduled in Oakland County with plans for CPS to transport the child on 6/17. That did not happen. I am in the process of following up with CPS and the Oakland County CAC to see kind of what was missed there. I would still like one additional opportunity to try to make that happen before this moves forward. But I did inform counsel that this will be kind of my last effort because we've made a lot of efforts to try to get the child there. And so if I could just have one additional adjournment, we have some additional information at that point.
All right.
I'm not going to object, Your Honor.
All right.
I'll allow the people to.
Why don't we do this since everybody's operating in good faith? Why don't I go July 25th?
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. Turn this to July 25th, 2024.
This means it's
9 a.m. or your invite
kids.
indicates bond will continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus LV Jackson.
Here we go.
Andrew Childers appearing on behalf of the people.
And may it please this honorable court, good afternoon. Byron Pitts, read on behalf of Mr. Jackson, who is appearing by Zoom and consents to having this hearing by Zoom.
He consents.
Mr. Jackson, can you state your name, please, sir? You need to unmute. Okay,
I don't know
you're
how.
talking to me,
He
but
says, I don't know how.
Yeah.
Let me, Judge, let me call him, if I may.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, cuz.
Okay, give me one
Just
second.
needs to hit the microphone button. Now,
Yeah.
oh,
There we go. There we go.
We got it. State your name, sir.
LB Jackson.
All right. I have before me a plea form that indicates that the defendant will be pleading guilty to the charge of operating while impaired or operating while intoxicated, second offense, the 1-year offense. Upon his successful plea, that's an added count 5. Upon his successful plea, counts 1, 2, 3, and 4 would be dismissed. That's the court's full understanding of the agreement.
And may it please this honorable court, that is our understanding as well, Your Honor.
That's correct, Judge. Thank you.
All right, very good. Mr. Jackson, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
LB Jackson Jr.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of operating while intoxicated, second offense. That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $200 to $1,000 fine plus court cost, 5 days to 1 year in jail. Court could order community service and any rehabilitative services the court deems necessary. The court could also order your vehicle immobilized, could order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand all of that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. I also have to advise you that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Berg in the 15th District Court. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Understanding all of that, you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
All right. And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, that you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
You signed an advice of rights form previously, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Any question regarding any of those rights?
No, sir.
If you have it there, I need you to look at or remember paragraph 5. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you in any way?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
And also because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes, sir.
March 2nd, 2024, at the location of Eisenhower Boulevard at near State Street, City of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, were you operating a motor vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Prior to operating that motor vehicle, had you consumed intoxicating liquor?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you had and how much?
No, sir.
All right. Were you stopped by the police?
Yes,
or was
sir.
there an accident?
I was stopped by the police.
Why did they stop you?
They said I made a gesture turn. I guess I made a sharp turn, an illegal turn.
Okay. You're not disputing the right of the police to stop you in this case, are you?
No, sir.
All right. Were you ultimately arrested?
Yes,
There is
sir.
blood alcohol content.
And were you taken to the police station or were you taken to the hospital?
I was taken to the hospital.
And there was a blood draw?
Yes, sir.
And what were the results of that blood draw?
I was over the alcohol limit.
We
By
have
how
a.
much?
It was a 0.218 was the blood toxicology.
Okay. If I told you it was a 0.218, do you have any reason to dispute that, sir?
No, sir.
And counsel, you would stipulate to those blood test results?
But Your Honor, yes.
All right, thank you.
Forgot to ask him how much you've been drinking.
Sir, had you previously been convicted of operating with a high BAC on or about January 23rd, 2013 in the 1482 District Court and or operating while intoxicated on or about March 31st, 2016 in the 14B District Court?
Yes, sir.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied as well, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 5. Counts 1, 2, 3, and 4 are dismissed pursuant to the plea agreement. Pre-sentence investigation and report and screening and assessment is ordered. Sentencing in this case will be July 12th, 2024, 9 a.m. before Judge Burke in the 15th District Court. Bond with its conditions will continue.
Your Honor, where is defendant to go? Who is he to contact as it relates to getting the pre-sentence report?
Contacting 15th District Court probation.
Okay. Got it.
You got it? Okay.
That's okay. Look, 15th District Court probation. I'll take care of it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All righty. Thank you.
Your Honor, take care. Good seeing everyone. Thank you.
Yes. Good seeing you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Court calls the case
Bye.
People versus Vijay Dandamudi.
That's it, Mr. Jackson. We can leave.
He just blurts in there. He's called the other case. That's
Okay,
it.
let's try this again. People versus Vijay Dandamudi. Mr. Prosecutor first.
Andrew Childers appearing on behalf of the people.
All right. Defense counsel, go ahead, sir.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Matt Hauser here on behalf of Mr. Vijay Dandamudi.
And sir, could you please state your name?
BJ Danamudi, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, what are we doing today?
Your Honor, it's my understanding, Mr. Danamudi will be waiving his.
He'll be waiving his right to a preliminary examination?
Yes,
Yes, I can see
that is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Danamudi, is that correct that you're waiving your right to a preliminary examination?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
All right, you understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense is alleged or the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
Yes.
You understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on the single count. As to the circuit court arraignment. Counsel, you waive formal reading of the information?
Yes, Your Honor. We would waive a formal reading at this time and we would enter a not guilty plea and ask this matter be left on for a pretrial and a jury trial.
All right.
Ooh,
I don't set the jury trial, but I will give you a pretrial date. Defendant having waived formal reading, pleading not guilty, court will enter that not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be set for
August 7th at 1:30 before Judge Conlon.
August 7th, 2024, 1:30, Judge Conlon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bound with its conditions will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a Spanish translator. Let's see if he's a little faster than we had yesterday.
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, Mr. Interpreter. You're in front of the Honorable J. Cedric Simpson of the 14A District Court, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. Our number is 1423.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please raise your right hand and be sworn?
Certainly.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment, and to translate from English into Spanish and from Spanish into English in the manner now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, Charlie.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Court does call the case, People of the State of Michigan versus Nelly, is it Troches Ramirez?
That's correct, Judge.
Bien, el estado de Michigan hace el llamado del caso en contra de la persona Natalie, no sé si lo dije bien, Troches Ramírez.
Laura Willenbring on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. William Amadeo.
Hold on. So it would be Laura Willingbring on behalf of the people, Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I get a repetition of the previous counselor?
Yes, that Laura Willingbring on behalf of the people.
Thank you so much. Tenemos representando al gobierno de la ciudad, la señora Laura Willingbring.
Hey, Braxton, can you
Good
get
afternoon,
a TS?
Your Honor. William Amadeo, P76194, on behalf of Ms. Ramirez.
Buenas tardes, su señoría. Tenemos aquí representando a la señora Ramírez, William Amadeo, P7619.
Amadeo.
Ms. Ramirez waives her right to be present in person and thanks Your Honor for allowing the Zoom.
La señora Ramírez ha declinado su derecho para estar aquí presente en persona y
Zoom?
comparecer a través de Zoom.
He's not here. Is he the iPhone?
No la tenemos aquí.
Mr. Ramirez, can you state your name?
Señora Ramírez, ¿puede usted mencionar su nombre?
Janet Troche Ramírez.
Nelly Janet Trocha Ramírez.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
Your Honor, I'm seeking a 30-day adjournment. We're trying to work out a resolution.
Su señoría, dice el abogado que representa a la señorita Ramírez, que estamos solicitando ante este tribunal se otorgue un aplazamiento de este caso de 30 días para poder solicitar o buscar una resolución.
As there are immigration consequences, I would respectfully ask for July 25th date.
Y debido a las posibles consecuencias de parte de las leyes de inmigración, estamos solicitando que se lleve a cabo esto, un aplazamiento para hasta el día 15 de julio. Can the interpreter verify the request date, Your Honor?
He's requesting July 25th.
Jennifer, thank you, Your Honor. El aplazamiento sería para el día 25 de julio.
Matter will be adjourned August 1st, 2024, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Este es un asunto legal que se va a posponer entonces para el día 1 de agosto 2024 a las 9 a.m.
And Wilkin, thank you.
Se pospone la fianza, se prorroga, gracias.
All right. Thank you. Charlie, always a pleasure, sir.
Thank you very much. Always my pleasure. A privilege, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
You too.
Thank you.
You can call and pay me $100 for 10 minutes anytime you want, Your Honor.
Yeah, hold on. I think we'll take a brief break. We've got some, and then I have my two motions, Mr. Dawson's and then Mr. Amadeo. It'll be about 5 folks. I'll come back out and we'll let the rest of this roll.
Braxton, if you're interested, Hill Air Force Base has tons of tech jobs open. Possibly DLA. If you've got some Linux, you might be able to even go into a server admin role, be a junior admin. I might have some information for you. All right, let's go back here for a little bit. I think we're nearly done with court today for everybody. It's been a fun day of court watching, but let's see, box 4 is going to be camera 4 now. There we go. So you can see we have the fan in the corner. Nothing has happened. Absolutely nothing has happened in the Karen Reed trial today. Is the Karen Reed courtroom closing at 3 today? They did yesterday, but that was just because a juror had a bus they had to catch. DOD, Department of Defense, lots of tech jobs, and if you've got prior tech experience and Linux, and you can get a TS, a top secret clearance. Basically, if you got a clean background. Any police chase today? Not that I've seen. I haven't seen one. So in Karen Reed, they can stay as long as they want tonight. I don't think so. I think the court's going to go home probably the end of the day and allow them to continue deliberating. I would say it's, unless you have prior military, it's easier to get a job as a contractor than as a civilian. Civilian is really tough to beat because people are going to have preference points over you because of prior service, and that's great. That's great for them, but it's hard for you if you haven't served. So I would say try to get a contract position, and I might have some names of some contractors that you can talk to, or at least somebody who could point you in the right direction. Learn Linux at a sysadmin level. You'd be worth your weight in diamonds. Yeah, they work you hard though. Sysadmins. You guys have to work on the weekends and all the tech the windows, the refresh windows, the tech windows to refresh and update your systems. Have you seen the American Standard Dog Training Canine Expert's Opinion? I have not looked at that one. Does that person weigh in on he or she weigh in on that the dog bite? I heard the judge said if they don't go to a verdict by 3:30, they're going to need to appear before her. Well, it's 3:04 right now. Sorry, my phone has been blowing up probably for the last 2 weeks, and I'm so far behind on messages and emails. It's embarrassing. He has a fake arm with dog bites. The dummy arm. Wow. Appeared with Melanie Little. K-Rab said, I wanted to appreciate everyone in chat. Being homebound, it's my only means to socialize. I enjoy the connections, conversations, and the laughs. K-Rab, thank you Thank you very much. Glad that you can be here as well. It's fun to have you in chat. Wouldn't be the same without you. And I'm glad you find some enjoyment there as well. We've got a good community here. Love it. Lots of people saying the American dog training video was excellent. And it was on Melanie Little's channel? Or was the video separate from Melanie Little's? I haven't. Samantha, I'm so far behind. I honestly, I don't know if I'll catch up. I sort of start with what's current and go again. So if you sent me something that was urgent or you'd like to get my attention with, you might have to send it again and just say, hey, this is so-and-so, just a reminder, sent you this before. He has his own page. That's cool. Maybe we'll have to see if we can connect with them. Tonight at 8 o'clock, we have a podcast, and I'm officially welcoming and inviting all of you to come join us. We're going to have a lot of fun. Weather Watch and I will be doing what we do every Thursday, which is totally not relevant usually to anything we've talked about during the day. But I do encourage you to come and join us, especially if you want a little bit of levity to lead up to the weekend, which is coming. We have a holiday coming up next week. You have a holiday coming up next week. I'm super excited. I may live stream fireworks. I've never done that before. Would you guys be interested if I have an option to live stream some fireworks? The audio will be tricky. I've stopped asking recovery addicts and just done the thing, and he said, go look and give me feedback. So now I just have to remind him to give me feedback. I looked last night. Amber, doing a great job. I do like it. I think I might need to, some of the links, the buttons that link to video pages, I think we need to make a little more professional, or there was a couple of like little cartoony type pictures, either more realistic or smaller, but I like it. I'm ready to just launch. Next Friday's Karen's birthday. That's exciting. We've got a couple birthdays coming up next week. I love fireworks. Yes, on the fireworks. If I do, I would take this camera right here, and so it would be a wide shot. This is the only lens I have that can really bring in the light like you need with fireworks. Let's see. You get fireworks on the 4th, and in UK we get to vote. Well, we celebrate we celebrate the right to vote now because we had fireworks way back on the initial 1776. Jive, that's funny. Do not publish yet. Yes, I won't. I'll wait for your go ahead. Stream birthday fireworks. I'll have to find out when the fireworks are and if we're going. If we are, I can bring stuff and set it up. Legal in Colorado this year, but of course you have to be careful. We do not need a lot more fires. I saw there was a fire in, was it Utah, where a big hay storage thing went up in smoke. Air show at Hill Air Force Base this weekend. I used to work there. Those air shows are fun. There's actually the problem I have with Hill Air Force Base is they call it Hill Air Force Base. They're the top of the hill. They're actually on a plateau, and trying to find areas around Hill Air Force Base that are taller than that is very difficult. And the U.S. Air Force does this on purpose. It's very difficult to find a spot where you can look down from the outside and see what's going on. But if you drive all the way up the hill, all the way up to the east, there's a little ridge up there. You're ways away, far away, but it sets you up on the hill and you can see things. If the Thunderbirds fly, they fly by you once or twice. You're far from the noise, though. All right. Let's see. Anything else for today? Nothing on Judge Cedric. No action out of Boston. I say Boston, but Massachusetts. Dedham. The video of the dog trainer has pics of the dog bites. Those pics got me demonetized. I fought it and won. But you win, and what happens is that YouTube says, okay, never mind, we will start selling advertisement on your videos, but nobody's watching the videos after that period where you actually fought, and so the YouTube getting demonetized permanently affects the video because it only gets watched during while it's new. All right, that made more sense in my head before I tried to say it out loud. I'm seeing updates from the docket about Lori Vallow. Nothing huge. All right. Yeah. Okay. I was confused. I'll have to do the scratch that. There it is.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Steam sale is live. Is that so I can get my No Man's Sky game today? Cachette. It is looking more and more like a Friday verdict at the soonest. I want a Guy Fawkes Day bonfire. If you've not been and seen a Guy Fawkes Day bonfire, let's see. I watched one in. I think I was in Watford, England, and watched a Guy Fawkes Day bonfire. That bonfire is it's like Burning Man. Okay, think of a Burning Man bonfire, but every town has one. Amazing, just huge. They did it in the middle of a soccer field, and the bonfire took up the whole soccer field. And they had some like a guy that rode a bicycle on a wire back and forth. I'm not sure what he had to do with Guy Fawkes Day, but he was there too. It was amazing. No Man's Sky is 50% off. There you go. Does it run on a Mac? You guys, you're literally watching me relapse. Is what you're doing. Oh, I'll talk to Mrs. R.A. She'll talk some sense into me. I attended the Midsummer Fest in Norway as a kid when it basically didn't get dark. I think that's what happened. Debbie says I was going to say step away. It's a trap. Don't encourage him. How many hours have they been deliberating? Can we have a count? Are we up to 16 yet? I was WoW. I can't go back to WoW. It's very addictive for me. My weakness is games where you go out and you collect stuff, you collect resources, you build, and specifically games that have an in-game economy. I love to manipulate in-game economies. Subnautica is under $10. Thal, it's been 14 hours. It feels like 17, but 14 hours of deliberation. Anyone know what the final count for What If Any was? I never played Baldur's Gate. So you like Minecraft. I also like more realism than Minecraft offers. He says, I am your biggest fan. Guild Wars 2. Yeah, lots of stuff. Okay, I'm getting a million texts here. see, I've been trying to get my question in all day. Came via text. Do you think John's family has changed their mind from thinking Karen is guilty after seeing and hearing the evidence and now think she is innocent? I don't think so. I think everyone pretty much stayed in the same camp they were in the beginning. That's my take. Just look at us. How many of us switched where we were at? Very few of us. Some of us did, but very few of us switched. Ivy Bowen says, everyone please Google Dutch fans celebrating Euro 2024. It is so much fun. 40,000 people dancing. Keshet immediately regrets her decision. I can't spell today. I sent you a text on high-profile cases and the lengths of deliberation times. Josh, we showed a tweet. I think Meza somebody on Twitter had that same list. We shared that just a little bit ago. How's it going with the possibility of calling from overseas? Jinx, I apologize. I have not made any progress on that. My dilemma is I need a situation where it keeps my personal phone number private, because although I do answer the burner phone all hours of the day and night, I don't want to give out my personal number, so I can separate work from family. And I use WhatsApp linked to my personal number already, and I haven't been able to find a system that will allow me to use another Google Voice number. So I just haven't made any progress there. And I don't want to use Discord because Discord on my Mac, it doesn't run well. My Mac struggles to run Discord, and I can't put it on another machine because they're all dedicated to doing other stuff. Mazza Media, that's who it was. Dungeons and Dragons official post office stamp to be released in August. That'd be cool. Thal, you just about got Oxygen Not Included. It's a great game. What type of game is that? What case do you plan to follow next? Upcoming, we have, let's see, next month, we've got Alec Baldwin coming up this next month. We've got Ashley Benefield should be starting here soon. Black Swan. Microsoft Murders. I think those are the big ones. Braxton, thanks for working on that. Have I been gone so long there's no longer a burner? There's still a burner. I just don't have an international burner. I wish there was a way I could. Treehouse trial. Treehouse is coming up in 9/6, so it's pushed off for a couple months. We've got 3 months out, 2 or 3 months away. You could set up a Facebook profile for a recovery addict and use Messenger on your burner phone for calls. I have a Facebook profile for a recovery addict, and I use it for mod chat. And the problem I have with that is the constant dinging and tones and things. I'm picky. Nicolay Mew, I don't remember that one and stuff. What was the crime for that one for sentencing? Oh, that's the Apple? Is that the stabbing? Stabbing. He's on Bad Apple River trial. Nicolay Mew. That's 7/31. So the end of next month. Zing. What I'm saying is, if I have the audio tied in, the pinging of Facebook Messenger then gets tied in as well, and it gets distracting. So I have to have the audio separate. I can't have the two connected. I love mod chat. It's saved my bacon countless times. We will chat about the international calls as soon as you call me. I believe I have a solution. I owe you a call because I did check the website last night and it's looking good. Stop ignoring me and go back to my last comment. Repeat after me. No, thank you. I'm a recovering gameaholic and choose abstinence over gaming. This is what I should say, but then I'm looking at the clock and I'm like, well, we're pretty much done for the day. We've got some time and it's on sale. My kids like games. I could play with my kids, and oh man, need to prep for the podcast. That's what it is. We need to focus on that. The last game I bought was Farming Simulator, and I still have that. I even have a PlayStation Bluetooth controller that works with the computer for that. My husband plays Farming Simulator 2022. That's the one I have as well. And I enjoy that game. I enjoy Farming Simulator. 25 is out? Oh, man. Everyone needs the new tractors. Are you following the Illuminati trial at all? Lawsuit's getting ridiculous. No. Which one's that? What was the game that took all my time? It was World of Warcraft, Jen. Show us your farm. I always play on other farms. There were other servers that I would join. Because I enjoy the ability to just hop in a tractor and then like jump in the queue and be the guy that's driving the truck that's picking up all the silage or whatever. And it's funny to go on these servers and everyone is deadly serious about stacking hay. And the mods are on there. They're banning people that are stacking wrong or not washing their tractors after they're done, not filling them up with gas, not parking them in the right direction, in the right stall. It's just so much fun to play on a like a very serious Farming Simulator server. Something's wrong with your chat, says Nikki. We have some words that are banned. I have to go through the banned list and make sure we have eliminated the ones that are okay. Sometimes during some trials, we ban specific words that are normal in other trials. So if you're trying to chat and it won't post, it might be that one of those words is auto-blocking your chat. I'll do that this afternoon and make sure we can fix that. You do know why a verdict hasn't been reached, recovery addicts, because you haven't taken a break. It always works when you take a break. I have not taken a break yet today. And I even told Mrs. R.A. how excited I was to have a salad for lunch today, and I did not stop and make one. Hey, little R.A., how are you doing? Build that? Where's Mom? She's asleep. Just quiet. Transport Tycoon Deluxe might be right up your alley. I think I've played one of those Tycoon games. I think it was Train. It was a train version. It was Railroad Tycoon, I think. Still waiting for Thal to be auto-banned in chat. You've had your days, Thal. Guys, please read the channel name before commenting about this topic. Oh, let's focus on the salad. Here's what we do. If we end it right here, I know it's only 3:30. We've got about an hour. The odds that something good is going to happen is very high. We can take a break. We can, if something happens, we'll come back for verdict music, hopefully in time to play the verdict music and portal over to Brandy Churchwell's channel where we can watch the verdict together. And then we'll come back and we'll do a recap on this channel. That's my goal for the rest of the night. But we don't have any other courts to watch besides that right now, at least none that I want to start on this late in the day. And they said they will end today at 3:30 if no verdict. Where did they see that? I've seen nothing from the court today. Zero. Do you see that dismissive swipe of my hand? Nothing. They're fighting over the lessers. Does anybody have a copy of the newest verdict form that the jury's using? The amended one? I'm curious because lessers is spelled correctly right here, S-bar. But on the copy they initially had, they said lessors instead of lessers. EDB posted on community tab. Is it the new one or the old one? I have the old one. And someone was saying that lessors was actually okay. I missed the comment about Illuminati. I missed it again. Scrolling back. I meant lawsuit, not trial. It's not to trial yet. Illuminati is a YouTuber that was treating her employees, her boyfriend, horribly. Tried to take one's house. Whoa. That's not cool. Check the burner. I've seen this Canton PD forensics. I'm not sure who sent this one to me. Sean. Yeah, we saw that cup a little earlier. People are making some money selling those red Solo cups that say Canton PD forensics. According to Karen Reed updates, the attorneys have been asked to be back at the courtroom at 3:30. All right, so we have 4 minutes then. So we can't take a break right now. Cover some YouTube drama. I try really hard not to cover drama like that. First of all, it's sort of like the golden rule. If I were to do something stupid and crash my car into a herd of buffalo, first of all, that would be terrible. But I would I don't want to have all the other YouTubers jump on it. The one on EDB has lesser. Isn't that a typo that's worth an appeal or something? What kind of salad? Judy, I am a big fan. I know it has like less nutrition and less flavor, but I'm a huge fan of iceberg lettuce because of the crunch. I mean, it's a texture thing for me. It's easier to stick with my fork than spinach or dandelion leaves or lawn clippings or whatever else they're selling as salad these days. But I love just the red cabbage, shredded carrots, iceberg lettuce. That's the base. Then on top of that, I like a little bit of bacon, a little bit of some croutons. I'm a huge fan right now of Italian dressing, made by Olive Garden that I buy at Sam's Club. Usually try some mozzarella or cheddar cheese as well. Sometimes I'll have some more substantial items with some nuts or some cranberries and things like that on it. But that's what I'm craving right now. Butter lettuce is yummy. It's really good. I was trying to grow some of that in an aquaponic setup, but I could never get the temperature. I never got the temperature right in the greenhouse to make it grow well. Need to add frozen peas, sprouts, and arugula. Have you ever topped with grilled chicken? Yes, I'm a fan of that as well. I'm not doing a lot of it. A little bacon bits. Little bacon bits is okay. Love the croutons. Italian bread croutons are great. And they're the big ones from Sam's Club. So there's some of them are like the whole piece of bread nearly. Never been a fan of beets. I can't get past the beet juice. My mom used to grow them in the garden growing up, and I didn't even want to pick them. Sunflower seeds are good, but I just don't have any right now. Butterhead or butter crunch? I don't think we have. We're in North Carolina, and we don't have a lot of options, although we did just get a Lowe's Foods that just opened up near us, and it has the variety of veggies that I haven't seen in any other store. So I'm gonna give that a try. Radishes are good. I also like radishes, and I do avocado as well. I love avocado. It has to be ripe. But I like radishes in my fresh garden salsa as well. I think that's a little secret ingredient. Jinx, you designed the red Solo cup. That is awesome. Hard-boiled eggs, occasionally. Good chef salad. Trying to see if we have some action. Has the camera moved at all in court? Did it pan down a little bit? I'm going to crank the audio in Canton here. See if we can hear anything happening in court. I can hear the fan. It sounds pretty empty. I mean, there are people there, but there's not a lot of like room noise. Okay, so I'm going to turn that down because we've got, let's see, I was putting, let's see, 20, 30, 36 decibels of gain on that to get that sound. That's a bit much. Had they turned on the microphones and talked to us, we would all be deaf right now. But now I want a freaking salad, says Mark. I love salad. I can eat the same food over and over. I'm not the sort of guy that needs variety in my life. I'm a vanilla guy when it comes to ice cream because vanilla is just good. I'll eat variety, but I like the same thing over and over. And I've eaten salad for like a month now, and I'm still loving every single one. So that's 36 decibels of gain, Kaylee. So what we'd have is right now on my my meters, I can show that I've got I'm using broadcast meters. So I come in at about -10 to -5 on my volume, and imagine adding 36 decibels of gain to that volume. That would be very, very loud. Sent a screenshot to the burner for reference. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm going to look. I have to go to Lowe's. They have different foods than all my grocery stores around here normally have. They're a little bit more expensive, but I'm going to go. And I've got my Lowe's Foods card, right? Well, it disappears when I hold it up here. It just becomes like becomes transparent. See that? You can see it's green if you can't tell. All right, mod chat for the document you wanted. Thank you very much. Let's take a quick peek. This is going to be the lessers. Let's see. Verdict slips. Okay, so it still has lesser written Lessor. One of them is capitalized and one of them is not. So that's the amended one. It's still, I still think it's bad. And I hear some people say that, I see some people say that lessor is like the fancy lawyer speak for lesser. No, I think it is just wrong. Britta, we have a Lowe's hardware store and then Lowe's Foods. This is Lowe's Foods. I don't think they're connected at all. See if the jury gets to go home now. No news on the verdict yet, Morgan. Maybe she was leasing her Lexus, possibly. But isn't the lessor the one who sends out the lease? Otherwise, she would be the leasee. The bank would be the lessor, right? Aaron, you're absolutely correct. Melanie Little said that lesser is the correct legal spelling. That's what I'm saying is bunk. You can't, I mean, I'm not calling Melanie Little a lawyer. She is the lawyer and I am not. But I'm saying it's bunk because they have their own language. They use their own terms, but now you can't say we're going to use the same language everyone else uses, but because it's going to mean something else when we use it. Lawyers are the ones that are all about the details, about, that Oxford comma means something. And so here they are using words that mean something else. Yeah, I'm not old English. No, I'm not okay with that. I think it's just an excuse to not correct their typos, as exhibited by the uppercase lesser and then a lowercase lesser. Thanks, Amber. I've got the original one already. Hey, Casey. I have a sweet and kind respect for trailing behind one day throughout this trial. I love your respect and kindness between you both. Highly respectful, rare a lot these days. Thank you. Brandy did a ton of work on this, and for that reason, we tailed behind throughout all of the court case. I didn't want to take views from her when she has the most amazing podcast on this, probably one of the top true crime podcasts in the country right now, as well as just amazing homework and just. I've got a lot of respect for her, so that's why we did it. Jury's done for the day. I'm waiting. We're hearing some rumblings on social media, but just waiting for actual word from the court. Hopefully the judge would call them in. See, Ted Daniel, who's a Ed Emmy Murrow and Harvard Goldsmith Award recipient. It says, court clerk just told me the jury is done for the day with no verdict. Looks like we'll be back tomorrow. So that's on Twitter. That's a source that I do trust. Karen Reed is done, deliberating for the day, no verdict. 14 and a half hours of deliberation, or 15 hours roughly. Jury's going home. There we go. So in true poetic fashion, in the Karen Reed case, we had only fan. We had only fan all day long. So we got our only fan video, but true to its name. Take a break, prep for the podcast. I'm going to take a break, make a salad, then prep for the podcast. So podcast is tonight at 8 p.m. I'd love for you to be there. Bring a friend, have fun. This is not. Oh, whoa. Wait! Don't go anywhere. Hold the phone.
The jury indicates they want to go home. All right, but I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
We got here just in time for the sidebar. John's mom and dad are there. They brought an extra seat on that end. There's not enough room on the bench. Family on the other side as well. Supporters. Everyone's straining to hear what's going on because the jury's not here. They're listening to see what's happening. Judge Beverly's voice was, she sounds a little frustrated or a little tired. Coming back. Jim. There's no verdict. This is the end of the day. Jury's going home. I don't think it's right to do an Allen charge now. The jury is still deliberating. They have not expressed a deadlock yet.
Yeah, I'll talk.
Rise for the jury.
Looks like Turtle Boy's there.
Was the session please be seated?
Hey, jurors. We all appreciate how hard you've been working, and I understand you'd like to stop for the day, so we will certainly do that. We appreciate everything you're doing. I do have to give you those same precautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Clear your heads. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good. All rise. Hurry up.
Clear your heads. We'll see you tomorrow. Why did she say clear your heads? Do you think they're frustrated?
May be seated.
All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rise, please.
And OnlyFan. Woo woo. Oh, that's original OnlyFan too. All right, so that's how it ends today. Judy M., clearing my head by thanking you all. Congratulations on 7 months, Judy. That is awesome. There might be a split. There might be a division. It sounds like we haven't got any indication that the jury is hung, which means they're still making progress or still working on things. It might take some time. It could take a long time. I mean, it's rare, but the jury could be here for a long time working this out. Let's turn that off before it starts something else. Just want to thank you for keeping the OnlyFan on your channel today. You're welcome, PJ. Glad we could do that for you. We had a lot of fun following some other stuff with Judge Cedric Simpson, a little bit of Stephanie Boyd, a little bit up in Thurston, Washington. Obviously, we had Brian Kohberger's hearing squeezing there as well. So it's been a fun day altogether. We're going to continue tomorrow. The only thing I know on the schedule tomorrow is the Treehouse murder trial hearing. But that's still a couple months away from trial. So I don't know what the details about that hearing are about or if it's going to be televised. So we'll check and see. MCAT says, I'm not surprised this is taking this long. Glad to see they're really thinking about it. It is good. That's what they're supposed to do. And I see, is that a red Solo cup in your profile picture? I do what I want. Okay. Any closure on camera, lady? No, I didn't stick around for that. You could look Judge Stephanie Boyd's afternoon live stream on her YouTube and see if it's on there. Anything I missed that I need to cover? Let me do a quick check because I sometimes miss a few. Let's see. Ooh, lots of people. I'm going to go through everybody here just to make sure we didn't miss anybody. Grace Sanchez, thank you very much. Tumwater Torrey, 9 months. Easy DCS gifted a membership this morning. Little Shoe, welcome to the gallery. Misty Harris, get the super sticker. Thank you so much, Misty. We have jumped and skipped everybody. S. Stagger, thank you very much. It is a wonderful chat, and you're now part of it. I love that. Lacey Spano, member for 10 months. Newbunk Foss, welcome back to the gallery. Nikki Crayons is a member for 4 months. Thank you. That was a great anniversary this morning. Now scroll back again because my system breaks every time I do this. Let's see. Newbunk Foss. The kids thought they needed to eat, so I let my membership run out. That was hilarious. 14 months from my girl, Angie. Then we have Sidebar and Chill. Welcome to the gallery. Love the name. Great addition. Let's see. Sidebar and Chill. Thal gave a super chat today. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. PJ, $5. Braxton Heaps, super chat from him as well as from Breezy, 2503. I read all these ones. That's why I was skipping through them. Ivy Berlin, everyone please Google Dutch fans celebrating. I saw that one. The LinkedIn update was the same from Braxton. Saw that one as well. Kimberly G, great content today. Thanks, RA. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate that. Thanks for sticking around and having some fun. MCAT member for 17 months. Judy M for 7. A lot of you have been here for a little longer than that, but the numbers are adding up greatly. Ivy Berlin, I need to Google this. I'll see what this is all about. Also, we had K-Rab in there. Braxton Heaps looking for IT positions around Utah, if you know of anybody. Bug Dugger with your great news. Thank you. Digital String Theory, 6-month anniversary. That is great. Misty Harris, I'll teach you about tech. I will do that any day of the week. Misty Harris, I always love talking about tech. Let's see. DSN gifted a membership. Danny Austin gifted 5 memberships today. Cherie, thank you for your super chat. 13 months for Teresa. 5 months for AOL Podcast. Is it going to scroll? Nope. Malpoy. Fought for 2 months with hubs over a ceiling fan or a chandelier on our vaulted ceiling after KR. So glad I won the fight. I missed the message about which one actually won. Teresa Super gifted a membership today as well. Paula Mack, thank you so much. Breezy got you there as well. Life's a Beach, 13 months. Always love watching RA. Always lurking, but I do hit that like. Thank you. That means a ton for the channel. It really does. It helps a ton. Let's see. We have reached the end of the day. We've reached salad time. That's what we've reached. Thank you, Elizabeth, for thanking the mods. They're absolutely wonderful. They're incredible. Possibly, I'll give them a heads up. Possibly tomorrow we might do a panel. It depends. I'm going to think if we have some questions that would be would be worth following. I don't want to rehash Karen Reed unless there's a verdict, and then we can do a panel discussion about that. But we'll just leave that there. We'll see where we go from there. Despite the result, I hope someone from the jury will explain why it took so much time. I hear you. Going out to eat later with friends. Have fun, lazy retired lady. Have a good one. Have a salad. They're delicious with croutons, extra crunch. Mods are amazing. Thank you so much. Marianne, thank you for the kind words. I acknowledge the notice, says Amber. Yes, you're on the hook. Now you know. Podcast tonight. Please don't miss it tonight at 8 p.m. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. 8 p.m. tonight for the Not Relevant podcast, Weather Watch, right here. My friend Thomas and I will be on here. And we expect all of you to be here too. Bring a friend. Have some fun. We promise hilarity and a little bit of irrelevancy, if that's a word. So, most of the mods are awesome, says Weather Watch. He's one of the present company excluded. Is that what you're saying? Give Weather Watch a follow on YouTube and see if we can twist his arm to make him make some more videos as well. There's his link. You guys be good to each other. We'll see you tonight for the podcast. 8 o'clock. See you. Bye.
There's a lawsuit.
Because he's the guy. When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?